It all kicks off in a cold, dripping dungeon, where the floor is littered with the broken remains of adventurers who never made it back from chasing treasure. In one of the rooms, beside a tiny altar, a swarm of goblins roamed and chattered like they had all the time in the world, until the moment they'd start their human sacrifice ritual. The goblin shaman strutted in layered furs, gripping a long staff crowned with an animal skull. Then a grating metal scrape sound ripped through the room. That heavy door to the goblin altar room suddenly started creaking, and someone ripped a massive hole through it from behind. Then, right on cue, a hand shot out clutching a scroll. The moment the goblins saw him, they surged closer, desperate to crack the mystery. Then the scroll in the man's grip erupted in flames, and from outside the words "Poison Cloud" blared loud and clear. A vile black miasma burst out around the door, slithering outward fast, and the goblins instantly started coughing because they knew that aura was poison. The goblin shaman stood his ground beside the ritual stone, while the goblins tightened up into battle-ready guards. Because that poison cloud wasn't messing around, it was a third-level poison. This magic only triggers when you speak, blasting everything in a 100-foot radius, and the poison doesn't just hit. It cripples them with debuffs that slash their damage and cut their lifespan until the poison fully kicks in. The goblins started coughing up their own doom, then they finally tore toward the door to smash the intruder. Yet every creature in the room on level 2 and below got wiped out instantly. Goblins started battering the door, but the man slammed his hand on it and sealed it with magic. Then the monsters realized they were trapped inside with no way to open it. On the other side of the room, 3 figures waited, 2 girls, one drawn back on a bow and the mage himself, blasting a toxic cloud straight into the air. The mage planted himself at the entrance, gripping an hourglass, waiting for the perfect opening. Then he measured, grain by grain, exactly how long it would take the poison to slam into the monsters. Turns out 3 minutes was all the magician needed. When he told the girls to get ready, the man lunged for the door handle, bracing himself to open it. The second the man yanked the front door wide, mountains of dead goblins slammed into view, scraping, banging, and clawing at the door like they'd refused to stop until the very end. The mage snapped on that plague doctor mask that shut out the poison, then strode deeper into the room, stepping past monsters crumpled on the ground. Only the goblin shaman was still standing, his level far higher than every goblin in the room, and he crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, right as a mage's foot stomped into view in front of him. The magician stared down at the surviving shaman, still reaching for his staff like it was the only truth. Yet he never once stopped, until the shaman grabbed the staff and spat that the magician was a coward. The mage snapped his foot into the shaman's staff. Crack right in front of the goblin, it shattered into 2 pieces, and terror hit like lightning. Soon the magician ripped off his mask, and underneath was a dark-haired man who warned, "If I hadn't done this, I'd be lying there with the rest of them." He pointed straight at the altar where the dead were piled up, girls and men of every age, all stripped bare. Suddenly the shaman shook uncontrollably, his voice cracking into something pitiful, and the monster groveled, begging the young man to spare him, promising a reward if he'd just let him live. The monster promised to surrender every treasure that once belonged to their captive girls, and the boy snapped at the shaman, glaring so hard he told him to shut up and die. An elf girl with a bow loosed an arrow straight into the shaman's face, right between his eyes, and the second girl just froze in terror as the monster dropped dead. The boy lunged for the goblin leader, snatched a ring of keys, and the whole thing erupted into a wild jingle. Then the mage grinned and said, "All right, now we move on." They charged toward a giant metal door, the bars behind it vibrating with voices, girls being held captive, huddled in a corner, trembling together. The magician swung the door open with the keys he'd stolen from the shaman, and before he even stepped inside, the girls came rushing over, yelling out thanks like he'd just rescued their souls. But he only pushed a little farther, scanning the girls like he was hunting for one specific person. Then the cage emptied fast, and he was left standing there all alone. The 2 girls trailing the magician closed in, shouted his name, and with worried eyes they went dead silent, waiting to see what he'd do. Yukito seethed, yet again he couldn't find that person here either, because all he cared about was Sana, his younger sister, who'd been reborn right alongside him when they reincarnated. After that, they burst out of the dungeon and spilled onto the street, while the happy girls, finally free, walked side by side, and the boy stared up, awestruck. Just a couple hours ago, this ordinary schoolboy got reincarnated into a parallel world, an endless realm of sword and magic, where the eternal is real. Yukito plopped down and tore into his console. Grinning ear to ear, he had crushed the first level with 0 magical restrictions, and the game even rewarded him with an achievement. Suddenly, behind him, he caught his sister's thrilled shout. She came sprinting forward with her arms wide, ready to tackle him into a hug, while Yukito stayed locked in on his game. The girl threw her arms around her brother and gushed that his game was insanely fun. He jerked back with a tiny gasp, while Sana just nodded like, "Yeah, I figured." Yukito dropped his head onto the table, and Sana stood behind him, grinning as she said she was starving. so loud it felt like Yukito could hear her stomach growl. Sana clasped her hands and begged her brother to cook something, and Yukito nodded, asking what she wanted, and Sana instantly blurted paella. Soon enough, they were seated at the table, paella already waiting. Sana leaned in and asked Yukito if he truly enjoyed games with restrictions, and he answered, "Yeah, they're harder than they look." The girl added that every game feels 10 times better, and Yukito nodded, because she grinned and said it's even more fun when you play it with your own brother. Kirihara Yukito, 16 years old and full of life, spent every day in pure joy right there with his beautiful little sister. And right here with Sana, she's 14, and Yukito's already clocked it. She's a standout in sports and studies, and she's even the head of the student council. One day, Yukito's mood sank so low he didn't even want to step into school, and his sister jumped in fast, urging him to stay close and spend time together. And that's when Sana stood alone for Yukito, backing him with everything, and Yukito even brushed it off, saying he didn't care what happened to him. The boy swore he'd protect his little sister no matter what, and the girl sprang up from the table, thanking her brother for the mouth-watering dinner he cooked. The girl marched for the door and swore she'd retreat to her room to finish her mountains of schoolwork, and Yukito just told his sister to stop burning herself out. After all, it was a holiday. Then he turns to Sana and asks what she wants for an afternoon snack, and Sana gazes at Yukito with pure love before declaring she wants pancakes. Sana started laughing by the door, then grinned and joked that pancakes were exactly what that girl needed to get back the health she'd lose from all that brutal homework. Yukito laughed right back. Then Sana leaned in, begged for more cream, and her brother grinned and said he'd top it off with sliced fruit, the same old usual routine. Sana already cracked the door open, then spun back to Yukito and asked if they could play today. He said sure, but only later and with a few rules, so Sana just smiled. Sana's face lit up with real joy, cheeks burning red as she beamed and told Yukito she was genuinely happy he was her older brother. While Yukito, once again, remembered how she'd always been there for him. No matter what hell he had to survive at school, or how he spent his nights at home, stuck in front of that screen for hours. Sana always lit up when she looked at him, bringing nothing but warmth to his heart, and Yukito beamed right back, telling her he was just as happy to have Sana as his little sister. Sana sprinted into her brother's arms, squeezing him tight as she blurted out that she loved Yukito, and Yukito lit up like the happiest guy on earth, telling her she was sweet and precious before promising his own love right back. Suddenly, the room's light dimmed hard. Like someone snuffed a candle, Sana and Yukito locked eyes with panic, and their sister rushed to the window to demand, "Why is it so dark out there?" Yukito stood frozen, convinced it was daytime. Then he realized that was exactly the worst sign because his eyes snapped wide and cold sweat started crawling down his face. Yukito crept closer to the window, and then bam, a massive monster filled the light with its giant body. He snatched his sister and yelled, "Hide now." Yukito clutched Sana's hand and bolted away from the window. And just as they did, the horned demons crashed through the glass and lunged for the boys, desperate to snatch them up. Glass exploded across the room, and Yukito kept sprinting, throwing himself in front of his sister as Sana grabbed his hand with a crushing grip, tears spilling up fast. The demon lashed out and clobbered Yukito from behind, ripping his clothes and drawing blood in an instant. Yukito's jaw fell wide and a gut-wrenching scream tore out of him. Then his knees buckled as he slowly crumpled to the floor, still gripping his sister with everything he had. Darkness swallowed everything, and he couldn't even see a thing. Meanwhile, Yukito looked like he was suspended in midair, just constantly slipping and falling, and he couldn't wrap his head around what was happening to him. As he kept drifting in the air, the boy suddenly caught a voice. Someone told him through deep regret that they were really, truly sorry, and Yukito snapped his head up, demanding to know who it was. Then flashes of light exploded in front of him. The stranger's voice kept roaring, and then images flickered up before the boy's eyes. While the stranger finally swallowed hard and apologized, saying the boy's life had been tragically short, snuffed out by that awful accident. The stranger promised the boy a shot at rebirth and a brand new life. And Yukito just froze in the empty void, stunned, lost, and clueless about what was happening or even what the words meant. Soon he spotted a long-legged girl perched on a giant throne in the middle of everything, draped in lavish black robes, with a pair of horns jutting from her head, and a goblin beside her scribbled like a secretary while she promptly declared eternal peace. What? Yukito choked out a shocked cry, repeating her words word for word, because he had zero clue what eternal even meant. So he demanded answers and stared the blonde girl down, and she just smirked, hiding a secret smile. Then the girl leaned in and said, "I'm Nephilia, the goddess of this world. Everything here sparkles with magic and magical beasts, and the gods watch it all the time, while in the boys' world that same idea gets called parallel." Yukito sprang up and bolted straight for the goddess, shouting that he needed to know if his sister was okay and what had gone wrong. The girl just smiled and promised his sister was safe, and that answer hit Yukito like pure relief. The boy blurted, "Is this really true?" The girl in the chair leaned in and nodded, then dropped the bomb. Yukito was dead. Yukito's face fell dark, but he still forced out a shaky, nervous smile. Back at their home, the whole nightmare started replaying in Yukito's eyes, those monster attacks, the moment it tore him up, and how it shoved him to this exact spot. Then he crashed down at Nephilia's feet. Yukito stared at his violently shaking hands and burst out in a shaky, plaintive complaint, saying this couldn't be happening like that. Then he let out a nervous laugh as sweat kept pouring down his face. The boy clutched his chest and the horror hit. He'd never see his precious little sister again, and it nearly made him keel over. Yukito believed that even if he died, he still managed to guard what mattered most to him. And in that final choice, he felt he'd truly fulfilled his duty as the older brother. Nephilia grinned and told him, "Now that you've finally accepted your death, I'll show you the eternal world where you can be reborn and start fresh from the beginning." Out of nowhere, he jerked his head up, and a bolt of blinding light burst overhead, revealing the shape of a massive book. The goddess swore that, right in front of him, the book of the world had unfurled, spanning from the mountain's peak to the ocean's depths, capturing every wisdom the sages learned and every foolish hunger that twisted hearts. Also, the gods could track every single being. Yukito stepped up to the book and froze when he saw a page stamped with his own face, loaded with details about him. Then Nephilia rubbed her chin and grinned, saying the boy would be reborn right here in this world. The girl reached out toward him and said, "Now that it's written in the book, we have to figure out what kind of person you'll become in this new life." Yukito stared at the goddess in pure shock, still reeling from every wild word that came out of his mouth, because the traits she picked felt downright impossible. Soon the goddess snapped a die into motion, numbers everywhere. Then Yukito kept his eyes locked on it as 17 flared to life, and the goddess announced it like a verdict. That was the boy's intelligence. The goblin perched behind him yanked that giant quill back into motion, scratching fresh words onto the paper. Then Yukito watched the world's book shift, and a new number for his intelligence started to glow into place. He blurted out his theory. Everything the secretary starts writing gets copied instantly and shows up in the book. Nephilia kept spinning the number cube, grinned, and told him he'd cracked it fast. Then she leaned in, praised how sharp he must have been in his past life, and said that trick would help him survive in the eternal world. Next up was dexterity. Then the die clattered and landed on 13, and Nephilia blurted it out loud to the goblin, who just kept scribbling it down. The number 13 was written right there too, and the boy felt like he'd been on a winning streak. Then the real test hit. The young man's endurance would be judged next. Something inside the Nephilim gnawed at her, and she snapped her hand over her face to bury her emotions from the boy. Yukito immediately asked if she was okay, and she insisted everything was fine, saying the trait selection was finally complete. Then the goddess leaned in and promised the young man one more gift. Nephilia declared that Yukito would get her blessing, and she told him to pick the one he wanted most right now. They shoved 4 priceless artifacts in front of him. The blade that had slain 5 demon bane lords and an elixir that never runs out, an endless bottle that spits out unlimited, all-powerful medicine. And tucked among the gifts was a staff. Grab it in your hands and boom, the owner unlocks the power of a top-tier magician. The staff of the young beauty, or even a dragon you can ride through the skies, all mechanical, all deadly. The boy rubbed his chin again, staring off like he couldn't believe it. Every prize was crazy generous, like a sword to protect himself and an elixir that could heal him again and again. Nephilia kept that confident smile blazing and said they were all insanely powerful artifacts. Each one could save the day, but in the end you only get to pick one. Yukito thought the staff was the most useful thing in the whole game, especially since the boy's IQ was sky-high, and in every other game he'd always picked the mage. Soon, Yukito snapped his decision into place. He claimed he was choosing the staff. The Philia lit up and praised him, saying he'd hit the mark, and the goblin immediately scribbled it into the book. Then the staff popped onto the boy's page. Once every stat and blessing was locked in, Nephilia pushed herself up from her lavish chair and strode right up to the boy. Then the goblin threw his hands in the air, and a blazing flash of light detonated in front of them. Light blasted across everything, and Yukito's face snapped into pure fear as a massive surge of power erupted outward, while the goddess kept slashing the air with her arms, driving the ritual forward. Yukito tried to hide his face and shut his eyes, but then he felt it, her goddess power pouring into him like it was being siphoned right through his body. Nephilia rose too, shut both eyes tight, and thrust her hands toward Yukito. Then a swarm of tiny particles burst into the air around her, the exact same ones that had shown up earlier in the book when the stats got updated. Right above them, a magical object started forming out of thin air, Yukito's chosen staff, the very one he picked as a gift in the new world. As Nephilia kept going, she spoke calmly but firmly. "Hang tight," she said, "because making that staff takes a little time, and Yukito's got to wait a bit before he can finally step into his new life." The goddess's words left the young man reeling, but he didn't look away. He kept staring at the book of the world, and the moment his eyes locked on, the details inside started to blur. Yukito couldn't make heads or tails of the words anymore. Sure, it screamed that this was real reincarnation, but one thing burned through his mind. Sana wasn't going to be there in this world. Yukito blurted that he had to see his sister again, right as the book before him flared with even wilder light, and its pages started flipping at insane speed. A brutal burst of light slammed into the boy's eyes, and he couldn't even figure out why the book had started glowing like that, so he snatched it up, and what he saw next hit him like a punch. Yukito snatched Nephilia's hand and shot daggers at her from beneath his dark hair, and when the goddess whipped around, confusion flooded her face as she tried to figure out why he was freaking out. The goddess stepped in and asked the young man what was wrong, after she'd warned him to wait just a little, but somehow the boy couldn't even last that long. Yukito bared his teeth, clenched the book until his knuckles ached, and shoved the pages in front of Nephilia, demanding to know what it all meant as he pointed straight at the very page he'd seen. Her eyes snapped wide as she stared at him, because this was Sana's page, and the boy kept yelling at the top of his lungs about why his sister was trapped in this world too. The boy kept glaring at that exact page in the Book of Peace, blood boiling. Yukito insisted it was her for sure, and he refused to doubt it for a second. Yukito demanded answers. He swore the goddess told him Sana was totally fine, but if she showed up like he did, then that could only mean she was already dead. The boy started replaying Nephilia's words in his head. She'd told him that every single soul in this world was written into the Book of the World, and that each person's traits were chosen at random. If Sana's traits are here already, then Sana must have been reborn in this world too. And this boy can't wrap his head around why Nephilia didn't tell him the truth right from the start. Rage boiled in Nephilia's veins as she thrust her hand out, and when the goddess warned that nobody should touch that book, Nephilia demanded it back at once and returned it to its rightful owner. Yukito kept up his rage, slammed the stat die to the floor, and barked for the goddess of eternal peace to answer every single question he had about Sana right now. The numbered cube crashed onto the ground, blasting massive cracks right beneath Yukito's feet. Then the goblin went wide-eyed and scrambled backward, terrified by what it had just triggered. Nephilia shot her hand out again, and the book slid right out of Yukito's grip. Yukito choked on a gasp, blindsided, while the cracks under his feet kept spreading wider, faster, like the ground was losing its grip. Soon, the floor beneath Yukito gave way and collapsed, and he crumpled to his knees as Nephilia and the goblin stood their ground, while chunks of stone blasted through the air like a barrage. Yukito snapped his eyes around, trying to steady his mind. And there, drifting in front of him below, a book fluttered down like it was calling him, bursting with everything he needed to track Sana. Yukito dropped down instantly and sprinted straight for the book, arms reaching out like he could grab destiny itself, while Nephilia snarled that he better stop, because that book was cursed and meant for the gods. Yukito kept plunging into the abyss, gripping the Book of Peace with both hands like it could save him, while Nephilia watched him vanish from her reach, utterly helpless to stop it. Yukito crashed to the ground, swearing he wouldn't back down that easily. He was ready to fight even the gods if it meant keeping his sister safe and making sure she was truly okay. The boy bared his teeth and refused to believe he'd be reborn under Nephilia's rules, so he swore he'd survive and chase Sana down, no matter what it cost him. A blinding flash exploded in front of Yukito, and all he could think about was Sana. He was already on his way, begging her to hold on. Little did he realize, he was about to get yanked into something brutally serious. The glow died out right in front of Yukito too, and the moment it vanished, his face snapped into something different as panic slammed into him, leaving him staring, frozen, and unable to understand what he was seeing. Once the light dimmed, Yukito finally saw the ground coming at him at breakneck speed, and then tree branches ripped into his path, breaking his fall and saving him at the last second. Yukito inched down from the tree, scanning every inch of his surroundings, just endless forest and empty hills, with the sky already turning dark like evening was closing in. He figured this was the eternal world Nephilia had promised him. Trees sprouted in the clearing, and where he came from, this spot was just an ordinary park. When the boys tilted their heads up, Yukito's breath caught. There was the moon, and then a tight swarm of other blazing stars, so bright and close it felt like they were staring into another world entirely. So there was only one answer: Yukito really had been reincarnated. Still staring up in terror, the whole nightmare clicking into place, he suddenly remembered the book clutched in his hands. With the Book of Peace in his hands, the boy tore into it and frantically flipped page after page, until he snapped back to the exact spot where Sana, his sister, was drawn. Yukito knew there was no mistake. Sana was here too, reincarnated just like him and with her brother beside her. She'd probably shown up earlier since her look was already picked, so then where the hell was she right now? Yukito leaned in, and the moment he scanned the page, he spotted a tiny marker showing where the resident was. Right now, the girl was in the city of Reinhardt capital. To everyone's shock, the young man could read every single word, because the book instantly translated it all into his language. Yukito thought that was crazy convenient. Without wasting a second, he dove back into the book, then hunted down his traits and swung the pages open, right there on the very next page after Sana. The moment the boy opened his page, the world snapped into place. He stood on the plains of Mana, stats screaming elite, and he was locked in as a wizard, but one nasty catch was waiting right around the corner. Each level handed Yukito a fresh set of wild, unique abilities. He could sniff out poisons, crack codes, erase threats, blast a magic bolt, and even knock enemies out cold with sleep. The boy kept grinding through his page, then he gasped because he realized he had just one health point left. Yukito's rage erupted instantly, and he started yelling that he couldn't possibly be that weak. Yukito scanned the info and realized a 6-foot fall would wreck him for anywhere from 1 to 10 damage. Then it clicked. The dice were rigged to make the damage rolls unpredictable too. Yukito snapped into realization the moment he looked back. He'd gotten absurdly lucky when he crashed earlier and somehow landed in the treetop, because next time could have been disaster. From here on out, he'd have to move with way more caution, and he was also relieved that Sana was stronger than him. So the kid rocked the wizard class, while his sister Sana dominated the cleric class. And now he had to hunt down what Yukito's class could really do, so he dove headfirst into learning every element of it. Yukito grabbed his head in panic. The book was packed with way too much detail, tangled and brutal to understand, and the pages kept dumping information nonstop that he had to somehow swallow. Staring at the book, Yukito finally understood where his sister was. But right then, he also realized the world was still packed with mysteries he couldn't explain. As Yukito scanned the area, he realized sprinting around like that was straight-up reckless. And sure, sleeping in the forest sounded worse, but still, why did he only have 1 HP? No matter what game they hit next, it was decided. Yukito had to start by hunting down information first, even if it cost him time, because there was zero other option. While the Book of Peace was still in his hands, he had to dig deep and understand this world. So he cracked it open, and there it was. The only way to survive and reach Sana was written right inside that artifact. As Yukito kept moving, he clutched the book in both hands and devoured the words, and the more he read, the clearer it got. If he stayed on the path he picked, he'd reach the road before long. Suddenly, the boy caught sight of a tree right overhead, hanging heavy with fruit, and he plunged into studying the book, trying to figure out whether he dared to pick it or leave it alone. Yukito heard a wild secret. If a kid wants the answer, the book basically obeys. It flips open by itself and lands right on the exact page, and that's how he learned this fruit is actually edible. Then the young man yanked a bunch of fruits off the tree and dug in with unstoppable hunger. Each bite was crazy good, looking like an apple but bursting with an orange-like taste. The boy suddenly clocked the ground ahead, thick, green, and alive with plants. And Yukito realized these herbs weren't just pretty. They hid real medicinal samples, so he snatched them up and took them with him. Suddenly, the boy heard rustling in the bushes nearby, whipped his head around, and spotted the forest animals creeping closer and closer. Yukito cracked the book open again and read this. His creature was a snow rabbit, a nocturnal rabbit with a timid, calm soul. And just because it was so unbelievably cute, humans and demi-humans couldn't help but fall in love with them. That magical book wasn't just wonderful. It was the exact thing he needed to spot what was dangerous and what was safe. And the boy couldn't help thinking the language might have shifted to Japanese because he wanted to read it. Yukito shot his hand out toward the rabbits lounging in the grass, and they stared back like they were hanging on his every move. Yukito figured Sana would love seeing that. Suddenly, the rabbit snarled, flashed its teeth, and lunged to strike. Its bite was sharp enough to deal 2 points of damage, so Yukito bolted, because one hit meant instant disaster. Yukito tore himself away from the forest animals and trudged through the dark, shoulders sagging, his fingers rubbing his chin as he muttered. With one heavy sigh, he couldn't stop wondering if Sana was terrified or if she'd gotten hurt somewhere. But Sana was sharp from day one, so she likely dodged every trap that could have come for her, and I couldn't help wondering if she fully understood her own place in the world. Yukito pushed himself to dig up every clue, but the only thing he could find about Sanya was the one sad line inked in that book. Yukito figured he could dig up real, general info on anyone, but every personal detail stayed maddeningly blurry. Then he realized the boy might not even be using the world book the way it was meant to be. Sana was in the capital now, and Yukito couldn't stop wondering how she even got there, or what she was doing, while he realized he had no clue how far he could walk. Just when the young man thought he was safe, he took a few more steps, and boom. Armed magical creatures burst out of the bushes from every side, small, long-eared goblins. Yukito locked eyes with them, frozen with uncertainty. Then the goblins started chattering like a storm, trading guesses, until they finally agreed the figure standing before them was human. They leaned in, grilling the boy, "Are you dirty? Did you get hurt?" And Yukito couldn't believe they were actually able to talk to him and care about him at all. A monster lunged in, snatched Yukito's hand, and just like that, it insisted the boy was okay, so Yukito exhaled, confused and shaken. Then the question hit him hard. What were these monsters called, and what kind of wild story were they about to spill? The monster that charged at Yukito flashed a cruel grin and shoved him hard. Then Yukito's head crashed into the ground with a sickening thud, And just like that, the wizard's book slipped right out of his hands. All the monsters erupted into loud boos at the newcomer's stupidity, especially the one who'd already shoved Yukito down onto his leg. The screams dragged on, and Yukito's rage burned hot as he finally understood the truth. Those guys who'd welcomed him with open arms had been setting him up from the very start. A book lay open right there, and Yukito leaned in like it was calling him. He hunted down the page he needed and read the truth. Those creatures were goblins. Goblins were humanoid monsters from the goblin race, lurking near human civilization, so weak on their own that they only survived by traveling in tight groups. Goblins were pure twisted evil. Sure, they were weaker than humans, but they still reveled in horrific acts, and time and again they enslaved humans and dwarves for their own sick pleasures. Goblins swarmed in the second he was in sight, claws and blades ready, screaming that they had to kill him. Then the others yelled that they should cripple him first so they could stretch the fun. Yukito realized he couldn't reincarnate just to get wiped out by creatures as vile as goblins, and rage surged through him, because this felt like a cruel joke. Sana shot into his mind, and her smile hit him like a punch. Right then, the boy broke into a scream of her name as a goblin swung that massive cleaver straight for his body. Suddenly, footsteps pounded in one clear direction, and the whole goblin crew snapped their heads that way at once, turning cautiously toward the trail where the noise was coming from. From the forest thicket, a lone armored girl's silhouette pushed out into the open, head to toe in steel, and she charged straight toward the monsters, closing the distance with pure confidence. The girl spoke with stone-calm certainty, "Protect the weak, wipe out evil. That's the oath each of them swore to serve the gods." And as Yukito lifted his gaze, the goblins started growling, hunting for the answer to one question. Who was coming for them? She snapped back at the goblins, stepping forward and saying who she was. Paladin Charlotte Brainia, Duke Brainia's third daughter, and the Duchess made it crystal clear she wouldn't stand for the violence tearing through their clan's territory. A huge commotion exploded around them, and the goblins erupted in outraged cries, saying a female paladin had finally shown up, while they hefted their weapons, and Yukito just kept staring at the girl who'd come for him. Charlotte thrust the book into the boy's hands, scanning him for injuries and calling him a wanderer. And when she spoke, Yukito just froze, speechless, unable to answer her at first. Once the boy snatched the book from Charlotte's hands, the Duchess shot up, locked a death grip on her sword, and barked that he had to run fast. She hurled herself at the swarm of monsters, screaming defiance as if nothing could stop her. Charlotte snapped that these vile goblins didn't get to hide, and swore she'd judge them with the holy sword. Tired as she looked, the girl staggered on her feet, yet she still whipped her blade with deadly skill only for the goblins to slip out of every strike. Charlotte waded straight into the monster horde's heart, spinning and twirling with her sword held out like a shield, and Yukito just stared, totally baffled by what she was trying to pull off. Wearing all that heavy armor, she kept overdoing her moves. Then her breath snapped, her sword sagged toward the ground, and she crumpled to her knees, gasping for air. Goblins ringed them in eerie calm, watching everything unfold. While Charlotte lifted her head and Yukito spotted tears shining in her eyes, she choked out an apology, admitting the sword was just too heavy for her. Her body shook and the boy snapped open the book, hunting for the Duchess's traits. Then the pages instantly flipped to the exact one he needed, and Yukito plunged into the reading. Yukito ripped open her strength stat screen and gasped. This girl was sitting at a 7, but she'd got hit with a debuff that shaved off 2 whole points. Even with Yukito's higher strength rating, he couldn't shake it. Under her brave, shining look, the paladin was absolutely awful with her sword. In the next breath, the goblins exploded forward, flying in from every angle to tear into the paladin, and Charlotte clapped her hands over her head as she screamed, trying to hold back the relentless attack. Goblins swarmed in from every angle and hacked at the defenseless girl, their weapons clanging off her armor as they only cackled and kept swinging. Yukito thrust out his hand and roared at them to stop. Charlotte carried the holy armor skill passed down from the Brania family, armor that could block a ton of attacks, but only the strong, highly trained could actually wear it without getting weighed down. She screamed that he finally had a chance to escape, promising Yukito she was okay. But the boy snapped back that he didn't care what Charlotte said, he had to act no matter what. Yukito stood a few meters from Charlotte as she kept getting pummeled, and the moment it hit him, he had 0 weapons, no backup, just 1 measly health bar. He realized he could only do what she said, sprint away. Panic slammed into the boy the moment the thought hit him. If they caught him, they'd beat him bloody and leave him to die. Yukito clutched his clothes to his chest, and his breathing tore faster and faster. Yukito still believed his only mission was to find his sister, so he clenched down, stayed alive, and refused to gamble. Then right as that thought hit, he spotted the book sitting open on her page. That realization only fueled his desperate urge to break free and save himself, because he knew he was basically useless. And right then, a goblin exploded forward and leaped at the boy. Yukito surged aside and bolted at full speed. Then the boy started glowing, yanking every goblin's eyes off Charlotte for a split second as they watched him disappear into the distance. Yukito bared his teeth, sprinted harder, and realized the brutal truth. If he wanted to live in this world, he had to break out of this moment, no excuses. Goblins erupted into roaring laughter, bragging that the man had finally shown he was weak. So he bolted and left the girl behind, and they mocked him as nothing but stupid. One of the goblins spun back toward Charlotte and demanded, "So what are we doing with her?" The whole pack froze, then started thinking hard, scratching their heads like the answer was just out of reach. One goblin slunk over that young woman, drooled right in her face, and hissed that she'd become a slave. Then the rest piled on, staring at her gorgeous armor like it was the prize. Goblins clamped down on the terrified girl's legs, yanking hard to drag her back to their lair. And as Charlotte's screams tore through the air, the thunder of hooves surged toward the crowd. A horse barreled toward the goblins, and on its back Yukito clung to the animal's neck with all his might, fighting to stay on as they closed in. Yukito was trembling like crazy, but he still pulled his horse up in front of Charlotte, goblins scattering as he reached out with both hands, practically begging her to hurry. The girl went wide-eyed, because she never thought the guy could actually hunt her down and come back, especially after he'd just found a horse out of nowhere. Yukito confessed, voice shaking, that at first he only wanted to bolt, but then he realized Charlotte wouldn't want to end her life here in this pointless way. The goblin gang snapped back to their senses and slammed forward in a full charge. No way were they forgiving that attempted theft of their slave. Now they're hunting the humans to kill them, then they'll sort out the horse. After the goblin landed a brutal strike on the horse, the animal shot up, snapped into action, and slammed its attacker down hard, pinning him to the ground with a single hoof. That brutal horse sound punched straight into the goblin's ears, shattering their hearing. So the monsters yanked their knives away and clapped both hands over their heads, screaming as they tried to block it out. The horse kept roaring his battle cry as he burst into the fray, leaping straight at the panicked goblins to savage them. The goblins snatched up their weapons and lunged back into the fray, yelling that the horse had to be handled fast, while the beast rampaged through the crowd, smashing hooves left and right to scatter everyone. Soon the whole goblin squad was wiped out. Monsters crumpled on the ground, groaning under their breath as they desperately tried to crawl away from the battlefield, like they could still escape fate. The horse locked eyes with the goblins as they started to rise. Then the monsters bolted in panic from the enraged beast, while Yukito stared the whole time. Yukito grabbed the book and flipped straight to Charlotte's page, and it hit him as downright shocking that she'd shown up with such useless gear, especially since the girl had 0 strength and 0 skills. The girl was decked in holy armor and wielded a massive holy sword she didn't even know how to use. Yukito stared at the equipment page and then realized she also had a warhorse. Normally, a warhorse only answers to its master's voice, but this one snapped to attention when they said the name Charlotte, and soon they battered their way through and wiped out the goblins. Yukito and Charlotte pushed a bit deeper past where they'd first run into the goblins, then dropped camp right there in the forest, striking a fire in the middle like they meant to last the night. Charlotte beamed, pressed a hand to her chest, and introduced herself all over again, name and title included, then walked up to the horse and wrapped it in a hug, thanking it for saving the girl. The girl snapped her body toward Yukito and bowed, then admitted, "During our fight I showed you something I shouldn't have." But Yukito only smiled and reassured her, "It's totally fine." The boy insisted that just like Charlotte he'd been saved, and then he strode toward the warhorse, reached out to pet it, and thanked it like it had saved his life. The horse flinched away from the stranger, refusing him on sight, and Charlotte snapped back, apologizing fast, saying she'd been with Rocinante since she was a foal, so the bond only ran one way. Yukito flashed a smile and said they were truly great friends. Charlotte didn't even hesitate. She burst out that he was her favorite horse, and Yukito just sat there thinking, "Wow, that's so sweet." The boy cracked open the book and started tallying the warhorse's stats. Charlotte was level 1, but the horse was level 3, and its strength and health were 4 times Yukito's, which completely stunned him. As Charlotte poured hot tea, Yukito kept racking his brain over the horse's stats. 20 strength points, blazing agility, and serious combat power. It looked like the guy was getting crushed by the horse, until you factored in his charisma and sharp mind, and right then, Charlotte shoved a cup into his hands, offering him a steamy hot drink. He even stepped up to introduce himself. "I'm Yukito Kirihara Yukito," he said, like his language skills let him read goblins with 0 trouble. The girl leaned in until their faces were inches apart, eyes blazing with clarity, and when Charlotte said his name was weird, the boy's heart started hammering like crazy from the closeness. The guy realized this was the closest he'd ever been to a girl's face, except for Sana, while Charlotte clocked his weird outfit and pressed him, asking where he was from. The young man claimed he was a wanderer, drifting from place to place, but then Charlotte snapped that the streets were chaotic and public order was falling apart. Because even with a road right there, walking alone was still asking for trouble. The girl insisted they should catch their breath before heading out again, and Yukito shuddered, Worse, he couldn't stop wondering if he'd ever be able to track Sana down in a world this tangled. The boy cradled a steaming mug of tea and couldn't stop thinking, if another monster lunged at him, he might not make it. So he snapped back to the Book of Peace, scanning every page for anything that could save him. The kid realized he was outmatched and way too weak to fight, and if he kept going like this, he'd never track down his sister. So he decided to lean on his biggest weapon instead, what he'd learned from the book and pure brain power. Staring at the page full of Charlotte's details, the guy devoured every word, then grabbed his head, panicking, because he couldn't stand the idea of dumping his problems on her, especially since she was the one funding him. The boy kept clenching his head and grinding his teeth under his breath, and then it hit him. He was totally alone in this world, so there was no other option left. Soon he sprang off the tree he'd been perched on and shot straight to Charlotte, telling her she was a holy knight, and that he wanted to ask her for a favor. Yukito dropped to his knees in front of the Duchess and cried out Sana's name, then grabbed Charlotte's help to track down his sister, because she too had slipped into this world. The girl stared at the boy in total shock. Yukito just shrugged and admitted he had zero money, zero gear, and absolutely nothing, except for one single book, which he gripped in his hands like it was his last lifeline. The boy launched into his tale, how a monster tore him apart, how it swallowed him whole and left him separated from his sister, and how he was so far from home he had no clue what he was supposed to do next. He lifted his head and yelled that he had to find his sister right now, yet he couldn't do it by himself because he lacked both the strength and the streetwise knowledge of the area. Still kneeling and bowing so low he looked broken, Yukito let out a pitiful groan and begged for help again and again, while Charlotte just stared at him in stunned silence, completely shocked. The girl called out the guy's name, then calmly said she understood everything. When Charlotte surged up from her seat, she promised she'd help him hunt for answers. Yukito couldn't believe Charlotte caved in so quickly. He looked up and there she was, already reaching for his hand, declaring that helping those in need was a sacred duty of the Holy Knight. Yukito broke into a smile, hope sparking in his eyes. He reached out, took the girl's hand and pushed himself up, whispering Charlotte's name as he thought, "You're my savior." Once Yukito finally steadied himself, he snapped that his sister was out there somewhere near the capital, fresh intel said so, but he had no clue where she was exactly. Charlotte dropped low, snatched her things, and started packing everything into her bag. Then the girl shot back that they had to move fast because the capital was a long way off. She also insisted they hit the city of Orpida first, and even though Yukito had zero clue how cities were laid out, he could tell she was hunting for something, so he nodded and agreed. The boy figured he'd nailed it. He'd gotten Charlotte to step in, and then he remembered the book basically praised her as kind, with a blazing sense of justice. But even if her character could stir up chaos, this girl held onto the god of justice and love, so Yukito's current mess wouldn't bend her judgment one bit. He doesn't want to lean on Charlotte's power too much, but right now it's straight up priceless, because he needs a partner to help him finally make sense of this world. Yukito clutched the magic item and realized, once again, that all he had left was that book and this girl, so he decided not to pin his hopes on anything. When Yukito closed in on the warhorse, Charlotte swung around and locked eyes with him, promising, "We'll do our best and God will help us." The boy had no choice but to lean on this holy knight and her warhorse, because he swore he was in the girl's debt now, and he was already pumped to team up with her. The girl rode her warhorse while Yukito kept pace beside her, and together they pressed on toward Orpeda, while Yukito, right along the way, kept poring over the Book of Peace and grabbed a few supplies too. Right off the bat, this book lets you stare into the lives of others, decode the rules that run this world, and even dig into the ranks of monsters and gods. But some stories are barely written at all. Like him, the boy who still didn't know what he truly needed, and the more he studied the world, the more he'd be able to pull straight into his book. And here's the wild part. How much magic a guy could use wasn't random. It shot up or down based on how strong the spell was. That first level spell was brutally limited, only 3 uses a day, until the moment they crashed into sleep and the magic reset itself. Yukito was so locked into his book that he didn't even notice, until a savage rustle tore through the bushes by the path, and then a monster stepped out right in front of them. Yukito nearly froze when he spotted goblins again. He'd figured this place would have been too clean to host monsters like them, but the forest proved him wrong. Goblins swarmed straight at Yukito and Charlotte's company, desperate to wipe out the humans fast, until the warhorse reared up and slammed into them, defending its mistress and scattering the little monsters to the winds. At last, the goblins finally got wiped out again. Then everyone hit the ground, hands clamped over their heads, and Charlotte sat tall on her horse, gripping the reins like she owned the sky. But nope, some goblins were still lurking in the bushes, and Yukito suddenly spotted one right beside him, bow drawn tight, aiming straight at the boy. Yukito smirked, realizing this was the perfect moment to put his research to the test and finally strike back at the attackers. The boy planted his feet, shot his hand up, and unleashed radiance, so bright it even sent Charlotte's warhorse skittering back in fear. then a searing flash exploded outward like a wildfire of light. To cast the spell, Yukido had to nail every crucial step, because the Book of the World had already laid it all out for him, along with the exact quirks of his class. When the caster starts, their heart has to lock in tight. Every move and every word must land perfectly, or the spell won't even take. The boy lifted his hands and spoke up, demanding that the new blue light turn into an arrow, then race straight at the enemy to pierce him. Yukido thrust his hand toward the goblin and spilled the whole spell out. Then a glowing magic seal sparked on his fingertips, fired a bolt of power, and slammed straight into the enemy. Charlotte had already hopped off her warhorse, then bolted straight to Yukido and grabbed his shoulder, his mind still reeling, yelling that, no joke, he really was a wizard. Magic Bolt was a first-level spell you cast by yelling it and throwing the move, no resistance at all, so it hit and worked every single time. The boy stared at the goblin he'd just killed, then snapped his attention to the book, and it hit him hard. Certain actions would actually earn him experience points. Once the goblin was finally down, the boy's eyes snapped to the loot it spilled, a tiny bag stuffed with coins. Yukido knew he couldn't turn down a gift like that, so he swallowed his doubt, scooped up the bag, and took those coins before the moment slipped away. Charlotte stood right behind Yukido, and he caught himself wondering why he was doing it. Then he snapped back, insisting it was all for Sana and her quest. Yukido and Charlotte pushed through the pitch-dark forest, and right after it they burst into a wide-open clearing. Dawn had already broken outside, so they could finally see the whole world laid bare. Stepping a little closer, the girl lifted her hand to her forehead, shut her eyes against the glare, and solemnly told Yukido that the city straight ahead was already right there for him to see. Yukido stared in total shock, then broke into a grin as he looked over the fortress city walls of Orbia. Charlotte quickly corrected him. No, it wasn't the capital, just the biggest city for miles around. Right as Charlotte rode up to the city's main gates, she swung down from her horse to get inside, while Yukido stared hard at the stone walls and at the two guards glaring them down. Yukido stared at the city and finally realized it was just as massive as its towering walls. And right then, a menacing guard fixed him with an unblinking stare. Just as the boys closed in, the guards slammed their spears across the path, blocking them cold. Then one of them snapped an apology and demanded to see his pass. Charlotte tore into her pockets at once, and just seconds later she snapped out a tiny gold medallion, showed it to the guards, and demanded to know if it would fit. The two guards blurted out in panic the second they spotted the girl's medallion. They instantly recognized the Brainia crest, then snapped into apologies for their rude behavior. Right then they snapped into a salute, promised to escort the city's guests to the station barracks, and Yukido instantly clocked it. Charlotte was a noble through and through. She ditched the boy by the gate, then came right back and shoved a bundle of brand new stuff into his hands, like a robe that fit Yukido perfectly, so his clothes finally wouldn't stand out anymore. The girl told the guy to switch up plans and meet her at the castle, then she vanished. And the guy couldn't stop wondering why Charlotte was even in this city now, especially since they'd come here on purpose. The second the young man finished fixing his clothes, the gates ahead creaked open with that familiar sound, and the massive city burst into view in all its glory. As the boys crossed the wall's threshold, Orb streets erupted into view, busy, loud, alive, and right in the square by the fountain. A crowd of people swarmed and hustled, each chasing their own mission. Yukido burst out in pure joy, because right in front of him stretched a real, living fantasy city, the exact kind he'd only ever dreamed about from his games. As soon as he got there, the boy couldn't sit still. He bolted ahead, whipped his head around at everything, and stared in awe at every little detail he could spot. Everything in this place lit up his eyes. Strange shops nobody had ever seen, crowds of people from all kinds of races, stacked everywhere, and the wild part, his own homeworld looked nothing like any of it. The boy realized Sanya was the reason for all of this, and as his sister came rushing back to his mind, he grinned and shoved the book open. Then what he saw hit him like a bomb, and he screamed at the top of his lungs that it was pure nonsense. Yukido couldn't understand why he suddenly lost sight of his sister's location, and his gut told him it had to be some glitch in the Book of Peace. After the boy started firing questions at himself, the book suddenly ripped its own pages open and revealed a map that showed exactly where they were. Clutching the book with both hands, Yukido spotted a tiny icon popping up over certain spots. Then his mind raced to decode it until it clicked. The map page had opened the moment he thought of Sana. Little by little, Yukido started to suspect that this icon might point to his sister's whereabouts. But with so many of them, the clues were too messy to pin down. This lit a fire of fury in Yukido. Then, out of nowhere, a girl's voice rang out, asking what just happened. When Yukido saw Charlotte, he snapped his book shut in a rush. The girl said she'd changed outfits, and Yukido just froze, staring at Charlotte like, wow, she looked incredible in this fit, way prettier than she'd ever looked in that armor. Yukido flinched, then demanded where the girl had dumped the armor, and where Rocinante was too. Charlotte said it was all being cared for at the barracks belonging to her father's friend. Yukito kept sneaking glances at the girl and thought, of course, this is exactly what you'd expect from that charming 17-year-old duchess. In his whole school, there was no one as sweet as her, except Sana, of course. They hit it off, started talking, and the girl leaned in to ask about the card. Then she warned it might hold clues to where his sister is right now. Yukito told the girl she was a noble lady, and she nodded like it was fate, while the boy stood there, baffled, wondering why she was alone in the forest at night. Charlotte kicked things off by telling me her grandfather was a knight called the Dragon Slayer, and the moment word spread about his monster-killing skill, the lord who ruled this land hailed him for it. Charlotte told everyone she'd inherited her grandfather's steel spirit, and her dream burned bright. Become a holy knight who shields the weak, so she set out to master the way of combat. Then the girl squeezed their hands together, shut her eyes, smiled, and told him that meeting Yukito was exactly what Goddess Ruria had planned. The boy grinned back, because honestly that was a pretty huge claim. The young man let out a small chuckle, convinced the girl was wasting her agility in all that heavy armor, until he noticed the sword at her side, and he blurted out a question about it. Charlotte said the great holy sword that took down the dragon was a Brownia family heirloom, so she wouldn't let it out of her sight for even a second. Yukito glared at the book, seething, because by his numbers this wasn't some legend at all. It was just an ordinary magic sword that only boosts attacks by a measly +2. She was still too weak to handle it, so moments later she yanked the door open, called out to the guy and told him, "We're here, the place you wanted to visit." The moment they hit that building, it turned out to be the Adventurers Guild, Orbata's hub for registering and managing adventurers. And Charlotte practically lit up, because she knew it was the perfect place to dig up answers. All over the place, characters kept downing drinks, swapping loud gossip, and plotting their next move to storm the dungeons. Yukito stared at the book and spotted all those different races, and now his curiosity went into overdrive. Could there be elves or dwarves hiding in there? So he spun around and started searching everywhere. The boy saw the guild as his best shot to track down his sister, and dig up a way back to their world too, and he figured that if he climbed to adventure fame, Sana would finally take notice. Soon the girl at the reception desk leaned forward and called to them, asking the guy what she could do, then pointed out, with a grin, that Yukito looked ridiculously handsome. Yukito felt heat crawl up his face, shoving his feelings down as he tried to play it cool. Then the guy marched up to the counter, planted his hands on it, and announced that he and his girlfriend were ready to become adventurers. Her jaw fell open like the truth hit her like a punch. She couldn't believe it, and she blurted, "Wait, you two really want to become adventurers?" Laughter exploded from the table right by the counter. An elf and a dwarf were downing drinks together, shouting that the boys were still brats, like everything going on was totally beyond their reach. Yukito's face twisted dark as he blurted, "Why are you all laughing?" The guy swore he must have messed up somehow, while the girl behind the counter just kept grinning, along with everyone else. Charlotte snapped she wouldn't let the guild's patrons get away with that, and she charged straight at her attackers, yanking out her sword and demanding they say it again. The dwarf just kept cackling, shrugging that it'd be great to break the tension, and he couldn't believe this was the first time anyone had ever shown up here dressed like that. Still laughing, he said the girl looked like she was hunting for someone to spend the night with. Then Charlotte immediately reached for her blade. But here it played out just like in the forest. The moment the girl pulled her sword, her luck soured instantly, and she crumpled to the floor with it. The gnome erupted into an even louder laugh, towered over the girl still sprawled on the ground, and demanded what she thought she was doing, then tossed in the brutal claim that she couldn't use her weapon at all. Then the dwarf swung his sword down with a menacing clang straight into the floor. Inches from Charlotte's hands, she glared at him, then turned right back and started finishing his ale. Charlotte erupted, shrieking that he'd insulted her, while a dwarf with ale swirling in his mug demanded why she'd snatched her blade. Yukito tried to soothe the girl, believing she'd charged into a fight too fast and too careless. Then the dwarf yanked her hand and reminded her that, at the very least, she had courage. The dwarf scooped the girl into his arms, flashed that massive grin, and told her he just wanted to share a drink, then looked right at Charlotte and asked her to join. Yukito sprang to his feet to back Charlotte up and charged forward, arm outstretched, begging her to let him go. Then bam, a plate of snacks smashed into his head. Yukito got yanked backward, and a tall, fair-haired woman snapped into action, catching him and slapping a cold, wet cloth onto his head as she demanded, "Are you okay?" She warned him that every time this gnome gets drunk, he goes on a rampage and ruins everything. After that, she told the guy she'd do whatever he wanted and begged them to disappear somewhere alone. Then Yukito froze in confusion and tried to wrench himself free from her grip. But the girl wouldn't let him slip away. She clung to him tight against her chest. Her class was simple. She was an ordinary human in the guild serving men, and the book said her abilities fit that exact kind of role. Next thing you know, Yukito slipped out of balance and pitched backward, yelling, "I'm totally fine," then slammed onto the floor, finally yanking himself free from the woman's grip. Every adventurer in the guild at that exact moment packed into a tight circle, then erupted into laughter, jeering the two newcomers like they were nothing but pathetic jokes. A guy in the crowd snapped at the boys to get out, like they weren't welcome here at all. But Yukito shot back that he didn't come all this way just to be mocked. He had to become an adventurer to find Sana, and walking away wasn't an option. Yukito shot to his feet, squared his shoulders, and boldly called out to everyone in the building who wanted in on his group. Across the room, a man in armor just watched from the corner. The second Yukito asked, the men didn't just hesitate, they snapped back on the spot, shouting that no fool in here would ever want to sign up. Yukito then blurted that every adventurer gambles their life chasing adventure and rare treasures, and he made sure to bring his sister into it. That dwarf who grabbed Charlotte the second this all started finally snapped. He'd had enough of the guy's talk and drew his dagger, whipping it toward the young man in one razor-fast motion. For one tense moment, the man stayed stone-calm, silent, and sunk in a sour stare, while Charlotte's fear exploded, and she was seconds from yelling the young man's name right there, a millimeter from the knife's tip. Then the dwarf snapped around, face burning, and hissed at the boy to shut his mouth, claiming for every adventurer that nobody wanted to team up with someone like him. Yukito's nerves were on fire as he stood there trembling before the blade, realizing with a sick drop in his stomach that he'd been way too hopeful, thinking this would go easy and exactly how he wanted. He had to bail. Charlotte was still in danger, but Yukito couldn't just stand there, so he reached for the one weapon he truly had, magic. Remembering that, the boy clenched his jaw and decided he had to try no matter what. He didn't know if his plan would even work, but then he leaned in, muttered a whisper, and flicked his hand straight toward the dwarf. While the dwarf and his drinking buddy were still roaring with laughter across the table, Yukito snapped his spell mage's hand, and a haunted little force field shimmered, letting him grab and move objects like they were weightless. Yukito snapped a spell to yank a mug of ale off the table, his hand snatched it midair, and the elf across from the dwarf immediately noticed. He barely managed a shocked cry before the next second bam. The mug, crammed with drink, flew off and drenched the dwarf, soaking his entire beard and clothes with every last drop. Rage boiled in the man as he snatched his neighbor by the clothes and yanked him close, while the dwarf shrieked, blaming the elf for spilling the drink on him. The elf blurted that the mug slid away all by itself, something the second adventurer simply couldn't wrap his head around, while that same mysterious man watched it happen, and Yukito, using the drunk as a distraction, grabbed Charlotte and bolted for the exit. That act hit the stranger hard and sparked a grin across his face, and the man just kept sitting there, still stuck in his thoughts while he watched the teenagers. Breathing hard, the guy finally stopped, because Charlotte and Yukito had already vanished far beyond the guild, and he couldn't catch his breath in time. He thought that was it, until he accidentally clicked the guild members page right after they walked in, and that's when everything changed and he got saved. Yukito's mind snapped into place. This dwarven warrior was level 3, and right now they couldn't afford to keep him as a companion because the Book of Peace swore the man loved to drink more than anyone alive. Yukito decided he absolutely hated people who treated alcohol carelessly. Then the shock hit. He'd been saved by that exact thought, and only afterward did he turn to Charlotte and demand, "Are you okay?" Charlotte still burned with anger, and a wave of embarrassment crashed over her as she replayed that moment in the guild. So hard, she clenched her fist and swore that nobody had ever pushed her like they did today. As she kept screaming that she'd make that gnome regret crossing her, swearing she'd get stronger and come back, the same mysterious stranger suddenly called her out of nowhere. He stepped closer, threw out a quick apology, then introduced himself as Lang, a cleric, and offered the boys a document to come with him. The paper laid out one of the guild's quests, so Charlotte snatched it, screamed that it was a request to wipe out kobolds, and practically basked in that contract. Yukito stared up in total disbelief and snapped, asking why Lang decided to cooperate, and Lang admitted it all. This kid hit him with a mug of magic, and that magic totally blew his mind. The man thrust out his hand and snapped that he didn't have enough men, because he was a cleric, and the people standing before him were a knight and a mage, a lineup Lang swore was perfectly balanced. Charlotte flashed a smile and promised it wouldn't be a problem. So Yukito shut his eyes to doubt, grabbed his book, and went to uncover what that suspicious man was really up to. Lang was a level 3 warrior who swore by Osmer, the god who kept justice and fairness alive in this world. And when Yukito saw that, he grinned, thinking he'd panicked for nothing, since he'd already decided all adventurers were just too arrogant to worry about. Yukito shot his hand out and shook Lang's tightly, and Lang grinned, thanking him, saying they'd definitely click from here on out. Yukito figured this was the best shot he could ask Lang for, because with him, the boy could finally rack up experience and score real resources the safest way possible. Yukito grinned so wide it lit up his face, laughed off the compliment, and told her with real conviction that yeah, good people still exist out there. After what felt like forever, the new crew finally hit the right spot, the kobolds' territory, where a gloomy dungeon lurked, carved by towering stone cliffs and dripping, damp walls. Yukito tilted his head up, feeling the air go thick and sticky, but the heat didn't match the swelter at all. Lang then told him straight up to watch his step. Yukito couldn't stop staring at the man who saved them. Thanks to Lang, they finally got to officially register as adventurers. The boy thanked Lang again while Lang trailed right behind him, and Lang tipped a hand to his chest, flashed a smile and said, once more there was no need to thank him. After hooking up with Lang, Yukito dashed back to the guild to re-register as an adventurer. But the usual crew was gone, and nobody was out there bragging about their wins. When the guild staff found out Charlotte was the Duke of Brunia's daughter, they flipped their attitude on the spot and rolled out the red carpet. After everything that happened, they snapped up the gear they needed, and then marched straight into that unregistered dungeon. Every would-be adventurer got a copper plate that could spill a tiny bit of truth, and your rank shot up or sank based on how many achievements you pulled off, unlocking better, more valuable, and more accurate intel. As Yukito kept pushing ahead, a crackling snap hit his ears, then came a muffled squeak. He snapped his gaze up and saw bats swarming above him. After he'd gone through the book, everything clicked. This cave wasn't random at all, it was their natural home. Lang said it was finally time to fight the kobolds, and it felt like that guild order didn't come out of nowhere. Like the city's sudden population surge had something to do with it. Yukito didn't waste a second. He hunted down the answer in the book and landed on the right page. Kobolds were tiny, notorious cowards and total weaklings, but they made up for it by stalking and hunting together in packs. Lang rubbed his hands together and grilled Yukito about the spell he'd cooked up today. Yukito said his big move was sleep, and Lang grinned, calling it painfully reliable. Charlotte shot ahead, grilling everyone about traps, and Lang warned her to stay sharp, because none of them could spot or disarm them, and kobolds sure as hell weren't great at that either. Yukito kept moving, his mind still replaying how those goblins almost killed him the moment he got dropped into this world. Sure, the traps weren't everywhere, but the ones that did exist were built to end him. Suddenly, Charlotte caught a noise up ahead. She shoved the torch forward, snapped everyone to attention, and shouted that whatever was lurking in the shadows was coming fast. The adventurers dug in and stared straight into the dark. Then kobolds burst out of the shadows and charged to rip them apart, while a few flung rocks from afar that could have barely scratched them. Yukito got pinned from both sides, and Charlotte kept shielding herself as she yelled, "I'm protecting the guy, he can cast his spell and hit back." Yukito shut his eyes tight and thrust his hands into motion, casting a spell, promising a short, gentle sleep for humanoid creatures. Yukito shot his arms out and cast sleep. Boom, magic slammed down on the creatures, dropping them into a roughly 1-minute haze while quietly draining their health. The kobold packs that ambushed Yukito and his crew crumpled to the ground, knocked out cold. Then the kid grinned like he'd just crushed it. Suddenly, a kobold that had never even been inside the spell's radius exploded out of cover, raised his blade, and surged toward the boy like he was about to strike any second. Lang barked the words for Osmond's verdict ***, and a burst of speed surged through him. Then he lunged in and erased the danger hanging over the team's wizard. Lang flashed a grin and warned it was deadly. Then he started whirling his weapon and vowed to wipe out those monsters fast. The moment Lang swung, Yukito blurted, "Stop," and even the cleric stared at him in total confusion, while Yukito was already thinking, "I've got to get stronger." The boy roared that he'd take these opponents down, no help, just him, and Yukito got it instantly. If he wanted real experience, he had to beat the enemy with his own hands. Lang stared at the boy in shock, then tossed his weapon back over his shoulder. No arguments, no hesitation. Yukito shot him a grateful smile, once again realizing that stacking experience points and leveling up didn't just make him stronger. It kept shaping who he became in this world. It was like the folks of the eternal world couldn't even understand their own universe's rules, until Yukito shut that mystery down because he held the book of the world. The boy pulled his blade, crept toward the sleeping kobold, locked eyes on the monster for one tense beat, then lifted the knife high over his head. Yukito stared down the monster with iron nerves, offered a quiet apology, and swore it would be his meal today. Then he drove his blade in and blood erupted right away. When the boy finished, he shoved himself up from his seat and, chin still down, urged the others to get moving. Then Charlotte snapped that he'd got blood all over his clothes. When Yukito pushed to finish the job, Lang's gut screamed trouble, his anger surged, and he shoved it down hard so no one else could see. After that, wiping out the kobolds went smoothly, all thanks to Lang's brutal attacks and Charlotte's rock-solid defense, basically her armor doing the protecting. Yukito kept pounding kobolds, racking up experience with every kill until he was practically at the finish line, just 5 points short of leveling up. Yukito's next moves lit Long up with fury, because that kid kept showing up, reading his magic book again and again. And before they even realized it, they were shoved straight into the lair's heart, where goblin remains littered the floor. Staring at the human skeletons too, Yukito couldn't shake the feeling that the local people and the passing travelers had somehow fought, killed, and stripped them clean. Charlotte hunched over the dead bones, folded her arms tight and begged Luria, her god, to hush these wandering souls and grant a blessing for the departed. The girl insisted they could keep going but warned they'd better turn back. Yukito nodded, saying he had to recharge with some sleep, and Lang, looming behind him, snapped that this was the perfect moment to do it. He snapped around and slammed Charlotte from behind. No one saw it coming, and the hit sent her crashing to the ground, armor and all. The girl froze, mouth shut tight, unable to get a single word out. So Yukito snapped around and shouted her name, panic in his voice, then demanded what she was doing. Lang bared his teeth and snapped that Yukito was a clueless rookie who overplayed his strength, then got himself wiped out in the kobold lair, the kind of perfectly ordinary tale people love to believe. Yukito couldn't wrap his head around it. This had to be a trap. The book said his character was supposed to be kind, so why in the world would a cleric working for Osman, the god of justice, swing a blade at them? Lang's eyes burned with intensity as he declared he'd never let anyone who worships an evil god even use the name of his mighty god. And for that guy, it was an outright insult, leaving Yukito totally baffled about what kind of evil god belief he was really talking about. Lang blurted that he could feel the vile aura of the evil goddess Nephilia leaking out of that boy. And the second Lang spotted him at the bar, he bided his time like a predator, ready to strike and send him straight to Naraku. Osmer's faith bonus let him feel the evil god looming around him, and spot any divine protection others carried too, and he could pull this trick again and again all day long. Yukito figured it was the book's fault. The man latched onto him and treated him like a lowly minion of the goddess who used to own it. Now it clicked. This is what good means to Lang, wipe out the followers of evil gods. He told him that Osmer handed him the job of crushing the evil god's influence in this world. Lang stared at Charlotte as she fought to get back on her feet, then strode right up, lifted his leg across hers and burst out laughing. Like, of course the Duke's armor would throw her around because she was totally fine. Yukito snapped at Lang to back off, insisting Charlotte had nothing to do with it, but the cleric slammed the accusation down. Charlotte was guilty for trailing an evil god's follower. Lang scooped Charlotte's sword off the ground, grinned, and swore it was exactly what he needed to obliterate them, because this blade was going to power his greatest deeds. Yukito grinned and told Lang he'd crashed hard, because where the kid came from, hurting people and stealing were pure evil. Lang froze in terror, then rage ignited in his veins. Could they really call him evil when she'd handed Osmer herself? He couldn't swallow it, especially not after all that work, wiping out the infidels and seizing their weapons for good. Lang barked for the guy to hold his position, then exploded forward with an instant attack, yet Yukito slipped the strike and dodged it clean. Lang snapped that he'd never let the boy blink, and then he barreled back into his attack. Yukito screamed back that he wasn't a Nephilius follower at all, just someone carrying her book that explained this world. He just shoved the guy aside and cut the argument off instantly, saying he sensed a dangerous aura in him, so there was no point debating it. Yukito ripped the book open, panic surging as he realized he had to act now. He had to figure out how to strike back at Lang. Once again, Lang barreled in and swung that cross-shaped hammer, and the boy yelled, "Magic bolt," then slammed the spell straight at the cleric. The impact detonated in a massive blast, blasting nearby rocks out of the way, and Yukito got yanked backward too. Then Lang vanished from sight. Huddled behind a huge rock, Yukito stared as the smoke finally started to thin out, then grabbed a book, convinced he'd cracked the whole problem. But right then, the boy caught the sound of footsteps creeping closer, and Yukito couldn't stop shaking after that sudden turn. Right then, Lang's voice cut in. He claimed the kid had a whole new ace besides sleep, but still, he dismissed the young man as nothing but some brat. Lang crouched beside the stone where Yukito sat, pressed his hand to it, and bragged that he'd dodged the wizard's bolt. Then he surged forward, swung hard, and screamed that this was the end. Right when the swing hit full speed, a piercing whistle tore through the dungeon. Yukito snapped his head around, yelled his companion's name, and screamed that they had to move right now, while Lang Dai froze, stunned by the chaos unfolding in front of him. The second Lang's eyes flickered off him, Yukito shot in behind his back, knife clenched in both hands, and that guy's face screamed total confidence in what he was about to do. Lang caught it with the edge of his eye, Yukito shot past him in a blur, and the cleric's jaw dropped, stunned that the kid's dexterity was so absurd he could pull off moves like that. Yukito stared down the third-level warrior's armor, spotted a nasty gap, and instantly knew he'd have to hit that weak spot or lose the fight. Yukito slammed his blade with everything he had into the opening beneath Lang's arm, and the moment it struck, Lang erupted into a blood-curdling scream as red poured from the split in his armor, proof the stealth hit landed clean. Lang kept screaming as blood poured out, his body sagging inch by inch toward the ground, and the cleric lunged in to clamp a hand over the wound, while Yukito loomed above him, still gripping the knife. Still reeling from that brutal hit, Lang snapped his gaze up at the boy and demanded to know how he moved that fast. Only thieves, the boy said, could pull off that kind of technique. Gasps tore out of Yukito as he tried to catch his breath, and he swore he had the tricks of both a magician and a thief, so all Lang could do was sit there, wildly guessing what kind of class he even was. Yukito knew he nailed it, because from the start he didn't cast that magic bolt at Lang at all. He aimed it straight for the bat lurking right behind him. By taking down that creature, he didn't just survive. He leveled up on the spot, snagging the exact experience points he needed to finally earn his promotion. Before Lang even attacked, the boy had been glued to that book, learned that beating a bat earns 15 EXP, and realized he was only 9 points away. In the end, everything turned out for the best, and Yukito couldn't stop thinking about it later, because now he was convinced he could go multi-class by upgrading the abilities from different classes. Observation, class skill, and thieves only let him spot his opponent's weak spots the moment he needed it most. Once Yukito spotted a weak seam in the armor, he snapped into action and fired off his next class skill, sneak attack. Then drove the blade into the enemy's vital point to crank the thief skill's damage up by several times. Lang couldn't swallow what happened. He snapped and cursed at the boy, insisting over and over that Yukito was nothing but a follower of an evil god. Speaking hurt like hell, every sentence raked his throat, and he erupted into brutal coughing fits. Then, gasping as he stared at Yukito, he finally admitted it was his own mistake. Lang kept his hand pressed to the wound, forced a shaky smile, and admitted he didn't have the strength left to fight, because that kid had blown every last one of his charms. Then he told the kid he'd probably want to bail, and he rushed to heal the girl Lang had knocked down right there on the ground, while the cleric nodded and suggested they call it a draw for today. Lang kept talking, pushing the boy to drop the misery between them, because in his eyes it shouldn't be the clash of different gods that drives anyone to murder. Yukito kept standing there listening for a moment, but Lang didn't get an answer, because Lang flipped his mind and turned on a dime, then spun around and strode straight toward Charlotte. After that, Lang burst into laughter in his own head, so quiet nobody else could hear it, and he just thought Yukito was a total idiot for buying his lies and handing the cleric that precious time. He pushed himself up, convinced that since he was a monk he could heal fast, then tear down a couple of them. Lang suddenly felt it, something was wrong, something was missing, so he started hunting for his seal, the one the man never let go of, and right as Yukito stood nearby, the cleric's eyes snapped straight to him. That guy was gripping the exact thing Lang needed right this second, and Yukito could only assume this was what Osmer's warrior was hunting for. Armed with this intel, Yukito stayed one move ahead of his opponent, because after studying Lang's class, he knew that Monk couldn't pull off the Faith spell without that exact item. Using Pickpocket from another class skill, the boy quietly snatched the tiny object without a single soul noticing. Then Lang's anger snapped on like a switch, and he started baring his teeth. Lang dug deep for one last burst of strength, rage surging as he charged at Yukito and barked, "Brat." Again, then the monk swore he'd kill the kid. Lang was barely standing, so Yukito shot past him, snatched his head, and slammed his mouth shut. The very next second, the boy hit the ground, not holding back. Yukito kept shutting him down, smirking as he sarcastically apologized to Lang, snapping that the kid wasn't nearly as kind as a Smar's warrior. Then Lang jerked to break free, but his struggles were totally pointless. Yukito snapped into furious spell shouting, begging for the pure water of the blue tide. Then Lang's eyes went wide as he finally realized exactly what the mage was trying to do. Yukito roared again, promising the monk his chance to heal his soul and wash away his hatred. Then water slowly started spilling from the mage's hands. Water creation was a level 0 spell, voiced and triggered on command. With 0 resistance, no lasting duration, and it could conjure up to 10 liters of water in an instant. When it was all over, Yukito hauled the girl out of the dungeon, and the two of them sprinted straight for the inn, because on the way he healed her up, and they arrived way faster than expected. Charlotte cradled a mug of hot tea and told everyone Yukito saved her. He handed her a healing potion to drink when she needed it most, and the Duchess couldn't stop thanking the one guy who never once abandoned her when trouble hit. Yukito flashed a grin and told her he felt pure relief, because they were finally safe now, and he'd even sent that guy to stand guard, so everything was going to be all right. In the end, Yukito and Lang's story crashed like a storm. Yukito sold off his gear and weapons to scrape together the money he needed, then snatched Lang's healing potion right out of his hands. That healing potion kicked in, and Charlotte finally started getting back on her feet, way better than before. Then the guy leaned in, shook his head, and admitted how naive and careless he'd been. He also knew this. If he'd been late and missed that all-important experience, he and Charlotte would already be dead and trapped in that dungeon for eternity. Yukito could feel it. He wasn't ready for any of this. Then little by little, he threw logic out the window and swallowed the book's truth whole until it finally clicked and he got it. Yukito cut right to it. He couldn't live in this world as a coward, plain and simple. And he knew deep down that he had to get stronger if he wanted to save his sister. Meanwhile, deep in a shadowy dungeon, a single weak flame flickered while a crowd packed the dark, rustling breaths and whispered noises crawling through the air. Their black hooded faces loomed as they gathered at the altar, surrounded by the bodies of young girls, chanting in perfect unison that the moon had finally risen. As he prayed at the altar, carved with a horned skull that looked just like Nephilia, a voice suddenly cut through the air, announcing that the goddess of fate had finally begun speaking to the people. Soon, a massive dragon-like monster started crawling into view, and a harsh voice demanded they seize the one who dared steal the Book of Peace, while the worshippers swore they'd obey Lady Nephilia's command. Right then, Yukito sat shoulder to shoulder with Charlotte in a cozy room, chatting while she burst into loud laughter every so often and kept sipping her tea. The next morning, while Charlotte was still buried in sleep, Yukito was already up and locked in, flipping through the Book of the World again, hunting for anything that could help. Because after what happened with Lang, he finally understood just how powerful that thing really was. Yukito checked his sister's page again and found the exact spot still missing. Then he snapped the book open and flipped forward to the next pages. Yukito flipped open the book to his own page, and right there he saw it. His class was gone, replaced by Rogue Wizard. Then he leveled up and went full multi-class, juggling mage power with a thief's sneaky edge. The rogue comes packed with killer tricks, spotting danger, listening in on secrets, knowing dungeon routes, even disguises. And that information-gathering power could be exactly what we need to track down Sana. People with multi-classing can pull off way more, but right when their job level jumps, their skills start slipping. And Charlotte even says adventurers with mixed jobs are super rare. As he kept flipping through the Book of the World, the boy finally realized, somehow his thief skill had slipped to him by pure accident. Yukito knew this wasn't just luck. He had to study it hard so he could figure out where his sister was. Then the boy finally spotted the one thing that had haunted him since he arrived, his max health, locked at exactly 1. Yukito clutched his head, sweat pouring down like a storm, and he couldn't wrap his mind around why his health was the absolute worst in the entire world. The Book of Peace promised his health would jump by 1 every time he leveled up, but he didn't buy it. He swore it was all wrong, same as reincarnation. Rage boiled in his chest, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was all Nephilia's doing, especially since he'd hurt her so badly. And then he slammed right back into the book. The guy froze on the page about goddess Nephilia and realized she was brutally self-assured, merciless to her foes, and powerful enough to boost faith through something called Nephilia's grace. Yukito clocked it right away. He had to dig into what this bonus could do, and the weirdest part was his own curiosity. If Nephilia was an evil god, then what kind of mercy could she possibly offer? Sweat kept pouring down the young man's face as his grip tightened on the book. Then the boy spotted something that genuinely shook him to the core, and the evil goddess immediately took notice. The book declared that the girl was the god of fate, and that her curse could ruin anyone who got in her way. While the guy's hands started to shake like crazy, yet he kept reading anyway. Yukito realized that the religious bonus wasn't a blessing at all, it was a curse. His poison resistance shot up, but his health never healed or grew, and the goddess flat-out refused to let him follow any other faith. Nephilia wasn't alone. Her sister was the goddess of light, Xandu, and this wild, chaotic spirit wasn't just bright and shining. She also carried the terrifying name Queen of Darkness, the mother of the dead. She carried an evil soul, prowled the night as an undead assassin and ruthless thief, and even commanded her own dragon like a weapon. Yukito finally understood why his health was so pitiful. He was trapped under the curse of Nephilia, a curse that stopped him from gaining or restoring even a single drop of strength. Yukito slammed his fist into the wall, still seething because he couldn't even rewrite his own faith. While the Scotties just sat there, choking on jealousy. To Yukito, the whole thing felt like a slap in the face because those bonuses are worse than any curse. He realized this world isn't just monsters that are ruthless and itching to attack. People are just as bad as Lang. And with threats coming from every direction, he still couldn't figure out how he was supposed to survive with only 1 HP. Yukito whirled toward the window. Then he heard Bedlin rustling right behind him, and the guy snapped around in panic, because just a minute ago he'd slammed into the wall loud enough to shake the place. He flashed a smile, snapped his book shut, and apologized for waking her up. And then Charlotte smirked and said Yukito had already been awake way too early. Charlotte wasn't kidding about never parting with her sword, she even slept with it beside her. Then she yawned, shot him a good morning, and asked how he'd slept. The girl shot her arms up like she was waking the whole room, peered out the window, and smiled at the great weather. While Yukito hid behind a book, cheeks burning because she was still in her pajamas. When the girl stood up, Yukito's embarrassment skyrocketed. His mouth gaped like he was about to shout, but he clenched his silence. Charlotte didn't even clock it and casually told him to grab breakfast at the guild. She flashed a shy smile and told him, "We've got to go all in today," then tugged her hair over to the side and met his eyes straight on. At that moment, Yukito curled up and burrowed under the blanket, locking himself away, and the instant Charlotte noticed, she shot out of bed and demanded, "What's wrong?" Yukito yanked his hands over his head, stunned by how helpless she was, and he couldn't wrap his mind around why they'd been left alone in the same room. After Charlotte finished washing up and throwing on fresh clothes, Yukito finally steadied himself, calm flooding in as his thoughts snapped back into focus. Then they both got ready and tore out of the inn for the Adventurers Guild. Inside the building, a whole crowd was already packed in. Everyone sat shoulder to shoulder, chatting away about the jobs they just pulled off. Yukito swung the door open and stepped inside first, while Charlotte, still in her everyday clothes, trailed after him, keeping her distance behind the young man. The second they showed up at the entrance, a dark-haired girl behind the front desk greeted them. Then she clocked the chaos around them and flashed a smile, saying they finally looked like real adventurers. With a grin, she jabbed a finger at the board and said it was where announcements lived. So new assignments popped up there nonstop, and the kids could grab whichever ones they wanted. Yukito and Charlotte inched toward the huge board to see what they could grab, because if they were really going to stick together, they needed something they could actually handle. As he started reading, flashy job offers jumped out at him. Research city sewage for 60 gold, wipe out a huge bunch of mice for 80 coins, or dig into the remains of an ancient civilization for 200 coins. Charlotte's eyes snapped to one of the announcements, then she wasted no time and called Yukito. The girl told her a request was out to kill a black dragon and the reward was a whopping 6,000 gold. The guy stepped in and basically declared it was impossible for them to pull it off. Then the girl grinned and said she'd be fine since she already had a dragon's sword, but Yukito couldn't shake the fear that she wasn't even close to mastering it. Yukito knew he had to crank up his adventurer rank fast to dig up answers about San, but grinding while he stayed stuck at 1 HP was pure death. No matter how many easy quests he stacked, they'd just burn too much time. While Yukito and Charlotte stared at the board, a man smashed into the guild and started yelling on the spot, clutching a tiny coin bag like it was a bomb, pulling everyone's eyes straight to him. The man spun around and yelled that he desperately needed help, only offering 30 coins, small change he knew, but enough to add up when the whole village chipped in. One of the white-robed adventurers shoved him aside and snapped, "You keep coming back but nothing ever changes." Then he leaned in and warned, "And don't expect anyone to take a losing request below market price." Charlotte burst forward, slapped her hands over the old man, and raced to shield him from getting thrown out. Then she yelled at the adventurers to stop being so brutal. The man leaned in and told the girl, "Adventurers get to pick their jobs," then added, "And if the pay's too low, nobody's going to work for you." Charlotte stayed on him and declared it was the Holy Knight's job to rescue anyone in need. No pay needed, no excuses. So she refused to let that poor old man be treated like this. The two adventurers who'd been chatting with Charlotte snapped around and bolted the other way. And when they finally spoke, they said the newcomers were acting downright rude. Charlotte grabbed the gray-haired man by the shoulders and demanded to know if he was okay. He snapped his gaze up, said he was fine, but you could tell he was shaking with fear. Yukito shot the man a look and muttered that 30 gold was way too stingy compared to the other quests plastered on the board. He figured those adventurers made the smart call to stay away, because even wiping out mice and crawling through the city sewers paid better than helping some random guy. Yukito could feel Charla might actually be sweet, but he didn't have time for maybes. This world had one mission for him: find his sister and waste 0 seconds. The boy stepped up to the gray-haired man and begged for forgiveness. Then the old man stared in pure horror, gripping his bag so tight it looked like it would tear, and Charlotte couldn't believe the cold, careless reaction. An old man wailed that he'd been living in Ida village, then confessed his house got set upon by a pack of black wolves, and they kept ramming the villagers again and again. He warned that at this pace his village would get wiped out for good, and Yukito snatched up the book and cracked it open, his mind instantly buzzing with Ada village like he'd seen it before. The moment that guy spotted the village's location on the map, his whole expression snapped into something dead serious, and that one detail threw everything off course and shaped his next move. A marker in the village pointed to where his sister might be, and the second the boy grasped she could be in danger, color drained from his face. He kept staring at the book, then turned his attention to the newcomer who just stepped in front of him, and Charlotte noticed the shift in his face, so she demanded to know what happened. The man got tagged as the head of Ida village, nothing flashy, just steady and decent, and he kept staring at the wizard with raw, pleading eyes. Yukito stared up at him again, and yeah, something about his face screamed that he truly wanted to save the village. But Lang's case proved there were pieces he couldn't see, like the hidden strings pulling everything in place. Yukito knew that this exact mark might be the trail leading the guys straight to Sana's location, but it could also be a total red herring. Yukito slammed the book shut, declaring they'd take on the task and back the old man to the end, and the boy knew it, every bit of it. With zero reaction on their faces, Yukito felt the truth hit. These people didn't buy a word he said, so he hammered the point again. They were taking the old man's job, and he knew full well it could get deadly. Once they'd agreed to the order, the old man and the boys marched outside and rode escort with the village chief, who bowed deeply to the young men before he swung into the saddle. He promised he'd be kind if the heroes would wait for him until tomorrow. Then he pitched a meetup at the castle gate, swung onto his horse, and rode off down the road. Charlotte watched him disappear, grinned, and said the village chief was probably over the moon, especially since they agreed to help, unlike those other adventurers. She spun to Yukito, fist clenched, and declared she'd always known he was a good person. Then the guy stared down, shaken, because he finally realized there was something she knew that he didn't. When Yukito and Charlotte slipped back to their inn, Yukito snatched up the Book of Peace and dived right into it, cracking open the page packed with info on black wolves as his next journey loomed. He realized this wasn't some small scare, it was a real threat. If it was just one wolf, they could wipe the problem out fast, but a whole pack, that flips everything. The boy knew they had to train hard because they couldn't strike first. So Yukito swore he wanted a bow, since with the Thief class he'd be able to unleash projectiles for real. He figured he had to shove magic aside for a bit, because spells and straight-up attacks weren't the same, and then reality hit hard. The bow alone cost 15 gold, while the armor set was a whopping 150. And now he had to grab a potion for Charlotte, hunt down gear for himself, and the whole thing was starting to feel hopeless, until he dug out his wallet and found he only had 40 coins left. That hit him like the final nail. Yukito crumpled to the floor, and all he could think was that this whole thing had been a total failure. Then the guy realized even a single healing potion costs 50 gold, and he couldn't afford it either. He's down to 1 HP, broke to the bone, and the guy goes, "All right, guess I'd better grab that cheat staff before anyone else does." Yukito snatched the book and flipped through it at lightning speed, hunting for anything that could help him wring out more money. No matter what, gear was going to be essential, and before long the boy spotted exactly what he needed. He burst out in pure joy, then froze as the truth hit him. It was time to hit the road. Yukito threw himself together in seconds, burst out of the room, and tore down to the stables. There he spotted Charlotte already soothing her horse, and he wasted no time laying out his plan to her. The girl started snapping Rocinante's cage shut in sheer terror, insisting she couldn't be sold, she was family, not merchandise. So Yukito stepped in and swore they wouldn't sell her at all, they'd only use her as collateral and bring her back for sure later. Yukito told us trained warhorses could be sold for 600 gold. But if you pawned them using Rocinante, you'd only pull in 300 gold. Still enough to grab the gear we needed before we headed to the village. She decided to ask what else they could do, then it hit her. They could finally finish exploring the sewers, even though Yukito snapped that they wouldn't wrap it up until tomorrow. Later, he decided Charlotte was the dube's daughter, so she must have been sitting on a pile of cash. He demanded to know how many coins she had right this second. She scrambled for her tiny purse, flipped it open, and announced she'd only got 13 gold coins. Then Yukito snapped, "What, that's all? That's barely anything." Charlotte insisted she had walked away from the Duke's wealth out of her own sheer will, refusing to touch a single coin, and she added that she was traveling with only what she had in her hands. She said that at first, sure, she still had more, but she spent it all on the beggars she ran into on the road, and the moment she said that, Yukito twisted into a grim little smile because he couldn't help thinking she was just too kind. Later, the guy finally remembered the moment at the hotel reception, when that girl demanded a double room, and it stunned Yukito, because she clearly figured this was the smartest way to save gold. Charlotte's nerves spiked, and then she blurted out that they could bring the warhorse on the mission, giving them the heavy backup they needed to wipe out the wolves. Yukito said they couldn't bring Rocinante this time, and when Charlotte heard that, shock hit her so hard she blurted out why, like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yukito told them the warhorse would smash through any of them, but this round they weren't chasing glory, they were fighting to save the village, while the wolves came at them with speed and a swarm of numbers. With the attack closing in, even a warhorse couldn't save the village or those boys, and Yukito already had a plan blazing in his head. He pointed straight at Charlotte and told her he'd finally put her on the front lines. The girl blinked in shock and asked if she heard him right. Yukito nodded and said he'd finally figured out how they could win the fight without getting a single scratch. He said they didn't need to do anything else, just figure out how to get the money to buy Rocinante, and the second she caught on, she'd finally let him pawn the horse. Yukito clutched the girl by the shoulders and shook her, barking that it was for the village's good, yet she couldn't force herself to hand the horse over to a stranger. Yukito had an idea. Then he yanked his hands off Charlotte's shoulders, spun his gaze toward the warhorse, and told her, "Rocinante will tell you everything you need to know." A blazing light erupted right as Charlotte scrambled to hide, and Yukito kept pushing his directed magic until out of the horse a talking voice spilled out, and it was male. Rocinante promised her everything would be okay, and now Charlotte had to trust Yukito the same way she trusted her, because somehow she could actually hear her horse's thoughts. Yukito told them about a wild spell called Talking to Animals. It let you understand every creature around you and even talk back in clear human words. Rocinante suddenly shot upright, screamed at the top of her lungs, and pounded her hooves into the earth. Charlotte's face went pale as she blurted, "What's happening to you?" Rocinante dropped down again and blurted out that she was sorry. She said it was nothing, just a split-second panic when the warhorse felt the urge to fight, and Charlotte promised that the warhorse was taking care of her. As Rocinante shot a glance at Yukito, who just stood there stroking her, Charlotte couldn't help noticing it. Something about this horse's voice felt weird, like it didn't fit her, not when she was a woman. Rocinante told the girl, "Don't sweat it, she's doing this just for fun." Then the horse chimed in, "Charlotte, go on and hand yourself over as collateral. After all, it was your idea." Charlotte was stunned, trying to figure out if it was actually true, and Yukito only lowered his head with a heavy sigh. An adventurer who knew he needed the right gear, but had zero money. So he turned to his spell and leaned on the horse's wisdom to help him make his choices. Yukito kicked his persuasion into overdrive, pressing so hard that tears started to spill. Then the boy snapped his head away and begged them not to, but they said they had to think about Rocinante's feelings. Charlotte burst into tears and said she was so sorry, she never once thought about Yukito and Rocinante's feelings. Then she snapped out another apology, admitting she didn't deserve to be a paladin. Yukito finally said the thing he should have said way earlier, while Charlotte scooted in close to her warhorse, pressing her cheek to its muzzle. Then she told the girl they'd have to separate for a while. Charlotte shoved her into a tighter embrace, blurted that they were heading out on errands, and promised they'd snatch Rocinante back by ransom soon. As the girl kept pouring out bitter tears, Rocinante's eyes burned too. She stared at her mistress as she turned to go. And then Charlotte yelled at the horse to stop and wait for them. Right then, Yukito was already pocketing the collateral gold, handed to him by a young stable slave, who fought tooth and nail to hide his excitement until the very last second. Charlotte bolted for the exit, while Yukito gripped the gold and begged his own conscience, because he'd just lied to them both. Then the guy fired off a spell that threw out a ghostly animal voice. Next, they tore back to the heart of town, where the shop signs were everywhere, because they had to load up fast and grab potions for Charlotte, who was about to charge into the front lines. He slipped into the weapon shop, sprinted straight to the wall lined with bows and crossbows. Then Yukito started eyeing the firearms, picking the one he knew would hit harder. Then they ducked into a shop packed with potions already for sale, and Yukito scanned the shelves like he was hunting for one more lifeline, only to find out Charlotte knew absolutely nothing about potions at all. The village sat far away, so they snagged a ride on a passing carriage loaded with goods, heading back from Orbed to its home. When Yukito finally reached the village, he stared at a tiny settlement, maybe 15 to 20 buildings huddled together, while a deep moat ringed the whole place, guarding it from anything trying to come in from the outside. Yukito threw down his spell, levitation kicked in, and he shot into the sky, hovering above the village like a warning beacon. So we've got to snap into action, build a clear defense plan, and lock the villagers who can fight into position right now. Yukito grabbed a scrap of paper and a pen, then started sketching a tiny map of the village, marking the enemy's approach routes and where the defenders stood. Soon, the guy clocked a weird detail. By one of the buildings stood a guard way too big for the job, and these guys weren't scanning the area at all. They were pacing back and forth over just one single entrance inside. Yukito began his descent, and right where the guy was about to touch down, Charlotte was already waiting, ripping into him with, "Did you notice anything that could help us?" The levitation fizzled out bit by bit. Because that spell is the first tier, it only reaches 60 feet, and it lasts up to 10 minutes before the magic gives out. And the spell didn't stop there. It let the caster trap any object or creature, lifting it up to 20 feet with a total max of 100 straight into the air, but once the timer hit 0, everything snapped back and plummeted. Once he'd scoured the whole village, they snatched a quick snack and headed straight for the house they'd been assigned. Because the sky was already turning dark, and that meant an attack was about to hit. Yukito struck a match, lit a candle, and laid out a map on the table. Then he swore he'd mapped the village himself. The first assault would smash in from the cliff behind it, and the second would hit the moment they exploited the broken fence. The guy started rubbing his chin and stayed quiet, eyes locked in deep thought. Then Charlotte said he must have spotted something weird because he was thinking way too seriously. Yukito nodded like, "Yeah, that's exactly what you're seeing," then jabbed a finger at one building in the village. The kids swore it was just a barn, so why was it locked down so hard? And after that attack, you'd think the guards would have been posted somewhere else, right? So the boy finally put the pieces together. Something in this village was definitely hiding from the adventurers, and that barn was the real reason people kept showing up at the guild. Yukito kept shouting that they needed help, like this was tied to whatever sparked the black wolves that were about to tear into them. 3 things hit him at once: the black wolves, the villagers' secret, and the symbol lurking inside the book. And Yukito had no clue how they'd all link up, but it was the first real clue to get closer to Sana. The boy clenched his fist so tight his knuckles burned, swearing he'd grab every inch of any lid, no matter how tiny, and he vowed he'd find Sana no matter what it took. That's why he kept stepping up every single day, ready to wrestle every difficulty and claw his way through a world that had already shown its cold, cruel, and unfair side. On the streets, patrols kept pacing the area beside that same barn, while the peasants clutched whatever they had, pitchforks, shovels, and other blunt tools pulled straight from home. One of the girls leaned in and started listening, then snapped that it was way too quiet out there. No howling at all, before the man beside her warned them not to drop their guard just because adventurers had stepped in. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a stunning elven girl burst into view, wrapped in furs and riding straight toward the village on a black wolf everyone had been waiting for. A tight little pack of black wolves crept toward Yukido and Charlotte's village, closing in on the attack they knew was coming. Only 10 to 12 of them, but mean enough to feel like an army. One of the wolves let out a piercing howl to rouse the pack, and that same scream rolled into the village. At the main gate, villagers and adventurers tensed up as the residents rushed to warn everyone the enemy was advancing. Yukido planted himself at the front, gripping his brand new crossbow, while Charlotte called from behind, saying the wolves had shown up, just like Yukido had warned her earlier. The boy spun around and saw it, no grit at all in the peasants' eyes. Fear swallowed them, and they kept flicking glances at the adventurers who'd come to help, like they weren't exactly the safe kind. Yukido spun around and snapped at everyone behind him, telling them they'd better stick to the plan he'd laid out, because that's the only way they're walking out as winners. She swallowed hard and said they'd do it, but the moment Yukido shoved the weapon into her hands, Charlotte's stomach sank, because it didn't look anything like a paladin's blade. Yukido just smiled and said, no, not at all, because this was the kind of weapon people whispered about in legends, the kind everyone treated like sacred truth. The girl gasped that the guy knew way too much for a magician. He lowered his head, realizing he couldn't find any other way to deal with the blunt way Charlotte always tackled everything. But at least she trusted him, and honestly, that was more than enough. Suddenly, one spear holder thrust his hand forward and jabbed toward the bridge, yelling that a pack of wolves was about to strike, and that was enough to snap Yukido around at once. Those wolves didn't hesitate. They slammed forward in a tight pack line, defenses locked in, darting up to 15 meters each move, then snapping in with vicious bites. The wolves kept closing in, and panic hit the locals like a wave. Yukido snatched the scroll and barked for the girl to start acting, and she immediately snapped to it. She clasped her hands, summoned *sacred weapon ***, then wove divine blessing ***, and in an instant her blade grew stronger while holy power flooded her body. Meanwhile, Yukido cracked out bare power, resistance, and magic defense, because this whole gamble was riding on that new weapon and Charlotte's power, so every single buff got aimed straight at her. The wolves kept charging, teeth bared and fangs starting to flash. Then Charlotte let out a battle cry and lunged forward, cutting everyone a few meters behind her. Wielding her fresh spiked chain, the girl swung once, clean and ruthless, and smashed every attacking wolf off its feet, sending them crashing onto the bridge. A ton of the animals froze in shock, then tried to scramble upright, but it clearly hurt, and all they could manage were shaky little whines. Yukido kept his eyes locked on the scene, and relief hit him hard. Everything was playing out exactly like he'd planned, and the guy at the front suddenly blurted that the girl had wiped them all out and sent them crashing to the ground. Now it was time to kick off Plan 2, wipe out the attacking beasts for good. Yukido thrust out his hand and roared for every archer to loose their shots. The beast locked onto them one after another. Then the archers, already strung up and ready, loosed everything they had, and that arrow volley blasted across the whole bridge in an instant. Most of the wolves dropped instantly like puppets with their strings cut, crashing to the ground dead, while the archers kept firing straight up and relentless, until not a single one that could still stand was left breathing. The villagers erupted into triumphant cheers, swearing this plan would surely work if they kept up this pace, and their fighting spirit surged higher as that peasant-sensed victory drew closer. Yukido stayed razor-focused, and the moment the boy grabbed his books again, he dove into more clues, everything he could use. That spiked chain is powered by pure centrifugal force, and Charlotte's already basically a combat prodigy. So if Yukido boosts her magic, she'll be able to unleash the chain like a weapon from hell. This weapon's deadliest power is how it smashes the enemy to the ground. So if they can keep those beasts pinned at the entrance, they'll stay on the offensive and control the whole fight. The wolves kept surging in, and right when Charlotte lifted the chain to swing again, a black wolf pounced on her and snapped open its toothy jaws. Charlotte squinted, snapped her hand forward, and the wolf clamped down, snagging only her armor, its fangs unable to break through. The village chief looked utterly terrified for the girl, and the second the wolf yanked her away, he screamed at Charlotte, so Yukido jumped in trying to calm him, insisting the girl was okay. Of course they had to dodge those wolf attacks, but once magic armor locked in and spells started flying, the defense got absurdly high, so even a wolf bite barely managed to scratch them. Charlotte refused to back up, hammering wolves down one after another until the pack dwindled fast, and even the remaining beasts stopped charging her. Yukido understood one thing for sure. Charlotte raged in, slamming the wolves back with her chain, and then the villagers with bows and arrows would lock in and unleash their shots. The arrows kept thinning the black wolves, there were hardly any left, and the bridge was already strewn with broken bodies pierced again and again. Yukito gambled on a deadly plan. Squeeze the fight into a narrow corridor, nail a stationary vanguard in place, then unleash wave after wave of long-range fire to finish the job. The last wolves still standing. Those who hadn't gotten their shot at the attack yet pressed shoulder to shoulder, trading nervous looks, and it was obvious they'd already started conceding defeat. The archers were the first to explode into cheers, because they could see the wolves panicking and backing off, and Yukito knew it was all simple now. Those beasts were just backing away and regrouping. The wolves snapped their heads up and howled straight at the sky, and right then Yukito unleashed a brand new spell he'd been saving. The wolves surged forward again, trampling across that narrow bridge straight for Charlotte, who was already winding up her chain, ready to slam it down and shove this raid back. Yukito fired off a ghostly sound on purpose, because black wolves hunt in tight packs, barking to line up and coordinate their strikes, and if he could mimic that call, he could wreck their regrouping mid-attack. Another wolf pack crashed in, and this time Charlotte still followed the same grim playbook. She slammed her chain and mowed everyone down with a single swing, then the archers poured arrows straight into the fallen creatures. Yukito flashed a confident smirk, swearing that everything was running exactly as it should, and claiming his rushed, throw-together strategy was perfect. The young mage stared at the beasts and panic hit. Every time he blinked, more of them poured in and their numbers were terrifyingly small. All right, time to take the next step in this fight. To Yukito's shock, a village elder lunged from behind him, thrust his hand out, and jabbed a trembling finger at what stood there. His face twisted with pure terror as he stared. Over his head, the boy watched as the girl, mounted on a wolf, cleared the moat and burst past the village palisade, landing right in the middle of everything. This was the last thing Yukito had planned, so his face snapped into panic and he suddenly had no idea what to do next. The wolf slammed right into the peasants packed behind the vanguard, knocking tons of them flat, and then the girl leapt down like a bolt, snatching her bow. Panic ripped through the crowd, and some of them bolted in every direction at once. Meanwhile, the archers spun away from the bridge and started firing arrows straight at the wolf already tearing through the village. The wolf rider kept gliding overhead, dropping lower and lower. Then she launched an aerial bow attack, firing from the sky to return fire on the peasants with deadly long-range shots. She was deadly accurate with a bow, but she never went for anyone's life. She aimed straight for the bows used to fire back. Her wolf dug its claws in and pushed even harder, roaring to scare off anyone who blocked their path, until panic spread like wildfire, and people bolted home and slammed their front doors shut. The archers on the front line, weaponless, couldn't hold any more. They bolted and screamed for the gods. And before long the wolf finally closed in on his mistress. Yukito spun toward the villagers and roared, "Stay right there," because he couldn't believe anyone would be able to clear that huge fence so easily. Turns out the Black Wolves' commander was a human. Yukito never saw it coming, and if this keeps going, the village's defenses are about to get shattered. Still clenching her bow, she tore straight into the village's heart, sprinting past Yukito like he didn't even exist. The peasants finally threw down their fury and stopped cold, and the village chief on his knees watched as the girl surged forward, her speed and sudden dashes so wild they were almost unbelievable. The moment the village chief laid eyes on her, he clutched his own head and blurted out, "It's her." Stunned she'd somehow made it through alive. Yukito snapped his gaze onto the man trembling in front of him, and the guy stammered like he had something else to say. But he just couldn't grasp that the girl had somehow survived, and judging by his reaction, this likely wasn't their first run-in. Yukito snapped to the villagers that he was going after the girl, ordered everyone else to hold their ground and back Charlotte at the front, and that brutal twist kept hammering in the boy's mind. The boy stared at the arrows locked onto the weapons the peasants were about to unleash, and the sight of every piece of gear snapped in half left the magician's head full of burning questions. Meanwhile, the girl lingered beside the barn, once packed with guards, and started hammering the door with her fists like she was screaming for someone to come running. Yukito seized the instant while the girl and Furs had their backs turned, and the guy decided he'd knock her out, tie her up, and haul her off. But when she tried that spell, it fizzled, and the archer dodged it clean. Then she snapped an arrow straight at him, forcing him to hide behind a magic shield. The girl snapped in shock when the guy busted out magic and even bounced her arrow back at her. So she tightened her grip on her plan and decided she'd grab him alive, then drag the truth out of him. Yukito stared at her with burning anger and snapped that it was right there. Then he couldn't stop himself from thanking his lucky stars for learning that reflective spell, because moments later, a hand reached out toward him. The girl yanked the guy down hard, then wrapped her legs around him and pinned him to the ground. Yukito smashed into the earth with a brutal thud, but somehow walked away unhurt. In the next heartbeat, the warrior archer yanked the boy by his clothes and snapped her arrow tip toward him. Yukito was trapped in utter hopelessness. Yukito gaped in disbelief, an archer with speed that unreal. No way. The second the girl launched her attack on the village, he blurted out, desperate to understand why. The girl lined an arrow up at the guy's head, then deliberately let it thud just beside him, trying to scare him and prove she meant business. Yukito snapped his eyes open and stared straight at the archer. Then the girl snatched that same arrow, shoved it into the bow, and yanked the string, the titiwa right up to the magician's face, and Yukito finally got it. He had to uncover the truth, so he kept staring at her, refusing to look away. The archer fired up and asked Yukito straight out who that boy was, and right away she knew he didn't belong in this village. Yet she still couldn't figure out why he was here. Yukito snapped back that he was an adventurer on a mission straight from the village elder: destroy a whole pack of black wolves. The girl kept her eyes locked on the boy while Yukito started scanning his surroundings, uneasy about how weirdly quiet it all had gotten. Then the headman finally spilled the truth to Charlotte, and she bolted straight for the boy. Once Yukito blurted out what the village elder was tied to and what job the boy had in his hands, the girl ground her teeth, fury surging through her as she started to shake. She burst into screams, yelling that these villagers had dared to ruin them after they stole everything precious from her home. Then she tore into them as pathetic strangers. The girl swore she'd never forget or forgive the people of Iwa after what they did, and Yukito froze, staring as he blurted, "Wait, what are you talking about?" The girl yanked off her wolf mask, and the moment he saw her face, he locked onto her ears, straight up realizing an elf was standing right in front of him. Yukito kept shouting in pure confusion, demanding to know why that black wolf had torn into the village, while the girl just stared at the magician, silent as the storm. After Yukito snapped and asked what kind of nonsense was going on in that barn, the girl shot back that it wasn't just rumors. Her brothers were trapped in there inside. Rage started to boil in the guy as the whole situation spiraled. He finally realized he'd been tricked again, cut out all the important details. Then Charlotte spotted him and sprinted straight to his side, yelling his name. The girl yanked the arrow back and screamed that if Yukito dared step in her way, he'd die on the spot, while Charlotte was already right beside her, shaking with fear. Little by little, Yukito finally started getting the answers he'd been craving, so he pressed the elf again, asking about the prisoners still locked up inside the barn. The girl snapped that yep, that was exactly how it was. Then she tore into the villagers again, saying they'd caught and kidnapped the elf's younger sister, Lumilia. Charlotte hovered nearby, locked on as the girl raised her bow and aimed straight at him, danger screaming in every second. And then Charlotte finally snapped into action to stop it. She lunged for her magic sword, but Yukito snapped his hand up and cut her off. Then he slid the book in front of him, eyes locked on the elf, and the pages instantly started hunting for the exact one. She rolled in with the Pathfinder class, level 2 in hand, breathing that neutral good vibe, and her class skill, animal friendship, ready to win hearts fast. Yukito realized he'd been right to feel something was off about that destruction request. Thankfully, they didn't bring Rashinante, or this could have spiraled into something way worse. If Rashinante had fallen under the elf spell, it would have been pure disaster. This warhorse would have mowed down the villagers even quicker than the wolves. But the real mystery hit even harder. What was that symbol from the Book of Peace, and why was it now flashing on the elf's page, still leaving a storm of questions in its wake? That symbol matched Sana's perfectly, so it had to be the clue to where the girl was hiding, and this elf was probably tied to Yukito's sister somehow. Yukito tracked into this village, not for glory, just to find his sister, because the only reason he even accepted the mission was the chance she might be here. As he processed it all, he kept glaring in silence at the girl, finally seeing the full picture for what it was. And then the elf snapped, firing off an aggressive "Why are you so quiet?" Tension clung to the elf's face as she kept her bow drawn with that arrow, and Yukito knew right then was the moment. He had to step up beside her and take his place. Because he'd already trekked into this village and stumbled right into the chaos, the young man faced a real choice: stay and follow the first request to help the residents and earn 50 coins, or take the elf. Yukito was sure he could snag intel on San no matter what he picked in the end. Then reality hit, and right now he only had one choice. The girl started scanning the room, and everyone in the village leaned in, staring hard at the face-off between the adventurer and the elf, hanging on every word, waiting for the ending to explode. Finally, after a brief pause, Yukito blurted out that he understood what it felt like when your family gets ripped away from you. An elf froze in shock and stared straight at the wizard. Yukito kept pushing. He swore he'd help her and said they could search the barn together. Then he made his choice, stepping firmly onto the side of truth. The elf eyed the request with pure suspicion, like she couldn't figure out what this young man was even talking about. Because even if she trusted him, the village was packed with locals who'd already shown their real colors. Yukito started telling her the truth. He wasn't just traveling for fun, he was hunting for his missing little sister too. And that's exactly why he's desperate to help. As the girl stared at him, shock spreading across her face, Yukito didn't flinch. He said their situations could be different, but he still couldn't walk away while someone else was stuck in the very same mess. After a minute, the elf suddenly felt the adventurer's sincerity and solidarity, and that trust hit her like a wave. She believed him, eased the bow down bit by bit, and told him straight to his face that she finally understood. Then the girl snapped her finger at the guys and warned, dead serious, that Yukito had to understand this. If he ever tricked her, she'd kill him on the spot, no hesitation, and she vowed it to herself. Yukito hesitated a little, then told her not to stress, and before fear could grow, he introduced himself as Yukito. Charlotte followed right after, giving the girl her name too. Then they pressed her for the elf's name. She froze for a beat, stared ahead and strode straight to the barn, announcing, "I'm Serena." Yukito strode up to the barn, yanked the padlock off the door, and gave it a quick shake, muttering that a level 20 padlock was way too awesome to be locked in some basement. The boy ransacked his pocket for anything useful and just like that whipped out a lockpick. While Yukito swallowed his doubt, knowing he probably didn't have the knack to open it, but he had to gamble on a skill he'd never tried before. Lockpicking. The thieves' tools gave him a tiny edge, and right after that he started twisting them, sliding them into the keyhole like he meant to crack it open for real. After that first try, he crashed hard and admitted he just couldn't do it, but promised he'd go again, and Serena watched it all unfold, then let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Serena couldn't stand to wait any longer, so she surged forward and declared she'd crack the lock herself, and Charlotte immediately jumped in, ordering the guy to step aside. The girls lined up before the huge barn door, swung their legs in perfect sync, and kicked the wooden base of it, while Yukito stared in pure shock at the wild method. So the door got smashed open, Charlotte and Serena snapped into perfect sync, and while the paladin girl started dusting off her armor, Serena strode right through. Charlotte snapped her gaze to Yukito, and he just stood there, stunned that she could blow the door open by knocking it down like it was nothing. Then Charlotte yelled for the magician inside. The second they stepped inside, Serena burst out yelling her sister's name, and bolted toward the deeper parts of the barn, until Yukito yanked her shoulder and slammed the urge to run to a halt. The guy warned her that ahead, buried in the dark, traps could be waiting. He knew she could feel her sister, but panic wasn't allowed. They had to stay calm. He crumpled to the ground, snatched up a small stone, shot back to his feet, and started summoning a pale light meant to tear away the thick darkness ahead. That stone became the spell's spark. Then light burst out around it, flooding the road ahead, and the magic could shine bright over a space of up to 5 meters. Yukito inched forward, and with every step he felt it, no traps here, not a single sign, because the barn was packed with barrels of drinks, plus plenty of food and solid supplies. The trio kept moving inside, scanning for any clue they could grab, and Charlotte's eyes snapped to a narrow passageway stuffed floor to ceiling with barrels. The girl shot in right away, shoving aside those colossal wooden barrels, and once the passage creaked open, she barked for the others to come running. The moment they started descending, they plunged down a gigantic stone staircase. Then all signs of anything related to food supplies vanished from view. Seconds later, they caught sight of an elf girl dangling from the basement wall, wrists bound tight. Then Serena's scream tore through the air as she bolted straight to her sister, and Yukito instantly recognized her as Lumilia. Fuming at whoever did this, Serena sprinted to her sister and hacked through the ropes with an arrow tip. Lumilia lay unconscious, so she didn't move a single time. Once Serena snapped those ropes and freed her, the girl suddenly started to drop. Then her older sister lunged in and snatched her up, shouting her name with pure panic. Charlotte leaned close to Lumilia, shot out her hand, and warned her she was in terrible shape, then demanded she be cured right now. Yukito was freaking out over the mess he'd walked into, and he snapped at Serena, furious that she wasn't being honest, right as she tried to explain, only for him to cut her off instantly. Right then, the village chief burst from the shadows clutching a torch, and behind him stood villagers with spears. Then he declared that this girl was meant to be sacrificed to the Black Dragon. Yukito stayed hunched over Lumilia's body and pounded the question into her silence again, because he still couldn't wrap his head around it. Offerings to the Black Dragon were real. The old man lowered his head in bitter silence and whispered that every sacrifice was for one purpose: protecting the village, keeping them alive, and saving every last villager. Yukito exploded into an angry shout at the village chief, saying what he did was something that should bring crushing shame, because how could he even dare to call it protecting the village? The elder slapped a hand to his chest and barked that they had no choice left. Then he demanded, "So what else are we even supposed to do?" Yukito locked eyes with the village chief, rage flaring as a sinister aura crawled off him. Then before the boy could spit back a reply, the punch came first. It was Serena still steadying her sister's head, and she snapped, saying the villagers were probably laughing at her just for bringing it all up. The girl kept reliving her village and the people who raised her there, and Serena finally snapped that it was all gone, because the very ones standing in front of her were the reason. Right after Serena stepped in, she screamed that these elves put their faith in a man, and he turned on them, sending them straight to their deaths. Remorse twisted across his face, his feelings screaming through every expression, but even then he snapped his hand up and signaled the people behind him. With weapons blazing, the armed villagers sprinted in and pressed forward. Then they closed the circle around Yukito, Charlotte, and the two elves, holding them back at arm's length. The elder clung to what was already his. Because this wasn't just a choice, it was a sacrifice to the black dragon, who was still looming over the village and showing up like a nightmare. Charlotte froze in terror at what just happened. After saving the villagers, they got surrounded, guns leveled at them, and the elder slid his glasses up before speaking to the group. The man looked at the boys and called them dear adventurers. Then his voice cracked as he apologized, because after everything they'd seen, he couldn't let them walk out of here alive. Yukito ripped open one of his scrolls and flicked out a shimmering powder, shimmer dust, sending a swirling cloud of golden particles that locked onto every living thing within reach. Dust exploded through the room and slammed straight into the villagers' faces. Instant burning agony made them claw at their eyes, whimpering in pain, and from pure shock and weakness, their weapons clattered to the ground. The villagers kept blinking and blurted out for water, coughing as reality finally hit. Then someone's clumsy knock sent a fire flaring through the supplies, and everything went up fast. Yukito yanked Lamilia's body onto himself, snapped up to his feet, then bolted toward the exit, screaming at the others to follow, while Charlotte couldn't shake the fear that this was the wrong move. The boys had to move fast, because that blinding effect only burned for one turn, and Yukito snapped that anyone who pulled something like that on a young girl deserved way worse. The elder yanked at his glasses, rubbed his aching eyes stung by dust, and when he spotted the adventurers slipping off, he snapped, "Stop right there." After they burst outside, Charlotte spun around and saw the whole barn billowing with smoke. Yukito stayed on his feet with Lumilia on his back, already racing through what to do next. Charlotte whipped around in panic, demanded to know what they should do next, and Yukito kept charging toward the forest before finally starting to talk. First, the boy insisted they had to tend to Lumilia, still unconscious, and Yukito burst out shouting the elf's older sister's name, begging for a safe hideout deep in the forest. The girl swore she already knew, then demanded to tag along, and Yukito spun back to Lumilia, telling her to hang tight, because time was almost gone. Then boom, a terrifying roar tore through the air outside, getting louder and closer by the second, and Serena whipped upstairs with pure fear blazing in her eyes. Serena froze like a statue, eyes locked on the sky. Yukito rushed in, calling out to the girl, desperate to learn why she stopped. The next second, she tore off toward the forest, yelling for everyone to move faster, because she warned something was already closing in on them. Right after she said that, a gigantic black silhouette slammed onto the barn roof and thrashed its wings. Serena snapped that they were out of time and had to leave. The moment that black dragon Garzamag slammed onto the barn, the whole place shook. Its breath hit like heat from meters away, and the monster was so huge it dwarfed the house it perched on. Yukito locked eyes with the thing and instantly understood who Serena meant, but there was no way he could have predicted it was a dragon. Yukito realized he couldn't stand a chance against something like that. This creature wasn't just stronger. It was on a whole other plane, and to it, Yukito and Serena, level 1 and 2, might as well have been nothing more than pitiful bugs under its feet. Yukito knew he had to sprint, but his legs betrayed him, shaking like crazy. Because no matter how hard he tried, they refused to move an inch from that spot. Before anyone could blink, the dragon started speaking in perfect human words, and he declared he'd come for a sacrifice meant for the great Nephilia. Yukito nearly choked when he heard the name of his old friend, because that's the guy who somehow left him with just 1 HP now, and he instantly clocked it. This dragon serves the evil goddess. Serena didn't wait for anyone's courage. She refused to lose her sister, drew her bow, and fired straight at the dragon. Serena snapped, yelling at Yukito and Charlotte to snatch Lumilia and run. Because the girl refused to back down, charging toward the dragon by herself, screaming it down as her opponent and shouting its name like she meant to end the fight right then. Yukito snapped at Serena to stop, then warned her this wasn't just another person she could brush off, and told her they had to break out of here right now. The dragon burst into laughter at what he'd heard, sneering that the adventurers were brainless fools, and flat out claiming they actually believed they could escape from him. A dragon towered over the barn, then crouched low and started pouring its breath out of its mouth. Yukito's stomach dropped when he finally understood just what that monster was exhaling. Everyone expects a dragon to blast flames, but this monster didn't breathe fire. It exhaled a sickly black mist that slid across the ground like smoke. Yukito froze in terror, waiting for the next move, but Charlotte instantly lunged, grabbed the man still carrying Lumilia on his back and hurled them out of the way. Charlotte shot Yukito a worried look and asked if he was okay, and he stammered out a hesitant "yeah." Then his mind suddenly snapped to Serena standing right beside him. By then, Nephilia's dragon let out a black breath that slammed into the elf, and she crumpled to her knees, going limp and unconscious. Yukito tore into the air, screaming her name. Yukito bolted straight to the elf, but Charlotte grabbed him and yelled that it was too dangerous to get near her right now. So Yukito snapped back, screaming that the girl was still alive and had to be saved. As the stench pushed farther, it finally clawed into the young man's space. He yanked his hands over his face instantly, The black mass rolling forward reeked like something dead, and it burned through the ground the moment it touched down. Yukito looked absolutely disgusted, like this dragon might be spraying acid any second. Then the beast suddenly launched into the sky and flew off from the barn. With a thunderous flap, his massive wings tore through the air. Then he slammed down right in front of Yukito and Charlotte, the roar rattling everything as dust exploded upward. Yuki couldn't shake the fear that their levels were way too low to ever stand a chance against that monster. If they didn't bolt right now, it meant certain death. Yet Serena was still standing there. A monstrous dragon towered over the boys and snarled that the people before him were weak and nothing, then fixed the adventurers with a glare and demanded to know why they dared stand before him. Charlotte threw her arms wide and shielded Yukito and Lumilia as the dragon lunged for Serena, just as it paused. The monster raked the girl with its claws, and Serena instantly erupted into a scream, so Yukito snapped and blurted her name, ready to charge in again, only to freeze because he didn't know what he could possibly do. Charlotte seized the moment to prove her grandfather's strength, charging in full force, yelling her class and her full name at the vicious dragon, then declaring she'd end his life. The dragon snapped his gaze onto the girl, barking that she was a paladin in a dragged-out voice, and Yukito shot to Lumilia's side, yelling at Charlotte to stop. Because once Yukito truly thought it through, he knew attacking him would be pointless. The girl was hit instantly by the black dragon's breath, acid so brutal it could melt ordinary armor and grind its strength down to nothing. But she refused to let it stop her. Charlotte launched off the ground and charged straight at the towering black dragon's head, and the moment her blade came free, her sword burst into a furious flash. Using the paladin's once-a-day class skill, *defeat evil ***, the girl surged her attack even harder, crushing anything in this world that carried a negative nature. But for the dragon, that hit was nothing. After it smacked the girl's attack aside, it whipped its long tail and slammed Charlotte's throw to a stop, hurling the girl back meters away. Charlotte slammed into the ground, her armor rattling like thunder, then stumbled back toward where she'd started. Yukito lunged out and grabbed for her, shouting her name. Yukito snapped back to why he was fighting to survive in this world, because that dragon was already looming over him. Like the universe had decided this is where his adventure would end. Yukito clenched Lumilia even tighter, shut his eyes and braced. Because the dragon yanked its jaws wide, ready to gulp the wizard and the girl it was supposed to swallow whole. Then he suddenly slammed on the brakes, sensing that boy's presence in the air and snapped, "That aura's wrong, filthy, sinister, straight out of Nephilia's curse." He demanded to know what the boy knew about it. The moment he heard that name again, shock slammed into him, because he instantly remembered. That was the very goddess who had sent Yukito into this world. Yukito latched onto the idea and shot back fast, claiming Nephilia herself sent him to this village to set up her sacrifice. Then he swore he was doing exactly that at this very moment. Yukito knew he had to stall, and with that bonus to persuasion on his side, he pushed the moment forward, while the dragon stumbled back, instantly sensing something was off. Right after he snapped his wings back out, a monstrous pack of black wolves exploded from the forest and surged straight at the dragon, clawing and biting as they tried to tear Serena away. Yukito's jaw dropped when the pack showed up, because he was sure they'd already wiped out every last one of them, along with the villagers and Charlotte who were near. And yeah, they had one mission, snatch Serena back from the dragon's claws, while the wolves crept in, slowly tightening the circle to hit her from the flanks. The dragon didn't hesitate for a second. He snapped back with a blast of acidic black dragon breath, and the wolves still charged in, trying to power through the poison. Yukito instantly saw their opening, right then. While the dragon was locked in a brutal fight, he rushed his thoughts to Serena, remembering her plea to protect her little sister. Yukito snatched Lumilia, heaved her onto his back, and right away tore into his pockets. Then, like a spark of hope, he pulled out a tiny magic ball. Yukito tossed a smoke bomb at his own feet, blasting the area to bring the dragon down and mask the path they'd bolt through. And when the dragon peered into the haze, it mistook the smoke for someone cursed by Nephilia. The monster had already wiped out every last wolf, and the villagers rushed in as one. Then the elder stood before the mighty Garzamug, choking out an apology, while the sacrifice meant for him had been snatched away by adventurers. Garzamag exploded with rage. Humans couldn't even protect the gift meant for the goddess Nephilia, so he snapped his gaze across the crowd, then tightened his grip on the paw that held Serena. He glared at the villagers, and right away they crumpled to their knees begging for mercy, while the elders insisted they couldn't be far off because every villager had already been dispatched to search. The elder begged for a little time to return the sacrifice and deliver it to the goddess, but the dragon snapped back that the people hadn't kept their end of the bargain. Right then, Yukito shoved through the forest with Serena's younger sister in his arms, while Charlotte lay limp and unconscious beside them. He cast floating disc asterisk, and it held for a couple of hours, more than enough time for the hero, because this spell could lift a staggering **200 kilograms**. Yukito figured they should thank the wolves for letting them get away. Then he snapped at the dragon that had hit the village, still hauling the girl's body on its back and wheezing like it could barely breathe. But right now, everything else got shoved aside because all that mattered was escape. Those villagers were hot on their heels. And then, out of nowhere, the man spun around and saw the sky over the village blazing red. This was the very village the flames already chewed up, because the dragon torched it for good, snarling that the people never delivered a sacrifice, and claiming they'd broken the deal that let them stay. A while later, Yukito, Lumilia, and Charlotte huddled by a crackling fire in the forest. While Charlotte scrambled to dress Lumilia, Yukito turned his back to give them privacy. After a moment, she yanks the bow tighter across her chest and forehead, then grins and declares, "It came out perfect." Charlotte whips around to Yukito and tells him, "You can watch," and he nods right away. He leans in and asks Charlotte if her wounds still sting. She awkwardly nods and admits they do, but she's already felt way better and honestly, thank goodness they had healing potions. Lumilio stared at the girl and the boy, then demanded, "Who are you?" The girl Charlotte stepped forward and declared she was a paladin, while the boy Yukito followed up by saying he was a magician. Then the protagonist blurted out that Serena had begged him to rescue the girl, so Lumilia shot up and demanded, "Wait, is that really your sister, Serena?" Charlotte gripped Lumilia by the shoulders and demanded she stop making those sudden moves, because she needed to rest right now. Yukito asked the girl if she could eat now, telling her there wasn't much here, but eating something right away would help her bounce back and regain her strength. Lumilia grabbed the food, glancing at him awkwardly, and still said nothing. Yukito then leans in and demands to know what went down between the elves and the village. The girl goes quiet for a beat, then finally says her village sits just a little north of here, up in the mountains. The village sat like a paradise, boxed in by endless green life that always kept fruit coming, and the spring water kept every thirst in check, so the fields stayed rich, and nobody ever worried about needing a friend nearby. Life was perfect, until a black dragon crashed in with his evil crew, and before anyone could breathe, they lunged straight for the elves. Lumalia and her sister lunged toward freedom, trying to break out of the dragon's grip, and the last surviving elves went straight to the people of Ida village, the same ones they'd traded with before, because only the villagers could shelter them from the hunters closing in. The village elder tucked every elf away in a safe haven, and the villagers rushed in, feeding them, watering them, and doing whatever it took to keep them alive. Then the village headman stormed into the main square and immediately felt the whole place buzzing with unrest. Out of nowhere, the Black Dragon's followers and the elf kidnappers burst onto the scene, right in front of the elder's eyes. The villagers bolted in panic, but the man froze where he stood, trembling. Then one of the Black Dragon's followers stepped up toward him. He insisted the man was the village's leader, then pressed him, "Tell us where you're hiding the surviving elves." After a while, the villagers rushed in to soothe the elves, whispering that they had nothing to fear because they'd protect them. Then the elves gratefully thanked everyone for the help. Suddenly, the headman burst into the house, dark, cold, and furious, and he snapped an order to the miners, "Seize those elves right now." They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why were they being forced to capture the very elves they'd just saved? The man snapped back that the black dragon from the Black Mist Mountain was demanding an elven sacrifice, and if they refused, it would wipe the whole village off the map. Suddenly, the villagers snatched up every last surviving elf, and then the Black Dragon's followers stormed the house to sweep up the rest. They snapped the elves into chains, screams ripped through the air as betrayal tore them apart, while Lumilia and her sister fought to break free until Lumilia got caught first and then her sister was seized right after. She lunged to break free and shield Lumilia, who was sobbing and staring at her sister, yet their hands never even had a chance to meet. That's how Lumilia sealed her tail. Charlotte gasped and clapped a hand over her mouth, while Yukito sat there on edge, replaying what really happened in his head. The headman's status was calm and kind. Someone with that heart would always step up to help anyone in need. But this wasn't some shallow kindness. It was pure, fierce protection, shielding every single resident of Ada Village. And it's the same with Lang. Turns out the world's book status doesn't fully tell you who someone really is. This part is basically just background. But right then, Lumilia scanned the room and demanded where her little sister, Serena, was. Yukito went quiet for a beat, and then Lamlia froze when the truth hit. Ada Village had been obliterated by a black dragon, and Serena had been snatched by Garzamug. The young man rushes up to the elf, slings out a heartfelt apology, and admits that the only thing he could do was flee. At first, Lumilia stays dead quiet, then she finally blurts it out. Her sister is alive, thriving, at least she has to be. Yukito warns that the evil temple won't start their rites until the night of the Moon of Calamity, when every moon locks in and converges, so the sacrifice isn't happening anytime soon. From what he can remember, there are 3 moons in this world, and then he blurts out, "What the heck does Calamity's moon even mean?" before declaring it's supposed to hit in 18 days. Lumilia springs to her feet, insisting she has to help. Then her strength snaps, her legs crumble, and she crashes onto the ground. Yukido and Charlotte immediately bolt over to save her. Charlotte whips around to Yukido and tells him to go save Lumili's sister, because that paladin will never, ever forgive this kind of wicked evil. He's convinced of one thing: there's no way they can beat Garzamug, and if he's being real, he wants nothing to do with another encounter like this. But then he glances at Charlotte and Lumilia, locks eyes on the book, and that's when everything shifts. He spots a strange symbol by Lumilia's photo and instantly realizes he's not like the rest. So now he's locked in, determined to get Santa closer, because finding where Santa is matters more than anything they've done up to this point. He's staring at the map like it just betrayed him. An evil temple marker has popped up out of nowhere. That road will finally lead them to Sana. But first, they've got to level up and dig up everything they can about this temple before they go. They barely slipped away from that dragon, but next time luck might run out completely, so tell me, what if that symbol is the clue that Sana is being dragged into captivity by the Temple of Evil's followers? He spots the girl in tears, panic hits him like a wave, and his breathing turns ragged. Then Charlotte jolts and blurts that she wants to know if Yukido's okay. Lumilia bursts to her feet and blurts that she has to go. Charlotte lunges in to stop her. Lumilia shrinks back, swearing she can't bear losing anyone ever again, and Yukido's stunned, because he finally realizes she's telling the truth. He promises the girls they'll crush Garzamug, but only after they forge a solid plan. Then Charlotte calls the boy by name and right then wraps him in a tight hug, pulling Lumilia close. The young man snatches a book off the ground and decides to study the Munchkin game like a weapon, figuring out how to take down the Black Dragon. The hero stared at Lumilia and instantly clocked it. She was just a level 1 ranger, with health level 7 to her name. Rangers don't just unleash deadly aim with a bow. They befriend forest creatures like old allies and sling native magic to boot. Yukido can't help but think Charlotte just powered up after she crushed those black wolves. Then he snaps his gaze to the writing in his world book. It's saying Charlotte has racked up over 2,000 experience points, yet she's still stuck at level 1, and the young man couldn't stop himself from asking, why in the world is that happening? He calls the girl by name and shoots, "Didn't you level up?" While Charlie clutches Lumilia and demands, "Wait, what level is he even talking about?" The boy tells the girl that it's all about when you can truly use yourself, learn new skills and grow, and the girl's blown away by Yukido's words, firing back, "So you mean exaltation?" She tells him the ascension happens inside the church of the god you trust, and she swears by the god of the sacred forest. Once the moment feels perfect, you step into the temple and launch the ascension ritual, praying all day long. Then, after you ascend, adventurers get to tap into the power the god grants. Yukido can't stop wondering if the abilities, values, and skills people get are written by God, but then he hits the real question. Can he pick the exact bonus he'll get after ascension? Like Charlotte straight up tells you that if you want to sharpen your sword or try brand new spells, it's all ultimately riding on God's will. The young man realizes skills aren't guaranteed, they're a roll of the dice, and he totally rejects that idea as nonsense. Then he snaps the world's book open, full size, like he's ready to prove it. Yukido decides to be sneaky and write it indirectly. He slams out Charlotte's level 1 and marks her down as level 2. Suddenly, the book erupted in glowing light, and the boy froze in pure shock because just like that, Charlotte shot up to the 2nd level and it actually worked, even though he never believed it would. A few seconds later, Charlotte herself started to glow, like power was detonating inside her. She gasped that strength was boiling through her veins, and Yukido immediately clocked it. Even with all that experience, she was still stuck at level 1. To climb to the next level, you've got to do something, and in Charlotte's world, that something is praying. Skip it, and you'll be stuck at level 1 for good. So if he scribbles everything straight into that book, he gets to pick his skills freely and toss ability points wherever he wants. And if he learns to use it right, that edge can turn into a total game changer. Now that Yukido can level up and supercharge his party's skills, he's taking a fresh look at what a paladin can learn at level 2. He stares at the book and the skill list hits him. Her abilities shot higher than before, so he dives into the names and spots a divine strike, an improved smite evil, and the thought of it makes him grin. He tells himself he'll examine it later, then catches something that instantly pulls his attention. The boy calls the girl by name and Charlotte strides up, asking what's wrong. Then Yukido smirks and declares that just like he promised, he'll bring Rocinante back, leaving Charlotte utterly stunned. Not long after, right as night crept in, a man drove himself to kill himself inside the stable, while the horses just stood in their stalls. He grinned and said he hated how his master had treated him like a pawn. He slips the horse a carrot and tells him to chill, everything's gonna be fine. The horse chews it with a heavy heart, then bam, his whole body starts to glow. Suddenly, a glowing magical seal snaps into existence right over the horse. So he slams his hands over his face to block the blinding light, looks back where the horse stood, and nothing. He bursts out screaming that everything's gone wrong, because one of the pond horses just vanished from its stall. Right under Charlotte, a blinding light snaps to life, and the girl just stares, confused, terrified, and totally baffled as everything around her turns unreal and shiny. Right then, Rocinante pops up where the seal was, calmly munching a carrot like nothing happened. He snaps the carrot, registers the wrong scenery, and panic hits. She jerks her head and whips her eyes left and right, searching for answers. Charlotte blurts out his name, and the horse whips around instantly. There she is, staring at him in shock. Rocinante breaks into joyful tears the moment he sees his mistress again. The girl bolted straight to her pet, wrapped her arms around him, and blurted that she missed him like crazy, because after all that time, seeing him again felt unreal. And the horse, he was crying pure joy. Charlotte yanked away, demanding to know where Rocinante came from, and Yukito answered that he'd shown up to grant the girl's wishes. Charlotte nodded, fully getting it, and then smiled, saying she was genuinely thrilled to have her back. Sure, he pawned Rocinante just to get her back, but what really yanked his focus was that sweet second-tier paladin bonus, because at that level, paladins unlock a sacred creature. If you don't pick anyone, the system drags the creature with the tightest bond to the paladin into the fight, and Rocinante comes out with a new holy title stacked on top of her already massive power. And as a sweet bonus, her look has changed, so they can swear she's a totally different horse even if the lone shark clocks it, because Charlotte keeps asking, are we really allowed to just not pay? The boy promises, later we'll explain everything and we'll hand over the money you're owed once we beat the dragon, and Charlotte nods like, I get it, while the boy smugly thinks it's honestly a good thing the girl is so naive. Now they've got one mission above all else. Save Serena, and Lumilia and Charlotte lock in with the young man's words. He strides up to Rocinante and blurts that he's just so happy to see her again. Then the mare's fury erupts, she rears up and launches a strike at the young man. Suddenly, those tiny, thin hands shot out and grabbed the horse's head to soothe it, and Lumilia tapped her tracker skill, talking to the animal itself, until the panic finally melted away. Charlotte blurts out that this is super cool, and lamely is stunned, because Rocinante usually never listens to anyone. Right then, fear hit the young man hard, and he even checked in his mind like, was my HP still there? Because it felt like he was about to die on the spot. Then Lumilia spots the backpack, strides over and snatches a tiny blade, while Yukito and Charlotte stare, firing off questions about what she's planning. Suddenly, Lumilia got the urge to tell her sister to wait just a bit longer. Then she grabs the blade and chops off her long hair in one ruthless motion. Yukito and Charlotte are left staring, completely stunned by what she just did. Lumilia stared at the girl and the boy with unshakable grit, swearing to herself that this time she'd finally save her sister. After a bit of travel, Charlotte, Yukito, and Lumilia finally rolled into Orbia, and the first stop was the public baths, where the elf scrubbed the road grime right off her skin. Lumilia's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she fumbled to cover herself with her hands, insisting, I can do it myself. Charlotte stood right beside her, sponge in hand, and snapped that Lumilia couldn't wash properly. Everything had to be cleaned the right way, and every last bit had to be scrubbed thoroughly. Charlotte dragged Lumilia over to a chair, snapped orders for her to stay put, and scrubbed her down with soap, while Lumilia turned bright red with pure helpless embarrassment. After Charlotte doused the elf, the girl splashed her with clean water from the basin, and soon enough they were all piled into a steaming hot bath, laughing, chatting, and acting sweet as can be. Charlotte dipped her eyes into the water's heat and fired the question at Wemilia, is it too hot? But Wemilia glanced at Charlotte, then immediately looked away, drowning in awkwardness. She kicked off the story by admitting that back when she lived in a village, her older sister always chopped her hair. Then it would grow back in a flash. Wemilia pinched a lock of hair in her hands and declared she had to fix it, because earlier she'd hacked it off with a blade. Charlotte told the girl she looked amazing with her new short hairstyle, and the moment the words hit, the girl let out a long sigh, finally relaxing in the bathroom, while Lumilia burned with embarrassment. Then Charlotte stared at her own hands, felt it again, and this time she knew it wasn't just in her head. She wrapped her arms around herself, reflecting on how far she'd come as an adventurer, and suddenly her body felt lighter, like strength was surging through her bones. Then she realizes she never completed the ascension ritual, yet she erupts with joy, convinced the goddess Luria must have blessed her, so she could wipe out evil. Charlotte's focus snapped to Lumilia, sitting stone still beside her, utterly silent. Then the girl burst out, calling Serena's name like it couldn't wait. Charlotte didn't ask a single question. She scooped the girl up and crushed her in a warm hug, holding her tight as if nothing could hurt her, then told her that Charlotte and Yukito would stay right there with her. Lumilia stares at Charlotte, and a sudden blush burns across her cheeks. Then Charlotte clenches her resolve and vows they'll absolutely save Serena, swearing it like a true paladin. Soon enough, the girls burst out of the public bathhouse, head straight to their hotel rooms, and strut in wearing gorgeous casual outfits. Yukito whips his head away, panicking that he has no idea where to look, and just then Charlotte slides in and asks him straight up what's wrong. Yukito spun around, breathed out hard, and told her while staring at the book that it was the exact same problem as when he first left for Ada Village. No money at all. The young man admits they burned through every scroll and potion in Ida, so they're left with barely any gear, and now they have to hand over Charlotte's armor for repairs because the black dragon's breath melted it. The evil temple is a no-joke destination. Yukito insists you don't even step in unless you're at least level 6, because to survive that battle you'll need tough gear and powerful magic items, and you'll need them from the start. And hey, right now they've got 265 gold coins in their pockets, but the guild's best-paying jobs come with a catch. You need a high rank, and they're nowhere near strong enough to handle that kind of work. And honestly, they don't have time for simple stuff. Right then, Lumilia blurts out her plan. She can sell her own body to earn money because she heard humans pay for that kind of work in their cities. Yukito froze in total shock and blurted, "What are you saying?" His face went beet red as he shoved both hands over it, then he peeked out just long enough to hold a hand up and beg the girl to stop, over and over again. Milia stared at Yukito in pure shock, and he just let out a breath and admitted it was true. Call girls made 6 silvers a day, way more than a regular worker. Yet that was still small change compared to what they could rake in once they started traveling. Charlotte had no clue what the young man was talking about, or why they needed to call someone at all, while Lumilia's cheeks flared red and she just stayed quiet. Yukito admitted that since they weren't exactly great with money, he asked them to let him break everything down from start to finish. In cities, they run on 3 kinds of money: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Copper to silver to gold value climbs step by step. 1 gold coin is worth 10 silver coins, and that means 1 silver coin is worth 10 copper coins. In his world, a single gold coin could buy you a whopping 10,000 yen, and a top-notch craftsman could knock out 1 gold a day. Yet most people stuck with silver, because 1 silver coin was only worth half a worker's pay. Copper's the cheapest stuff around, and Yukito uses it to grab bread and other everyday things. So Charlotte can't believe it, because she didn't even realize she'd been spending silver and copper, and Yukito snaps that she's a cursed princess. Charlotte's healing potions slam your HP back up by a full 1/10, costing you a few gold, roughly 500,000 yen, so yeah, they're pricier than premium French champagne. And listen, those scrolls for the first level spell will set them back 250,000 yen, while the acid protection potions they need to survive the black dragon's breath cost 300 gold each. And yeah, I want to grab a bunch, but the price is brutal. Magic items are gonna hit your wallet even harder because our hero is sitting at just 1 HP. He's desperate for a single amulet of protection to survive the magic swamp. And yeah, the magic bolt won't slap that hard, but it will land damage on the enemy every single time. If he doesn't have a defense, he'll drop and die on the spot. But this item costs 1,000 gold, so they have to earn every last coin and dig up intel on that evil temple too. They can't just charge in blind. They need the building's layout and size first, and they only have 18 days total. 3 days to scout, 2 days to get ready, and 2 days to reach the place. They've got to squeeze in time to level up, and the girls keep a sharp eye on that boy the whole way. Charlotte told him the clock was basically out of time. Then he opened the Book of the World and realized the job wasn't just big. It was way out past the city of Orbia, meaning they'd have to finish it in the shortest time possible. He picks the Goblin King quest, the one meant for level 3, and if it's cleared, Charlotte's boy shoots up to level 3 while Lumilia climbs to level 2. He demands they hand the job to him, and right away Charlotte pushes, "What about the money?" Yukito snaps back that cash is still the real nightmare, so they've got to rake in an insane amount of money as fast as they possibly can. Then it hits him an insanely smart plan. If he sells it, he'll rake in a fortune, so he rushes to tell the girls, "Trust me, everything's going to be okay. I've already got it figured out and I'm going to do it." Charlotte blurted that she just prayed Rocinante wouldn't get shaken up again, and the boy shot back that it looked like he couldn't sell Rocinante off again. Then added, like it was nothing, that it didn't have anything to do with Rocinante at all. Lumelia stared them down, then the girl snapped, "Why are you going this far to help me?" Charlotte and Yukito exchanged shocked looks. Lumelia gripped the hem of her skirt and snapped that this was an elf problem. She wasn't going to pull Yukito and Charlotte into this mess any more than she already had. Yukito dropped to one knee and told Lumelia not to stress, because they had their own reasons for going after Garzamag too. Charlotte snapped back that no paladin could ever forgive that kind of monstrous evil, and Yukito fired back that they'd need Lumilia's power if they wanted to bring him down. The girl stared in shock at the boy's words. Then Charlotte slid beside her and promised with absolute certainty that they were going to rescue her older sister, Serena. Yukito dropped to his knees, squeezed the girl in a hug, and swore they'd take down the Black Dragon, because deep down, he's convinced Serena isn't who he thought, and he's using weak Lumilia's brutal revenge to crack a path towards Sana. Pitch black night had fallen. Charlotte and Lumilia were wrapped in each other's arms, sound asleep. Meanwhile, Yukito drapes on a dark cloak, yanks the room door open, and slips outside. Then he heads straight for the stall where the unicorn was curled up, while Charlotte's hugs haunt his dreams. That young man stared at the creature with a heavy heart, then pulled a tiny dagger and muttered an apology to the unicorn Prosinante. After a while, the young man strolled through a street packed with people and noise, the whole world buzzing, until Yukito abruptly cut into a dark, narrow alley. Right at the end of that tight little street, he spots a massive door waiting ahead. Then, the moment his hand reaches for the handle, something drops in out of nowhere and slams him to a halt. A towering brute gripped an axe and he shot the young man a hard question. What was he doing there? The hero replied, still keeping his hood on, that he'd come to see Valzek. He stared him down with total focus, said not a word, then without a single sentence, he swung the door open for the young guest. Yukito slipped into a quiet little place where only a handful of people sat around, and they all watched him as he strode past them. Then the hero kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. Finally, the young man strides to the far side of the room and spots an entrance draped in hanging curtains. When he stepped in, a tail's rustle hit his ears, and he swore it had to be that same Bulsek. So the man grinned and told him he'd never seen a young visitor like this before. He demanded to know how that boy had stumbled onto this place, because Valzek, he reeked of chaotic evil, was level 6, and his class was a deadly mix of merchant and assassin. Yukito shot a question through the room, was asking questions banned. The man grinned and nodded like it was written in stone, then leaned in and asked what the dear customer was selling today. The protagonist yanked open a bundle of cloth and produced a horn. Valzek adjusted his glasses, let out a heavy sigh, and admitted the truth. Right in front of him sat a unicorn horn of mind-blowing quality. He smirked and shot back that slaying a unicorn couldn't be it, because that's a mortal sin, then added it was simply too cool for some guy with those painfully skinny arms. Every outside visitor snapped their gaze to Yukito, and he cut through the room, telling them he wasn't here for empty talk, then straight up asked how much the horn cost. He snatched the rock in his hands and swore its size, shape, and shine were flawless, then leaned in like it was destiny. He'd pay a whopping 500 gold coins for that incredible horn. After a while, Yukito slips out of the place, pushes into a roaring crowd, and clutches a bag of gold under his cloak like it's burning in his hands. Suddenly, he grabs his chest, terrified, and realizes he's lucky he looked up everything about this store beforehand. He knows it's straight out of a book, but this place is pitch black, and the people here, adventurers from everywhere, look like they'd cut you down for the smallest mistake without a second thought. That celestial paladin's special mount carries the horn of a warhorse, and its unicorn power lets the rider heal a full third of their health every single day. If you chug a healing potion, the rock shoots back like nothing happened. So yeah, you could keep taking it over and over as many times as you want. It would look wildly suspicious if he handed out horns in bulk, so he couldn't use it often. Still, the young man plunged a healing potion right onto Rocinante's unicorn horn. And if he pulls something like this, he'll unleash Luria, the goddess of mercy's full-blown wrath. That fury slams down as a curse of silence for 8 brutal days, basically a death sentence for a magician. But he's got the cursed goddess's blessings, so curses can't touch him, yet he still won't pick a fight with another goddess, because he believes everything has to stay in moderation. For now, they're sitting pretty thanks to Roshinant, and the hero can't stop thinking about the storage bag price tag. 2,000 gold, plus the fact he'll probably need an 11-foot pole too before he finally heads back home. Lumilia cracked open the hotel window and locked eyes with 2 birds perched on a massive tree branch outside. After a while, she kept polishing the crossbow parts until they gleamed, then sat on the bed. Suddenly, the birds erupted into chirps and swooped right into the open window. Then one hopped onto the elf's shoulder and started rubbing its head along her cheek. Suddenly, Charlotte's breathtaking cry tore through the air. She didn't agree, not for a second. Even the birds perched beside Lamlia trembled with fear, and the girl just went still, staring straight toward the sound. Yukito flashed a grin, rubbed his hands together, and swore it was only temporary. If Charlotte wanted, she could treat it like a trial run. The girl stared at the young man in pure horror and snapped that she'd never go along with this, now or even years from now. The young man kept pushing her, begging her to never say it, insisting she should just try, and then the girl could return to who she was before. Charlotte spun away, crossed her arms tight, and declared, "I'll never agree to that." She demanded to know why he dare change the god he worshipped. Because House Brownia had been paladins who served Lurius, the god of mercy, for generations, and in his head the names Jintrak, Robert, and Enderk Brownia kept spinning. He figured the Brownia house was downright brutal. Then he leaned in and told the girl they were heading straight for a black dragon, way stronger than they were, plus the temple's followers standing in their way too. To take down Garzamuk, Charlotte has to ditch her current path and go after a stronger, more generous god, one with a better faith bonus, because that upgrade is exactly what lets her plot the whole plan in the first place. The girl flushed hard and stalled on her answer. Yukito already figured Charlotte wouldn't back this. Yet the real deal was Luria's divine faith, and it was, bluntly, not something you could just try to sell. Luria, god of mercy, rules the eternal world with justice that actually lands, blessing the righteous and striking the wicked with a swift, merciful death. while paladins, priests, and clerics all kneel to worship him. Yukito can't help but scoff at this blessing. What good is this in a fight? Healing hands can patch up tiny wounds like magic, but once he's sitting at just 1 HP, it might as well be worthless, and he's so done with it he'd erase the whole damn writing. With the world book in his hands, all he can do is hand out stats and pick skills every time he levels up. There's no way to rewrite something huge like his race or age. Only Charlotte can change her faith. Right now, the girl stands there, turned away, cheeks puffed out like a sulking kid. Yukito admits Luria, the god of mercy, is awesome. But then he grimaces, because his faith bonus is so weak that using it in their mission is going to be a nightmare. The girl snapped into hysterics and blurted that she still had the mighty holy sword of House Brownia, while the boy just shrugged and figured it was nothing more than a +2 long sword. This thing is a monster at low levels, but Charlotte can't touch it because her strength is way too weak. She grips her sword and declares she'll take down Garzamog as a paladin, sworn to the god of mercy, Lurius, then promises she'll never, ever betray her faith. Yukito stared at the girl and realized Charlotte was stubborn as stone, so if it had to come to this, he'd have to toy with her emotions. He drops into a bow and begs Charlotte for help, insisting it's for people who truly need it. Then she reassures him that it'll all be fine because this is only temporary. Yukito fired off his persuasion skill and Charlotte just froze, stunned to her core. The young man fumbled for words as he stared at the girl beside him, and then she exploded, saying she'd never agree. Yukito couldn't believe she'd shift her faith that fast. She demanded Lumilia's opinion, pressing her to say the same. Yukito told Charlotte they had to do this, and she freaked out, clapped her hands over her ears, while he called her name again, but she spun away. Then the girl dropped onto the bed and clamped her hands over her ears again. Yukito could tell she was still flat out rejecting his request. After all, not every day do you get told you have to rethink your beliefs about God. Lumilia sat there nervously rubbing her crossbow, while the protagonist stared at her like every word mattered. Then, out of nowhere, Lumilia demanded which god she should worship. Everyone nearby was thrown off. Then the main character tore into the book, flipping pages like he couldn't afford a second. He's convinced the girl would be safer with the forest god Eunice, but he still pushes Shada, the thieves' goddess, because she boosts archery like crazy, unlocks a special class through her faith, and hands her a perfect mix of skills. Shada is the goddess of thieves, reigning over every soul that slips through the shadows with a grin chaotic neutral to her core. Her temples are rare, but thieves' guilds almost always carve out a little shrine to her, and rogues, bards, and rangers alike still whisper her name like it's a secret key to freedom. If that cursed goddess didn't lock things behind her faith switch rule, Shada would have been his pick, but Lumilia steps in, says she gets it, and then drops the twist. Fine, then I'll switch my faith too straight to Shada. The hero and the girl gape in shock and drop their mouths open, and the young man shoots a question. Are you really sure, Lumilia? Didn't you used to have the forest god's faith? Then the girl nods and tells him he's right, warning that she'd better think hard before making a choice like that. The birds perched on Lumelia's shoulders jerked in panic, then burst into the sky gone in fear. Lumelia snapped back, "Don't be ridiculous, Eunice, the god of the forests, never even saved the elves. That's why she has to unleash her power right now and take down Garzamug herself. No delays." The protagonist leans in, listening to Lumilia, then shoots a quick look at another girl. That girl thinks for a second, nods and says, "I'm good, everything's fine." Charlotte clamps her hands to her chest and swears St. Luria will forgive her, she'll act for justice. The protagonist beams, thinking she's got it all handled, and then calls Charlotte by name. Honestly, he never expected Lumilia would want to switch her faith too, and that twist completely flipped Charlotte's thoughts. Charlotte snapped that it was only temporary and the protagonist nodded. "Yeah, until we smash Garzamag." Then Charlotte blurted out, without meaning to, which god she should worship, and the young man flipped through the book like it was pure gold. Then he leans in and goes, "So what about this god?" And he points straight at Charlotte. He shows the girl Malefis, the brutal goddess of malice born from the abyss's depths, ruling over demons and sealing the fate of anyone cursed with an unholy heart. She revels in blood, tyranny, and lies, welcoming chaos and carnage like it's her favorite song, soaking up the world's filth and her own wickedness. Only the terrifying goddess Nephilia can top her evil, while paladins, warriors, and barbarians swear their faith to Malefis. Charlotte screamed. The girl snapped at the boy and demanded he never bring up evil gods, but the boy shrugged and said she could just ignore it, only for him to insist she couldn't. Charlotte snaps to Yukito, saying this is insane, purely awful, and asks if he's really serious about forcing the girl to trust some evil god when she's a holy paladin while Lumilia quietly plays with the birds. Yukito snapped back at the girl to calm down and listen. Because Malefis's faith boosts are insanely strong, the evil aura can be used without limit. The summoned servants are a total lifesaver, and you even score an extra weapon. And if you want Rocinante to go even harder, unlock her exclusive advanced class, Fallen Paladin, and watch him grow stronger while gaining the Undead attribute. At level 5, you can unlock a Fallen Paladin's mount. An unholy ride appears, and unless you pick otherwise, the beast with the tightest bond to the paladin steps in, while the girl covers her face with her hands and lets out a shaky exhale. She screamed, slammed the book shut, and swore this would never happen again, then snapped that Yukito was big and stupid, and declared she didn't care about him anymore. The young man snatched the book open again and tried to apologize to Charlotte, then offered her the god the pages described, so Charlotte's crying cut off instantly as she stared at him, stunned and confused. That young man handed her Florges, the god of strength and fury, born as the dwarven god who fuels every warrior's courage, with a right-hand symbol that screams power and a hammer that's famous for cracking even the worst evil into dust. And his followers, warriors, barbarians, and anyone who lives for a brutal fight. The young man promises that this will make her stronger, letting her swing the sword like it's always hers. Plus, she'll shrug off enemy hits with way more resistance. And to top it off, he's got a weapon of faith too. The super powerful spike chain. Yukito leans in and asks what she thinks, because that extra strength bonus is supposed to make the great holy sword easier to wield. Only Charlotte suddenly looks uneasy. Then she shot a look at Lumilia, flinched, blurted, okay. And once she agreed, Yukito finally breathed easy for a short while. He spins around and hits them with the door-in-the-face move, drops a huge demand first, then slips in a smaller one right after, because people can't help but say yes to the second request. This trick is built for slick tricksters, but it also slaps a guaranteed +2 boost onto his persuasion, and just when you think it's over, Charlotte shoots the big question: what god does Yukito himself worship? He tells her he's a follower of the divine Amartia, the god of virtue, and her blessing powers his spells. Then the youth finally snaps to it. His character has turned neutral evil. After a while, Yukito, Lumilia, and Charlotte stride into the Adventurers Guild, eyeing the notice board. Then this young guy shoots out his hand and snatches a task sheet right off it. They call it the Goblin King ***, and deep in a ruined fortress south of Orbeta, goblins have moved in and built their lair. Folks swear they're snatching young girls from nearby villages for some dark, twisted ritual. 2 crews of adventurers charged into this mission, then vanished without a trace. Yukito's squad tore through fields, plunged into forests, and kept going until nothing came back. After a while, they finally reached the village of Arda. Then they rushed straight to the closest tavern just to grab a bite and fill their stomachs. Even this village is packed with guards, because that abandoned castle sits nearby and everyone's on edge. Bumilia insists the kidnapping of the girls and that ritual match what happened in Ida down to the details. Yukito stares at the book, nods along with the elf, and says it has to be the handiwork of that black dragon. Charlotte says that means the evil temple might be in on this too, and Yukito just nods like, yeah, that's totally possible. That mark pops up on the map every single time he gets a new quest, so if he's really tied to Garzamug, Sana could be waiting there. Lumilia studies Yukito like she's trying to read his secrets. Suddenly, Charlotte shoots to her feet, yanks her sword free, and declares she won't let this ritual happen, because as a paladin of St. Luria, she simply can't. Right in the middle of her speech, the girl snapped to a stop, and declared she'd become a paladin of Florgas, the god of rage and blacksmithing. The girl slumps into the seat, clearly awkward, and Yukito blurts out that right after he was summoned here, he had a brutal run-in and Rocinante saved him big time. He explains that goblins aren't mindless monsters. They're surprisingly clever, and Nekatori can sling magic too. A goblin is a small humanoid creature from the goblin race, lurking near human civilization, because alone they're weak but together they swarm, fueled by sheer twisted evil. Sure, they might be weaker than humans, but they still do awful stuff for pure entertainment, like forcing humans and dwarves into slavery. And the young man you're seeing right now is nothing like the guy he used to be. This time he's going in for an attack. Yukito warns that handling a whole group like that won't be easy. Charlotte freezes for a second, then asks straight up, so what's your plan? Lumilia shot her hand up and asked, what if we use fire? Charlotte gasped and screamed, and Yukito snapped in, it's a great idea, but there are drawbacks. Burning down a fortress was a nightmare, wood or not, stone was even worse. Sure, you could smoke them out, but then you'd be trapped facing every last one of them all at once, and that was exactly what they didn't want. So Lumilia leans in and asks, what about water? And the young man shoots back that there's no river big enough near the castle, plus their magic just can't flood it all the way. But if you poison their water, you can wipe out dozens in one shot, yet that move will make them instantly on guard. Yukito tells them they've got to scout first, figure out what's happening inside the fortress. Then Charlotte shoots back, so you're really planning to sneak in. The young man freezes for a second, then snaps back, no way, definitely no. After a while, the monsters started roaming through the goblin nest. Then boom, a giant bag plummeted right in front of them, and panic instantly erupted. The goblins can't stop guessing what kind of bag this is, so they start poking it with sticks, hunting for what's lurking inside. Then they rip open the bag, and boom, a mountain of coins spills out, silver, gold, and a pile of treasures too wild to count. The goblins' mouths start watering instantly and they can't stop grinning at what they've just found. They snatch the bag to drag it back to the lair. And right at that moment the young man crouches atop an underground tree, perfectly out of the goblin's sight. After a while the young man finally storms back to his hotel and starts sketching on a scrap of paper, ruler in hand, one sharp line at a time. Charlotte leans in and asks the boy what he's up to and Yukido smirks, mapping, but the girls just stare, completely lost. After a bit Yukido slams the lesson to a close and declares, "That's enough," then gestures at the sheet of paper in front of him, covered in neat little squares. Charlotte and Lumilia tracked the boys in tense silence. Then Yukido lifted his head, let out a breath, and sank straight back into his thoughts, locking in with full focus. He shuts his eyes and boom, he's staring at the gold the goblins just yanked from their cave, and then he snaps awake, shouting that it's sliding forward 20 meters. And in a rush he sketches every detail on paper while Charlotte and Lumilia watch, frozen in silence. Then the young man points 12 meters to the right, then he rockets another 12 meters forward. The warehouse sits 12 meters ahead and 10 meters left, so he casts his spell to dig out what's inside that bag, because once this caster targets an object, he can pinpoint exactly where it's located. If it moves, you can pin down where it's going and about how far it's traveled, unless lead is covering it because this spell can't see through that. And as for the deliveries, the bread hit the warehouse, the gold slipped into the vault, and the weapons were hauled straight to the armory. Normally, this spell just marks a rough spot, but if he grabs the picture in his mind and drags it onto paper, it turns into a minimap of the whole dungeon. Lumilia and Charlotte stared in pure disbelief as they pulled up a map of the goblins' usual routes, somehow finding paths where traps shouldn't exist, and then the real blockbuster hit. The Horn of Rocinante, finally ready to be carried straight to their boss. Goblins crowd around a towering door, and one of them, bearing the doom of Gassinante, steps up as the door swings wide for him. The young man flashes a grin and scribbles out a map on paper. At last, they cracked the Goblin King's location, and in one brutal moment, their enemy went from hidden to fully exposed. After a moment, the goblins were smashing a human skeleton with bats. Then the skull ricocheted off to the side, and every goblin froze, scratching their heads like, "Wait, what just happened?" One goblin lunges for the skull, then, right as he grabs it, distant knocking slams into his ears, and in the next breath his head gets ripped clean off and flings to the side. Right then, a battle-worn knight in gleaming armor bursts into view and cleaves the goblin clean in half. The goblin lunged at the enemy and smacked the knight hard, but its strike failed to bite through. Then the weapon skidded off to the side like it hit stone. The goblins scrambled in panic, trying to guess who was coming, hands trembling, sweat pouring off their bodies. Then the knight surged up, lifted his sword, and the armor let out a sharp, cracking roar. Then the knight swings hard and slashes the goblin's shoulder, and the thing shrieks like it's getting torn apart, while the other goblin witnesses it all and stumbles backward in panic. Out of nowhere, a hand swoops in from above, slamming a dagger straight into his neck, cracking the goblin's life on the spot. Then that same hand shoves the blade into Yukido's grip, revealing the protagonist's magic, the hand of a magician. This spell summons a creepy, ghostly hand you can steer, lifting and tossing anything up to 1 kilogram. Then Yukido and Charlotte scan the room and the boy fires off a warning. They've got to hurry. The girl doesn't even look at him, then the hero snaps, "I can't keep the goblins off you for long." He claps his plan into the armor, a spell called **undead***. Inside is a nasty, low-level zombie he forged with **necromancy**, a power that only surfaced because of his own dark nature. But there's a catch. He can only cast it at **night**. And once he starts, he can target *** up to 3 small to medium corpses inside the spell's radius. These corpses will crawl into ghoul form, obeying the caster's every command as their zombie knight barrels in from the front to rip the goblin's attention away, while the rest slip into the vault from the back. With the dungeon map guiding them to the entrance, the young man figures this zombie can't be that tough, until Charlotte's armor turns it into something far more dangerous. Charlotte definitely didn't want to trade away a rotting corpse for her family's relic armor, but he still talked her into it, turning his persuasion skill into pure leverage. They push through the dungeon corridors until Charlotte snaps, "Stop." Everyone freezes and stares into the pitch-black hall. The boy clocks it immediately. This route isn't even on their map, which means goblins don't come here. He stares at the storage bag, cramming up to 230 kilos inside without busting past 1,800 liters. And no matter what he stuffs in, it still weighs exactly 7 kilos. That breathing creature can only last in the bag for 1 minute. Then panic hits and it starts suffocating, and right as that clock runs out, the boy yanks out an 11-foot pole and plunges it into the dungeons to explore. With this, the young man can probe the road ahead for traps and secret mechanisms. Then he jabs the pole forward, and it clicks the moment it hits the trigger point. Suddenly, deadly spears with razor-sharp blades shot up from the floor, and Melia and Charlotte froze, terrified and shocked. The young guy jabs his finger at the girls and orders them to head that way. Then Malia and Charlotte snap back that the path ahead is a dead end. Yukito strides up to the wall, runs his hands over it, and mutters that the switch for the secret door has to be right around here somewhere. He yanks a potion of intelligence from his bag and gulps it down, 1 whole minute of genius, boosting his intelligence by a massive plus 104. The young man downs one potion after another, so fast he even gags from how much he's swallowed, and the girls stare in shock, stunned by just how greedily he keeps draining bottle after bottle. They corner Yukito and ask what he's doing, then he exhales hard and tosses the last bottle away. Formulas are racing through his mind, drool slipping from his mouth, and he blurts that he gets it all, like he just unlocked absolutely everything. Charlotte tries to steady the jittery Yukito, but the moment he suddenly whips to face the wall, something hits him fast, like it's coming in by the second. Charlotte shot the boy a worried look, asking if he was okay, then Yukito whipped around and locked eyes with her, wearing a grim stare. Fear had Charlotte trembling out of her skin, and she blurted, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, bloodshot rage takes over the young man's eyes. He snaps them wide at full power, jabs his finger forward, and screams that the hidden doors have to be found. Charlotte froze, totally clueless about what was happening. Then lamely pressed the wall, felt something off, and said one weird brick was hiding there, like she could slip her hand straight under the tile. Suddenly, the girls flinched at a brutal burst of noise. Then the rogue skill kicked in. Detect hidden doors. It could sniff out hidden doors up to 3 meters away, where run-of-the-mill secret doors sit at difficulty 20, sneaky non-magic ones crank it to 21, and magic-back traps push it to at least 25. The hidden door swung open, and Charlotte gasped at what lay beyond it, while Yukito suddenly felt on edge because that intelligence potion hit like a tidal wave, like he'd stared into a whole other world. Once Yukito finally steadied his breathing, he and Lamilia slipped into the hidden rooms. Then a brutal, sharp stench hit him so hard it stole his focus at once. Skeletons littered the room floor, while mice darted and tore into the grain scattered everywhere. Charlotte yelps that it's unbearable, and Lumilia snaps into focus, staring into the room and covering her breathing passages to block out the stench, while the young man does the exact same thing. Right then, a goblin burst out from the corner of the corridor. Yukito froze as he spotted another one here, and the thing was seething with rage, screaming that everyone had to be killed right now. Lumilia whips around, fury blazing in her eyes, then looses an arrow that buries itself in the goblin's head. Right then, everyone snapped into full alert, while the goblin's comrades sprinted after him, screaming that they were enemies and had to be killed. Yukito blared Charlotte's name and she snapped to obey, yanking her sword free, while Yukito whipped out his crossbow, because once Charlotte pledged herself to Florges, the god of wrath and blacksmithing, she'd temporarily lost her class skills and paladin powers like Smite Evil. The girl burst out the name of St. Lurie, then slipped and shouted Florges by mistake, and Yukito's like, "Great, now she can finally swing that press 2 longsword the way it's meant to be used." By slipping into light armor, she could unleash her lightning-fast agility and nearly match the armor class she'd get in full light, while heavy armor just smothered her speed and wasted it. And yeah, it's gut-wrenching. Rocinante lost her mind for 8 days just because she switched her faith, a penalty that feels cruel. But bringing her along would have been a mess, so Lumilia just went all in, firing arrow after arrow from her bow. She slammed every shot right into the mark. Yukito swore Lumilia was blessed by Shada, the goddess of thieves. That blessing bumped her to a 6% critical rate with a bow, and as a ranger it fit her like a perfect weapon upgrade. He couldn't help but feel bad for St. Luria and Eunice, but this new faith had clearly lit a fire under them. Lumilia was mowing down goblins one after another, while over on the other side Charlotte swung that long sword like a blade made for war. Yukito crouched nearby and loosed his crossbow. He even managed to knock one down, while the boy lay stuck in that prone, ready-to-be-finished state. And sure, the hero gains a +4 bonus against ranged attacks, but he's hit with a brutal -4 penalty in melee. Charlotte takes the front, shielding the way, and he stacks on another +4 AC. So together they hit a total +8 AC boost, basically like strapping on a whole set of armor. If they keep pushing like this, they're going to smash these monsters for sure. Until the young man suddenly spots the truth and realizes the only reason he took this quest was to grind levels. If they pull this off, the two of them skyrocket in strength. But no matter how hard he grinds to level up without those two, he's got 0 chance in a fight because he's stuck at just 1 HP. No matter how you slice it, that's heartbreaking, and yeah, it stings. But for the Munchkin, it's still a brilliant way to win. Charlotte, Lamlia, and Yukito went toe-to-toe with the monsters for a while. Then the chaos finally fizzled out, and Yukito rushed in to check on the girls, asking if they were okay, and Charlotte immediately said yes. Yukito warns that more goblins could be lurking up ahead, then pushes his partners to move on right now. He stares at the map and declares the Goblin King's throne room is right up ahead. Because right now, inside that room, the Goblin King is already seated on his throne. After a while, Yukito's crew is back on the dungeon corridors. Then Lumilia perks up like she heard a sound, and Charlotte suddenly feels something is very, very wrong. Cracks spidered across the tunnel's columns, and a monster roar thundered through the dungeon. Lumilia snapped, yelling at everyone to turn around, because something terrifying was closing in right behind them. Suddenly, boom, a roar tears through the air, the wall behind the horrors detonates in a burst of rubble. And through the smoke, the young man spots a massive, muscular hand gripping a razor-sharp blade. Yukito blares, "Charlotte, watch out, something's coming from above." And Charlotte snaps her blade free on the spot, raising it straight in front of her to intercept the incoming strike. He slams the blade straight on target, and the girl can't hold it back, getting blasted sideways. She snaps into a duck, then throws her arms and legs out to stop the impact, only to stare at her trembling hand, stunned by how brutally strong that strike was. In that moment, a brutal crunch split the air. Turns out it was an ogre. Easy going? No way. One little thing sets them off and rage erupts fast. They love teaming up with trolls and all kinds of goblins, then keep charging around like they're hungry for anything that breathes. Right beside him loomed a troll, an absolute bottomless pit of hunger, snapping up anything it can reach, often hanging around in the service of orcs, ogres, and other giants. And when it tears off a limb, its regeneration kicks in so fast it just keeps going like nothing ever happened. The girls stared in awe at an ogre and a toll guard, while the young man muttered that he'd felt it. Something huge was definitely lurking here. While he was mapping it all out, he spotted one room just off the storeroom, stuffed with meat, and he realized the truth fast. He'd expected goblins to keep some monster beasts, but it was the king's guard guarding the place. They're definitely getting paid for guarding that dungeon, because the moment you face them, you realize they're on a whole other level, like a league above even the toughest goblin. Right then, the troll lunges at Charlotte with those razor-sharp claws, so she yanks her sword up and slams it into the strike, metal ringing. Then she shrieks and clenches the handle like her life depends on it. With one brutal swing, she slices off his massive hand. Then the troll erupts into a blood-curdling scream of unbearable pain, and the severed hand drops straight at Charlotte's feet. The girl locks eyes on that writhing hand, flopping around like it's alive. Then the troll grabs it and slams it back on, and somehow it sticks to his body like it belongs there, moving perfectly. Charlotte couldn't believe her eyes when the troll's arm snapped back into place. She'd sworn that was impossible, and now she was staring at a regeneration so unreal she didn't even know what to call it. Yukito swore the troll's real power was his insane regeneration. His constitution is 20, so a few cuts won't drop him, and he fears this fight will turn brutal if he charges in without thinking. Suddenly, an ogre lunges at him and Lumilia from the side, and as it roars at the girl, it spits out that she's an elf. The man lunges at Lumilia, and the girl squeezes her bowstring with shaky hands. She fires a single arrow, but the ogre slashes in right then. The shot drills his shoulder, throws his timing off, and he crashes into the wall instead. Lumilia was left shaking with disbelief. She couldn't land a single killing blow on the ogre. Then the monster yanked an arrow from its own shoulder and declared it wanted to chow down on the elf woman. He geared up to smash Lumilia, while that troll swung into position to go after Charlotte. Yajito's nerves were on fire as he blurted that it was finally time to pull out his ace in the hole. A few days earlier, Lumilia brought up the animal companion Yukito had been asking about again, and Yukito nodded right away, saying it was a rare gift druids and rangers could pull off by tapping into the power of nature, while he gripped a thick book of knowledge in his hands. Yukito told her she could get an animal companion, as long as it wasn't way stronger than she was, because if they matched up, they'd forge a real family bond and the creature would lock in its loyalty to her, no doubts, no distractions. The girl remembered it like a haunting. Back in the village, the black wolf was always there, lurking in the same place, and the young man started flipping through his book, hunting answers about black wolves. The Book of Peace doesn't spill much about Lumilia's animal companion, but it does mourn her black wolf which Garzamug killed. And if she wants a new one, she'll have to pray at the edge of the forest. He slaps the book on the table and tells them to find Lumilia a new buddy. No matter the class or level, you go for the strongest animal, and the girls lean in, staring at the pages where all those creatures are listed. Out of everyone he'd spotted, he decided to go after the black bear first. Of all the troops, it was the perfect target for him. And with those huge claws, it could unleash multiple attacks at once. Plus, it wasn't tiny, it was medium-sized and packed with serious health. Then he tosses out a boa constrictor. Sure, its damage is kinda low, but the grab it locks on with can pin the target hard, and that makes it deadly against mages. Plus, this common boa is huge and can even swim through water. The dire wolf is a beast. Its attacks slam enemies down as a bonus action, and on top of that, it's huge and insanely fast. And look beyond them, there's a whole crew of wild companions. For scouting, a hawk; for digging, a badger. And don't forget the nasty rat either, because a clean, successful strike lets it spread infection straight into the enemy. Then his mind snaps to Rocinante, and it hits him, of course. Big wild beasts are stronger than these monsters. He's still piecing it together when Charlotte suddenly spots a marten, a tiny creature that moves with insane agility. The girl shrieked with joy and pictured that adorable little critter sitting right beside Lumilia, calling this Martin too cute for words. Then Yukito shut it down, saying it didn't even stand a chance because its stats were way too low. The young man spots the hurt on Charlotte's face, scrambles to tell her he didn't mean it like that, but deep down he's convinced the blame is all his. Lamilia flipped open the book, pointed at her pick and said, "If we get this, we might actually beat the Black Dragon." The choice? The Tyrannosaurus Rex, massive, terrifying, and stacked with insane stats. Yukito stepped forward and declared, "Turns out we're not extinct in this world after all." Then he admitted this creature won't be easy to handle, but his eyes were locked on one thing: he still had to see it for himself. He rushes to apologize, tells the girl he finally gets where she's coming from, and promises they'll take him only after they level up to at least 9. He lets out a heavy sigh and admits he can't choose, then his eyes lock onto the book. Because inside, a beast stares back with insane stats, but it's banned from entering dungeons. He'd already shut the book, then slammed it back open and started toying with the idea of quitting. Because yeah, stopping would mean they'd win, and that's exactly why the young man insists he finally found it. That animal companion is the absolute goat for the munchkin. He just grins like, "Yeah, this is the one." Back in the present, the boys Charlotte and Lamiglia were locked in a brutal brawl with an ogre and a troll. Right then, the young man grabs for his bag, and black smoke roars out of it. The ogre lunged to devour the elf girl, and right then the troll snatched a massive rock and hurled it straight at Charlotte. They yelled for people to die, and right in that split second, Yukito's mind snapped into place. This was the moment to unleash his unstoppable ace. The troll hurls a massive boulder with one hand. Yukito throws his arm up to shield himself, and the instant he understands what's coming, dread hits hard. The next second, the monster hurled a rock straight at Lumilia, Yukito, and Charlotte, and the girls only just slipped out of its path in time. Charlotte blurted, "Even if we put distance between us, it won't matter. So what do we do when that happens, and how are we even supposed to act?" Then she realizes Yukito isn't behind her at all. She shouts his name, but before she can even finish, a voice booms from above asking if they're okay. Lumilia and Charlotte crane their necks, and there's Yukito hanging on the wall like it's nothing. He's using a spider transformation spell, and the crazy part is, whoever's under it can creep along ceilings and vertical surfaces at half speed. To rip the spell's target off the wall, the attacker has to win a brutal strength check, so the boy gulped, because he knew this was way too close, one shard landing on him and he was done. He then realizes he thought they had to crush the ogre first, but it won't matter. Yukito yells for Lumilia to use it. The girl gets exactly what he means, then grabs the jug, yanks the rope, and drops it onto the ground. Suddenly, eyes flare from the pot, and then the thing crawls out, tentacles unfurling like a nightmare coming to life. Lumelia's little octopus sidekick wasn't just small. It was packed with tricks, firing ink like a weapon and unleashing a whole storm of attacks. The young man leans in to tell his dear friend that his body and arms need to get stronger and tougher, then bam. The octopus starts glowing and swelling out of nowhere, and in no time it balloons into a colossal beast, fueled by its ability to grow without end. This special skill lets a living target you can see within your line of sight bulk up and get heavier. Its size jumps up one category, and its strength checks gain a solid +2. The troll lunges at the girl and her companion again, and Yukito crawls along the wall, sliding out of danger. Then he tells Lumilia, "You've got this. I'm handing it to you." The girl jabs her finger at the troll and barks at him to fight, screaming "Managarmer." And the octopus erupts in rage before blasting ink from its tentacles to drench the troll. The troll let out a blood-curdling scream, frantic hands flying to wipe its face, but the horror struck hard. Its legs gave out, it crumpled to its knees, and it couldn't move a single inch. Right then, Lumilia strode up with her companion. Yukito watched from the side and cheered, saying she absolutely crushed it, and just then Charlotte blurted that Lumilia was nothing short of incredible. An octopus is a wild sea creature that can travel the globe for up to 10 minutes, moving slow and steady, while its tentacles whip out with a 3-meter reach. Usually stuff like animals can't stay alive long in a storage bag, but drop an octopus into an octopus pot full of seawater, and it can cling on for hours. At this moment, the troll was clawing at his eyes, grinding the stone back and forth as blinded wrecked him, cutting his speed in half, slapping a 4-point penalty onto his attack rolls, and stealing his dexterity. Right then, the octopus' frantic tentacles whipped straight at the blinded troll, while the ogre just closed in and started biting into the elf, because it wanted to eat her. At that exact moment, Charlotte surged toward Lumilia, snapped that the ogre would never lay a hand on her, and slammed her sword up to shield the girl. That girl looked deadly serious. Then the ogre's temper snapped, and he roared that he was going to eat the elf right now and even the human too. Yukito froze in terror while Charlotte and Lumilia went ice cold with tension. Charlotte sprang into action, landed a clean kick on the ogre, and they both smashed straight through the wall. Yukito screamed the girl's name as he stared at the massive hole torn in the wall, because he could already feel this enraged ogre was trouble. and fighting it alone was a death wish. With regeneration backing him up, taking down the troll would be a piece of cake, so he told Charlotte to hold on a little longer. Then he yanked a whole storm of daggers from his bag and screamed the octopus's name, Managarmer. The octopus scooped up every dagger scattered around, snatched the troll with its dagger-fighting skill, clamped it tight in its tentacles so it couldn't so much as twitch, then rained blades down until the troll was finished. Yukito figured wild beasts usually can't cling to combat skills, but then he noticed an empty slot in the world book, and the moment the boy filled it, the octopus suddenly remembered the technique. He thought, let me hand him the spiked chain, make a monster with a 6-meter reach. But the chain is a wide-swing weapon, while a dagger cuts exactly where it needs to, perfectly suited for the job. It's basically made to wipe out giant monsters. Right then, the octopus rockets in and drives every dagger straight into the troll's body, and Lucia can't take her eyes off what happens next. Yukito smirked right back. If the penalty hit the octopus's attack rolls, then he'd cash in and unleash everything he had, firing off 8 attacks in one wild burst, an insane power for an animal companion at this level. Then right out of nowhere, the troll ripped itself free from the octopus's tentacles, and Lumelia's shock hit her like a truck. The monster's wounds stitched themselves shut in a blink. She'd punched a shot into his shoulder with her hand. But the troll yanked an arrow out and the injury healed again, like it never happened. Just as the troll hoisted a massive stone to smash the octopus, Lumelia yanked her arrow. But the moment wasn't kind and she never got the shot off. The troll crumpled to the ground unconscious right before the octopus, and he jerked his head up like he'd been yanked back from the brink. Lumelia was totally lost until Yukito broke it down. That was the paralyzing poison finally taking hold. Poison is way cheaper than any magical item, so every last dagger they carry gets its edge dipped in a different kind of poison. Sure, the octopus's attacks aren't the deadliest, but beating all 8 poison resistance skills won't be a cakewalk. So yeah, poison daggers are the move when you weigh everything. Then the octopus shriveled down in front of Lumelia and waddled closer, splashing around like it wanted attention. Then it rubbed up against her legs, all cute and clingy, while Lumelia stared at it with pure indifference. Yukito admitted he couldn't keep fighting on land, so he begged the girl to shove him back in the pot. Then Lumelia dropped into a crouch, scooted the pot toward the octopus, and told Managama, get in. Then she stared him down, like she was trying to read his soul. Managarmer met her gaze, baffled, and answered with a quick, questioning reply. Lumelia gently stroked the octopus on the head, gushed that he was amazing and the absolute best boy, and the poor thing went bright red, then burst with happy joy. He pressed himself against the girl and poured out his love and affection. Then Yukito suddenly heard a strange sound behind the wall. The very next second, the wall exploded apart and Yukito screamed Charlotte's name. Then Charlotte's trembling voice told Lumelia and Yukito, be careful, because not a single inch of her was left unhurt. Then a furious ogre crashed out of the wall's hole, and Yukito and Lumelia froze in terror the moment they saw it. Rage boiled in the ogre's veins. He was dead set on slaughtering the humans, cutting down the elves, and wiping everyone out. And when Yukito, Lumelia, and Charlotte caught sight of that massive ogre trapped in the wall, terror hit them hard. Charlotte snapped at Lumelia and Yukito to fall back at once, and Yukito shot back, asking if the girl could take on the vanguard by herself. The ogre snapped its fangs out and charged straight for Charlotte. She dropped into a fighting stance and thrust her sword forward, but the beast barreled through her guard, smashed her into the wall, and left her reeling. The girl crumpled to the ground and Lumelia and Yukito froze in terror. Then it clicked, and they screamed Charlotte's name at once, because the girl was lying there unconscious. Lumelia sprinted toward her teammate. Then an ogre slammed into her from the side and she snapped out of it, spinning into a clean somersault midair. The monster's hunger burned like steel, begging to tear the elf apart. Then Yukito snapped his hands straight and promised the only kind of sleep it would ever get. A short, peaceful one. The young man hurls a sleep spell at the monster, and the whole area within 6 meters instantly sinks into a magical slumber. Everything alive goes defenseless, and no normal wake-up trick can bring them back. The ogre's eyelids drooped shut as sleep pulled him under, and Yukito leaned in to tell Lumelia they had to sprint for Charlotte right now. Lumelia nodded without hesitation. A sudden crash tore through the air from the side. Lumelia and Yukito snapped their heads over just to see an ogre standing there, totally untouched by Yukito's spell. The young man snapped to it. He wasn't just fighting the spell, he was fighting his own resistance. Because he'd been multiclassed into a rogue, his spell level stayed low and the magic pushed right back. Charlotte needed this potion, so he clenched his grip and forced himself to take it to her. Boom, right on the ogre's forehead, a glowing target ring snaps into place. Lumelia throws out her Hunter's Mark, a first-level ranger spell that pins one single creature under its mark. While that spell stays lit, every hit on the marked creature lands harder, and the caster gets a +4 boost to track it. Lumelia locked onto the monster's head, loosed an arrow, and nothing. The ogre yanked it right out of his forehead, then grinned like it was a joke. Lumelia's jaw dropped, Turning that power on didn't help at all. Then the ogre lurched in and swung hard to smash the girl. Right then, Yukito blared the girl's name and yanked open his cloak. Scrolls after scrolls spilled out. The young man pulled out a single scroll, bit through the knot with his mouth, unrolled it, and slid the parchment open with his power. Moments later, a massive glob of mystery liquid plummets from above the monster, spreading into a slick 3 by 3 meter patch that coats the ground in grease, and anyone caught inside or trying to step in has to make a dexterity saving throw. If they slip and fail, they're done, because that grease slick turns the whole area into treacherous ground, cutting movement speed in half. Then the droplet hits and bursts, coating everything in slime, even the ogre. The monster stomps the fat and wipes out in a slick slip, and Yukito barrels over to Lumilia, asking if the elf's all right. Lumilia snubs the boy, screams Charlotte's name, and Yukito yanks out a potion bottle for Charlotte. Out of nowhere, Lamelia's lightning-fast reflexes jerk Yukito to safety, and she swerves out of the way. Right as the boy accidentally lets the potion bottle slip, and it's meant for Charlotte. The young man snaps his head up and boom. There's a massive slab of wood jammed into the wall thanks to the ogre's club getting tossed like a weapon. Somehow he manages to hold his ground, but the heroes aren't safe yet. Something fresh and deadly is coming. Yukito's dropped bottle tumbled straight toward Charlotte's reaching hand, and right as it landed in her grasp, her fingers jerked, and her eyes snapped open. At this moment, the ogre crashed back down on Lumilia and Yukito, striking again and again, while the boy and girl froze with pure tension the second they laid eyes on that monster. Suddenly, the ogre barreled straight at the elf, and she only just launched herself back in time, then it slammed into the wall with a roar. The hit blasted a shower of tiny stones sideways, and Yukito crawled even farther along the wall, scrambling to keep those fragments off him. Right when the ogre froze for a split second, Melia, who had launched off the wall, snapped her bow up and fired an arrow straight for his head. Out of nowhere, the monster snapped into defense and slammed up a massive hand. Then rocks tore through the air and pounded the girl again and again. Yukito roared the girl's name and watched her stagger, trying to rise after those brutal blows. And he knew right then things were getting ugly, because this ogre looked way stronger than it ever should. Right then the ogre snatched up a massive stone, grinned wide, and bragged that he'd eat the elf, and then turn people into toys. Charlotte tracked the ogre's every move, and knew this was the moment to step in and shield Yukito and Lumilia. The girl gripped her sword. Then in the blink of an eye, she hurled it aside, lunged for a nearby potion bottle, and decided she'd do whatever it took to keep her comrades safe. A massive explosion ripped through the air behind the ogre, and the monster whipped around, staring at the blast like, what the hell was that? Right then an empty bottle dropped and clattered onto the ground, so fast Lumilia somehow snapped her eyes up to catch it, while Yukito grinned and called out Charlotte's name. She wiped the potion off her lips, and every wound and bruise on her body vanished on the spot. Then she unleashed a fate skill called *** Power of Fury ***. One time a day, one person can siphon power from the * god of Fury ***, and * blacksmithing Florgas ***. For one full quarter of a round, the skill's user snaps into a raging fury, pumping their strength and dexterity by +2, and making every weapon hit deal an extra 1/6 damage. The ogre whips around to Charlotte and snarls, "Human," rage blazing as he charges straight for her with unstoppable force, and stone fragments blast into the air from his feet. Charlotte presses her palm to her chest and unleashes Divine Favor. Then, out of nowhere, everything around her starts to glow. Divine Favor supercharges your weapon, slapping on an extra quarter of radiant damage, and it also hardens you with a +2 to saving throws against getting frightened or panicked. She raises her sword to her face, grips it tight with both hands, and then rockets forward straight at the monster. The ogre won't stay back. It surges into the attack too, but Charlotte cuts through everything, snapping forward with lightning speed, closing the gap and crashing into the monster with a brutal sword swing. She was so ridiculously strong that she sliced the ogre clean in half like it was nothing. The wound erupts into raging flames, and the ogre starts roasting from the inside, screaming that the fire is unbearable and cursing Charlotte for what she just did. 2 arrows shot into the ogre's back like thunder, and it twisted around, only to spot Yukito steadying a crossbow and Lamlia drawing her bow, both locked up tight and ready to strike. A blazing monster lunged toward Charlotte, clawing for her with outstretched hands, but when he couldn't get to her, it all went wrong and he collapsed lifeless. The girl keeps grinning, drops her sword with a snap, and tells the ogre, "Don't you dare underestimate the paladin." After a while, the goblin speaker rushed to the Goblin King and blurted out that adventurers had smashed into their dungeon. The king screamed orders on the spot. He demanded every goblin grab a weapon and slaughter anyone foolish enough to step into their dungeon. Then the Goblin King slumped onto his throne, snapped that these pathetic humans had come for the sacrifices meant for Lord Garzamag, rested his crooked head in his clawed hand, and flashed a wicked grin, his whole face slick with sweat. The other goblins guffawed, licking their lips like they were tasting blood in the air, and they snarled that the adventurers had a boy, a woman, and a female elf. Then their anger bubbled over when they found out there were two girls. The Goblin King grinned and bragged that the elves were the absolute best, saying Mr. Garzamug would be thrilled. Then a little rat scurried past his throne like it owned the place. Out of nowhere, something huge and razor-sharp stabbed down from above, and he bolted into a scream, while the goblins cackled at this tiny little rat and sneered about those dumb adventurers. The Goblin King tore into the animal and growled that these adventurers were nothing but rats trapped in a cage. He ordered his goblins to snatch the girls, butcher the man, and eat him. And the moment they got the command, they erupted in glee, stalking those girls while they thrilled to tear that poor guy apart. Right after the fight, Lumilia, Charlotte, and Yukito finally dropped into rest. Lumilia briskly wiped her hands after firing her bow, while Yukito knelt over the defeated ogre's corpse, studying it in silence. Charlotte slid into the seat beside the elf and asked, "Are you okay?" Lumilia only nodded, one quiet motion that screamed she was fine. Yukito stood over the ogre's charred corpse, thinking he'd grabbed everything, then realized he had to move fast. Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the air, and Lumilia and Charlotte both heard it. Lumilia yanked an arrow to her bow and snapped that the enemy was already charging their way forward. Charlotte, Lumilia, and Yukito stared into the pitch-black corridor, holding their breath as the enemy tried to sneak in. Lumilia nocked an arrow and kept it ready to fire. Charlotte's fingers hovered by her sword hilt, and Yukito stood alone, fully locked in, battle-ready the second trouble showed up. Suddenly, goblins exploded into the scene by the dozens, guffawing and slobbering like they owned the place. Yukito figured this was a zombie kind of night, and the goblins must have already taken him out. Then Charlotte snapped that now they'd have to smash their way through with brute force. The boy roared Charlotte's name like a battle command, and Charlotte shot her fist forward, smashing the goblins out of the way. She unleashed a whirlwind-style strike and mowed down a whole crowd of opponents in one brutal burst. A master blacksmith forged this high-grade spike chain, and it hits from farther out than any normal one. If the user truly masters it, they'll start using agility instead of brute strength to strike. Right then, Lumilia unleashed her bow and arrow and mowed down her goblin horde in a blazing attack. They crushed one monster crew, then sprinted straight toward the next. The boy fired off the rogue's stealth skill. This is the kind of magic that lets a person vanish in the shadows, slipping past the enemy's eyes, so you'd better pass a sharp perception or a spot check to even notice them. The young guy and the girl huddled behind the pillars, peeking around like they were afraid of what might be watching. They spotted a colossal door and Yukito's gut dropped, because the gate was totally unguarded. No doubt about it, they're walking straight into an ambush. The Goblin King's posted in this huge room, and right behind him sits a smaller chamber waiting to spring the trap. The bag of food he hurled at the goblins was brought into this room first. So yeah, they probably checked it for poison, which means the kidnapped girls are locked in here. If Sana's here, then you already know she's somewhere else too. He pictures the girl's tear-streaked face, strides toward the room with iron confidence, eases up to the door, opens the scroll, shuts his eyes tight, and casts Detect Evil. Suddenly, his eyes blaze as he spots something far off. Because this spell's user can feel the aura of evil lurking around them and pinpoint exactly where creatures, objects, and even other spells are hiding. The boy realizes he can see it all perfectly. If they rush in right now, they'll shake the beehive and trigger disaster, but if he threads the spell just a hair to the right of the room's center, the hostages will stay safe, completely unharmed. Vines and plants crawled up the village houses, and Yukito and the others swore they'd stay in Arda after grinding enough experience to finally level up. Then a wicker basket packed with onions and potatoes crashed to the ground. A young man with a scarf around his neck gasped as he stared in shock, and beside him the elderly man with a cane froze just as hard. Then a woman stepped into view, tears blazing in her eyes, while joyful girls came sprinting toward them. The villagers rushed forward, crushed their kidnapped relatives into warm hugs, and burst into tears of pure, radiant joy as the goblin's grip finally broke. Yukito and Charlotte stood side by side, grinning as they watched the crowd finally lock back into reunion. Then Lumilia hovered close, hands hanging at her sides, staring in shock as people burst into surprised hugs. Old and young lined up before the boys, heads bowed low, and poured out their gratitude, saying they couldn't find the words for how thankful they were that the boys had saved their daughters. Charlotte stepped up before the crowd and flashed a smile, while Yukito stood there stone still, staring at her like he was buried in thought. Behind them, Lumilia tightened her grip by the arrows strapped to her back, watching the group in total silence. Out in the crowd, a man thrust his hand forward toward the boys. There, sitting in his palm, was a tiny bag. He told them it was nothing big, just a small token of thanks for the work they'd done. Charlotte beamed and told them they'd been saving people for ages, her family and her, so the guild should finally pay them, while Yukito clutched a bundle, glanced at Charlotte, and fired off a spell. A mustached man loomed beside the boys, clutching a bundle in both hands, while Yukito stood with his back to him. Once Yukito finished the spell, Charlotte started dropping, and then Yukito slammed a sleep spell onto her to bring her under. The mustached man panicked as Charlotte suddenly dropped like a stone in front of him, so Yukito spun around and snatched her by the back before she hit the ground. Yukito grinned at the mustached man and told him not to sweat it. Charlotte was just wiped out from a brutal fight, and Yukito was sure this is how it would all end. Charlotte fell asleep smiling. Yukito carefully lowered Charlotte to the floor, while Vermilia cradled her head with steady hands. Charlotte curled her arms to her chest and kept sleeping peacefully, smiling like nothing in the world could touch her. The mustached man lurked behind Yukito and blurted that he couldn't even fathom how brutal the fight was. Then Yukito snatched the intelligence potion, gulped it down in a rush, and in just 1 minute it blasted him with 104 intelligence boosts. Yukito's mouth hung open, drool slipping as he stared at the mustache man with a weird, unsettling look. Suddenly a heavy, gloomy aura crawled over him, and the mustache man clutched his bag, terrified when he saw Yukito's face. Yukito snapped back to himself mid-scream, gulping a potion like his life depended on it. And the moment he did, he realized this world only gives you a single bonus of each kind, so stacking potions won't turn you into some super genius. You drink it only until it hits the cap, then you stop. Yukito stepped up to the mustachioed man, gripping a bag in both hands, and told him the rescue of the girls racked up a bunch of expenses. While behind him, a few other shadowy figures stood with their faces hidden. Yukito snapped his hand onto the man's shoulder and yanked him closer, grinning as he told him they'd mixed up tons of potions and other stuff. Then he slid a paper across his hands showing every expense, and the man's jaw dropped at what the other guys had spent. Yukito snapped into a frown, stared at the mustached man from the corner of his eyes, and demanded everyone think about the wild risk he and the girls took to save the village's kids. Then he shoved the paper in front of the poor confused guy front and center with the money amount. A blonde girl strode up to the mustached man, slid her hand onto his shoulder, and told him these adventurers were their saviors. He lowered his head, weighed her words, and nodded in agreement. After a while, Yukito planted his feet and clutched a bag in both hands. An old man, ringed by villagers, stepped forward, bowed to Yukito, and announced that this bag was the whole village's thank you, something the boys had to accept for the work they'd done. Yukito stuffed the bag into his own, and with a humble grin he accepted their gratitude, while the villagers stared in total shock, because there was no way that huge bag could possibly vanish into his tiny one. Yukito's face didn't twitch as he clocked the truth. This munchkin didn't trust random numbers, didn't bow to dice, and only leaned on luck when buffs had their back. The story swings into Orbita, where clouds drift over the rooftops, and the boys drop into a hotel room to dig through a bag of jewelry, gifted by the villagers as a thank you for saving their daughters. Yukito crouched over a pile of jewels, and Charlotte stood beside him, staring him down as she snapped that he'd grabbed way too much gold. Lumilia cradled an octopus in her hands and insisted the jewels were plenty for now. Charlotte still remembered burying her face in that crying horse's cheek, and telling Rocinante through the tears that she was just so relieved he was okay. Charlotte touched her face and admitted she'd once sworn Rocinante's horn looked bigger. Then Yukito, hair falling over his eyes, stared at her and snapped it was all in her head, and Charlotte nodded along. Lumalia clutched an octopus close, and right in front of them, construction blocks sat as the octopus swung its tentacles, laying one figure down on top of the next while Charlotte sat there, hands on her legs, staring like she couldn't blink. The octopus piled the cubes into a towering mound, then grinned at Lumilia and jabbed its tentacle toward the construction set like it had a brand new plan. Lumilia stared at the octopus, then erupted into clapping and praises, while Charlotte beside her joined in, clapping too and even grabbing at the octopus, until it spun away from the girls and hid behind its own tentacles, muzzle first, mortified. Yukito dropped into the wooden chair, yanked the book into place, and stared at it like it held a challenge, while the girls lounged on the floor nearby, and Yukito thought, all right, it's time to level up and learn new skills. Yukito cracked open the book, and right there on the page was his own face, backed up by his skills. He grabbed a fountain pen, dipped its tip in ink, and Yukito decided to start at his level. Then he scratched out the 2 and slammed a 3 right beside it. The second Yukito finished writing, a burst of light swallowed him, his hair standing wild, and while he clutched the book in one hand, the other hung in the air like it froze mid-motion. The crossed-out number vanished, then 3 slammed into place, sitting right between the words wizard and human. Yukito started waving his hand, expecting a surge of power, but he didn't feel it hit, even though his level had absolutely risen. Yukito flipped through his book, convinced this was the moment everything went wrong, so what trait was he supposed to pick? Yukito flipped open the page and dove into the entries. This was where it hit. A trait is a special gift or training that makes a character matter in a unique way, and you can only pick each trait once. Yukito wore seriousness like armor. He used to chase crossbows exports, sharp focus, and other useful skills, but now his heart wants something completely different. Yukito stared at the stats in front of him, convinced he had to grab a trait with extra HP, more health, Maybe it could blunt the curse, and that way he could still lock in his choice. Yukado sat there, staring hard at the book, replaying the attack he'd unleashed and the terrifying meeting with the dragon. Because to beat the black dragon, he knew he had to pick his traits with razor-sharp precision. Yukado clutched a book in one hand and a writing pen in the other, panicking because they had zero time to level up. Pick only one trait, and since this skill mattered, he had to think fast and choose it perfectly. Yukado pictured himself in a fancy suit, clutching a book, and he couldn't stop daydreaming that he'd land a wizard class. Maybe even a mystical trickster who mixed the power of a wizard with the sneaky edge of a rogue. Yukado flipped to the page with Charlotte, her traits, and her photo, then turned the next page to Lumilia, staring at both as questions crashed in his head about what to do with them next, while the girls just clung to an octopus in their arms. Yukado started daydreaming about the girls in fresh outfits, then tried to dream up the perfect setup, turning Lumilia into a druid to boost animal communication, and either cranking up Charlotte's attack power or swapping her skills over to monk style. Yukado slammed the book shut and figured he'd deal with it later, because the class had to be more respectable. Then Charlotte threw her mouth open and screamed at the top of her lungs. Charlotte clutched her hands, shook her head left and right, and screamed she didn't want to be a warrior, while her family, with Branya tied to a long line of paladins, octopus, and the rest, stared in shock and disbelief. Charlotte clasped her hands and shoved them to her face, sweat popping out as she kept chanting warrior over and over, and in her mind 2 grim men in military uniforms stood there with weapons. So intimidating she could almost feel it. Yukado stood face to face with Charlotte, completely lost in her words, because paladins were meant to grow stronger over time, but they had zero time left to grind their way there. Charlotte clutched her hands together, then snapped her gaze toward Yukado like she couldn't breathe, saying she knew they were out of time, but somehow wars still felt wildly out of control. Yukado flashed a thumbs up and told Charlotte she was right. Warriors looked dull next to paladins, but they still brought serious fighting skills, so they were absolutely worth having. Charlotte stood there, nerves buzzing as she stared at Yukado. Then he shut his eyes and started talking about his city, where warriors were called hyphae and were honored just as much as paladins. Charlotte stood in front of Yukado, hanging on every word, when right as he lifted a finger to push the conversation forward, something caught their eyes. The mirror draped over the jewel bags started flickering like it was alive. The boys froze in shock, whipped their heads toward the jewel bags, and then a chilling gloom crawled around the mirror. The girls stared into the mirror, and shock hit them right on the edge of horror. Then a weird buzzing filled the air and Yukado's brow tightened fast, sweat beads popped on his face. A weird noise started crawling out from the corner where the jewel bag and the mirror sat, and then someone, or something, from inside the mirror began spitting out garbled, unreadable words. Yukado froze in front of the bag of jewels as a voice spilled out of the mirror, shocking him, while Charlotte stood right beside him, staring with her mouth hanging open, and Lumilia clutched an octopus with the boys, eyeing everything warily. Charlotte planted herself in front of Lumilia, who clutched an octopus, and with a hard frown she repeated the mirror's strange words again and again, only to realize he had no clue what they meant. Weird lines crawled across the glass as the mirror kept spitting out nonsense. A mirror sat slung across a bag stuffed with gold jewelry and coins, and Yukado's stomach twisted as she wondered, could this thing be a secret link between the Goblin King and the evil temple? Yukado thrust his hand forward and snapped a camouflage spell into place, and as he did, he couldn't shake his earlier thought. If it was right, then the enemies catching sight of them would trigger something irreversible. The next second the disguise spell kicked in, and Yukado snapped into the body of a goblin face, clothes, everything changing on the spot. The spell can even turn you into a whole creature, but you've got to see it with your own eyes. Yukado's body got yanked into a goblin form, cloak on, chain gleaming on his chest. Then he crumpled to his knees and told the head in the mirror, "Yeah, I'm here," as Charlotte stood behind him and Lumilia hovered at her side, clutching an octopus in her hands. Charlotte snapped around, spotted the dark clothes draped on the made bed, and a wild idea hit, so she snatched them up in a flash. In the next heartbeat, she thrust a scrap of cloth toward herself, snatched right off the bed, and pulled it around her like a shield, pretending that the Yukado who turned into a goblin was somewhere else. Yukata stayed on edge, gripping the moment as she waited for the stranger in the mirror to answer, while Charlotte held up a strip of cloth and stared like it was deadly serious. Meanwhile, Lumilia cowered behind everyone, hugging an octopus so tight, and that boy's heart was pounding so loud it felt like it might burst. A stranger's face surfaced in the mirror, and dread swallowed the whole room. Then he started talking to the goblin Yukado had turned into, grilling it hard about how the ritual prep for Garzamug was coming along. In his goblin form, Yukado stayed on his knees before the mirror while the stranger warned him time was running out before the ritual of the Moon of Calamity. Charlotte held a scrap of cloth behind Yukado, and Lumilia crouched hidden behind it. As a goblin, Yukado snapped the silence and admitted he wasn't done setting up for the ritual yet. While the man in the mirror ground his teeth with fury, staring hard and plotting something, his own tension rising as he met the stranger's gaze with a stone-cold, serious look. After a while, the stranger shattered the silence and declared that the Moon of Calamity ritual was everything. Lady Nephilia selecting her medium was the whole point. Yukado pictured a girl with a scarf over her head, clinging to some wild horned creature like it was her fate. Yukado, still trapped in a goblin's body, stared at the mirror's words and the heap of gold beside it, baffled. Because the stranger kept warning that if he didn't get everything ready before the ritual began, trouble would come roaring for him. In goblin form, Yukado slapped his hand onto the piles, bowed low, and swore he'd understood everything and would finish the job. Then the stranger from the mirror snarled that since he'd finally got it, he'd better prepare hard for the next ritual, and just like that, the stranger vanished from the mirror. Yukado's hand flared with smoke and he snapped back into his true form, then wiped the sweat off his face, eyes locked serious, wondering if they'd really pulled the wool over that stranger's eyes. Yukado assured the girl that it was all okay now. Then Charlotte dropped the cloth, and Yukado, lamely cradling the octopus in her arms, all stared at him with grim focus. Yukado strode to the diamond net window, and right when Charlotte stepped up to speak, she froze, then swallowed the words and changed her mind. Yukado plunged his hand into the bag and grabbed the mirror packed with coins, then pressed his fingers to the glass and warned, dead serious, that the stranger was a reaper from the Temple of Evil, which meant the Goblin King had to be tied to them somehow. The girls gasped in shock. Charlotte crossed her arms tight under her chest, stood right in front of Yukado and blurted that the Reaper was furious. Yukado stared back like, she might be right, because the Reaper and the others still don't know they already wiped out the Goblin King. Yukado dragged his fingertip across his lips as he stared at the Kryn sprawled on the table, then leaned in and said he just hoped they'd squeeze every last bit of this chance. Yukado clutched the book in his hands and stood before the girls, admitting he didn't get a thing about what that Reaper meant, the ritual of the Moon of Calamity, the medium of the goddess, and the girls stared back at him with dead serious eyes. Lumelia gently scratched the octopus's head and hinted at Serena's older sister, while Charlotte reached out with a face full of worry, and Yukado stared at the book, quoting the Reaper's words about the medium. Yukado left his book open on the page with his sister's photo, and the moment he looked down, his face twisted, pain burning in his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp knock rattled the door right behind Yukado. He froze, his nerves screaming at the sudden surprise. The boys snapped their heads toward the door, hearts hammering. Then a voice from behind it began to blurt that he'd come asking for forgiveness, and it was Mildest, the adventurer's guildmaster. Yukado and Charlotte stared at the door in shock. No clue who this guy was or why he'd show up. And then the blonde man appeared and demanded entry, saying he wanted to step into the guy's room to talk things through. Yukado inched up to the door, all nerves on edge, and swore he'd open it, right as the thoughts of what this man wanted hit him. He gripped the iron, round handle and started turning it. Right before Yukado cracked the door open, he swung back to the girls, sweat beads popping on his face, and the two sides locked eyes, both wearing stone-cold serious expressions. Yukado yanked the door open, and there stood a blonde man staring at him with a terrifying glare. The second Yukado spotted him, his mouth fell open and his eyes went wide with pure fear. The blonde man grinned and blurted that it was really Yukado. He'd been dying to meet him for ages. While Yukado stood there with a book in one hand, his other hand braced against the door, and Yukado shot back that it was really the same man who'd come looking for him. With his gaze locked on the book, the fair-haired man shot Yukado a clear, confident yes to her question, while Yukado stood right in front of him, clutching her own book in both hands. Yukado stood in his doorway with the girls, staring at a taller man who smiled back at him while holding a cane in both hands, dressed in something ridiculously expensive, and Yukado gripped a book in his own hands. He stood face to face with Yukado and started asking, "Do you remember Lenga?" A priest who'd tried to kill him earlier, and when Yukado echoed the name back, the room went tense. Yukado slapped his hand against his face and replayed the whole brawl with the bald man, because in that moment, he was sure Lenga was the one who tried to trick him and the girls. The blonde man slapped a hand to his chest and admitted he came to apologize to the guys, on the guild's behalf, for letting someone like Lange run wild. Yukado locked eyes with the man and nodded along, but a spark of curiosity wouldn't let go. Why in the world had the guild representative come all this way just to apologize for what happened? Charlotte thrust her hand out and told the man he could step into their room, and Lumelia clutched the octopus tight while staring him down. Then he walked in, bowed his head, and thanked Charlotte for the invite. Yukado cracked open the book, aching to get a read on the guild master's true worldview. Then a blonde man with a smooth smile stepped in front of him. One glance at what the book revealed and Yukado's eyes snapped cold. The girls caught it instantly, and alarm bells hit the moment they realized something was seriously off. The girl faced the blonde man and shot worried questions about Yukado. Then Yukado stood beside the shut door, staring down at the open book sprawled on the floor. The girls froze in terror when Yukatu barked that they had to run from that man, right now, while he stood facing them with his back turned to Yukatu. Yukata stared at the man's back with a grim, nervous caution, and the girls clutched their fists as they slowly retreated, while the man stayed frozen, then tipped his head just enough to look straight toward where Yukata stood. Yukata shot the man a fierce glare and demanded to know who he really was. Then the man spun around and spotted a book on the floor, cracked open to a page showing a monster. Yukata clenched his teeth until it hurt, sweat erupted across his body. Then he snapped, "Why would a monster like that come here to us?" On the open page, a wicked illustration stared back. This monster had all its tells laid out, and the name written beneath it was ****. The terrified octopus clamped its tentacles around Lumilia, and she and Charlotte bolted away from the man, while the blonde stood frozen, hands resting on his cane. The man clapped a hand over his smiling mouth, then blurted out how shocked he was that Yukata could see straight through him. Right where the man's face should be, a nightmare monster with writhing tentacles lunges out straight up like an octopus, and it turns out to be an illithid. Level B, HP 46, a humanoid horror unleashed in the eternal world as the single most evil, ruthless, and insidious thing imaginable. A dark aura slammed through the whole room, and right at the center, Yukata, the illithid, stood there as a black shadow, while the girls scrambled even farther back from the monster. The octopus wrapped Lumlia in a warm hug, then snapped his gaze toward the monster. And for a split second it looked like his father. Meanwhile, Yukata fixed the beast with a cold, serious stare, holding his breath, waiting to see what it would do next. Charlotte didn't even hesitate. She snatched up her sword, screamed, and charged the monster head-on. She barked a spell, surged forward, and right away Yukata started yelling for her to stop, but the dark beast lifted a clawed hand straight toward her. Charlotte surged toward the monster, but a sudden flash erupted from his outstretched hand. He'd unleashed a mind explosion spell that blasted a 12-meter radius and pinned every enemy in place for a moment. Charlotte, Lumilia, and her octopus, then Yukata himself crumpled to the ground. Yukata lay there, stared at his own shaking hand, and realized he couldn't move a single part of his body. Yukata lay sprawled by the door, pinned in place, eyes locked on the monster closing in. While that book stayed exactly where it was, pages still flipped open. Charlotte was sprawled on her stomach, then jerked up and shouted for Yukata to run, her whole body still trembling as the monster dropped into a crouch beside Yukata's unmoving form. The monster started scratching its face like it was thinking hard, and Yukata stared at it, terrified. Right beside its head sat an open book. The monster slid its claw toward the pages and snarled that this was its manual. The monster lunged in, nearly snatching the book. Then weird light and crackling sparks erupted from it, burning straight into his hand. The monster yanked its paw back and sparks sprayed out like lightning. Yukata's jaw dropped. Turns out the monster was shocked too. The monster rose, stared at his blackened hand, and watched dark smoke curl from it. Then he clawed at his injured palm with his healthy one, turned to Yukata, and declared that only the owner could ever touch that book. The monster yanked its jaws open, teeth like daggers on full display, and growled that there was no other option left for him. Charlotte slumped on the floor, jerked her head up in pure panic, because Lumilia lay flat on the ground, staring in terror at whatever was about to come next. A black monster silhouette lunged toward Yukata's still body, mouth gaping, as an open book sat beside him. Then its tentacles slid in so close that its terrifying face stared back from Yukata's pupils. Like he was stuck on the floor with a book clutched in both hands, the illithid sat right in front of him, and between them stood a table as the window loomed behind heavy curtains. A gust shoved in from the window, snapping the long curtains upward while Yukata and illithid dug through them, and the moment their eyes met, the air started to shimmer. Yukata clutched his book and stared forward, completely spellbound. Yukata clutched the book like it might slip away, sweat popping on his face as his thoughts raced on what had brought everything to this terrifying point. The illithid shot up a clawed hand and started whispering that Yukata shouldn't be so cautious, claiming the illithid are noble, brilliant, and only want to talk to him alone. Yukata tightened his expression because he didn't fully get what that thing was saying. Yukata lunged toward the illithid and barked that the girls were all lined up. Then the illithid lifted a tentacle, pointed to the side, and snapped that Yukata should calm down. Turns out the girls were dozing outside, right there beside the octopus. Yukata bowed his head and you snapped your gaze away because the illithid kept staring at him, never blinking while the silence dragged on. The illithid shattered the quiet and promised to speak straight, urging Yukata to team up and stand together. Yukata clutched a book, inched closer after those words, and stared him down. Yukata sat frozen in front of the illithid, still reeling from the shock, and then he blurted out, asking for everything he knew about the United Front, only for the illithid to stare back at him in cold, wordless silence. Yukata jerked back when the illithid snapped that he and the others had been watching Yukata, because he'd somehow been tied to the goddess Nephilia. Yukata couldn't forget the horned girl in that wild outfit, because she had grinned right at him. Then the illithid blurted out that this goddess once owned the very book Yukata was clutching, and Yukata's jaw nearly dropped from the shock. Yukata snatched up the book, stared it down, and the illithid fixed its gaze on him, demanding to know if he had any clue what it was. Yukado never tore his gaze from the monster. He thrust a book up in front of him and declared, "This is the book of the world, because it holds every last truth about this place." The Illithid locked onto Yukado without blinking. Its tentacles started to twitch, and it snapped that Yukado had the wrong information. In the pitch black, Yukado pictured the book exploding with flashes of light, while the Illithid kept hammering the same terrifying truth. This wasn't just an encyclopedia, it was a rulebook that could bend the logic of the whole world the gods built. Yukado clutched that book like it might bite, because shadowy hands kept lunging for him, and the Illithid kept roaring that this wasn't just any book. It was a gift of the gods, and anyone who knew even a crumb about it would kill to get their hands on it. The Illithid lifted his black hand to his face and kept pushing, saying Yukado was probably the only one who could unleash the book's power. A heavy dark aura surged around Yukado. He stared the Illithid down with steel in his eyes and fired. "If I beat Yukado, doesn't this book's possession get transferred to you instead?" Still faced on a Yukado, the Illithid didn't even crack his eyes open as he shot back that, yeah, he'd already thought about this very outcome. Yukado's blade held up the Illithid's shadow in the dark, and the creature kept talking, saying that after the massacre of Yukado, the book might finally crawl back to its old owner, that the god could even lose its power, and that moments like this only come once in a lifetime. Yukado fixed the Illithid with a hard stare, then leaned in and blurted that he needed answers. What the United Front really was, and what goal the Illithid was hunting. The Illithid stared straight ahead and snapped that their mission was simple: kill Nephilia and drain her brain. Yukado clutched the book in both hands, staring in shock because he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. The Illithid lifted its tentacles, slick fluid streaming down them as it purred that it couldn't wait to taste your brain and figure out what kind of power your species would crawl into next. Yukado's face twisted into something darker, and he stared at the Illithid in shocked silence. Then he pinched a handkerchief with his tentacles and wiped his mouth, before finally blurting out an apology for what happened. The Illithid's cloak snapped in the wind, its tentacles writhed, and it declared that even his vile kind wouldn't dare challenge the gods. Yet finding that stolen book of the world was a whole different nightmare, because that's what cost the goddess her old power. Yukata snapped with shock and burst out, wheezing the Illithid's chilling words, saying the goddess was about to step onto Earth to hunt down the lost book. The Illithid shoved a tentacle across his face, then hissed that the goddess was burning every last ounce of energy hunting for this very book. Yukado's frown snapped into panic as he looked away, replaying every word in his head. The Illithid flicked a few tentacles, cackling as he insisted Yukado was nothing but a pawn in the goddess's twisted game, and that he'd stolen her beast book. Yukado then echoed every word the Illithid just said about the board game. Yukado pictured a horned goddess in a feathered robe, lounging on a board etched with tiny human figures and that numbered cube beside her, while the Illithid kept grinning, saying once she got bored, she'd yank people straight out of their world and toy with them like dolls. As Yukado replayed the dragon crashing into his world and then snatching his sister, his thoughts turned to ash. The memory of that same beast trying to hurt her ripped through him. His heart thudded straight out of dread and he clutched his chest, gasping in pain. Yukado doubled over, gripping the hand crushing into his chest like he couldn't let go, and he still didn't fully get what the Illithid was saying, while terror racked his whole body. Yukado locked eyes with the Illithid and realized none of it was random. This demon didn't just show up on accident. It was specifically sent to target Yukado and his sister, then drag them straight into the Stark world. The book sat on the round table while Yukado slid his hands onto it and rested his head there, and right across from him the Illithid watched. Without even lifting his coat, Yukado started to insist, no, swear, that he and his sister were brought to this world only because the goddess wanted it. Yukado slowly rose, then snapped fully upright and stared at the Illithid with a hard, unforgiving glare. While the Illithid started rubbing its face with its tentacles again, eyes locked on Yukado as it pondered whatever was next. The draft from the open window snapped the curtains, and Yukado slammed both hands on the table again, demanding answers about this united front. What they wanted from him and the girls exactly, and the Illithid just kept staring, never once breaking eye contact as it listened. The Illithid narrowed his eyes, shot up his clawed hand, and demanded the boys lure the goddess's attention when they finally wanted the book back, because then he and the others would pounce, grab her, and devour her brain. Yukata slammed his hand on the book and snapped that the Illithid and the others were trying to use him and those girls as bait, and the Illithid answered with an eager yes. The Illithid thrust its tentacles out, spitting that he and Yukado could just exploit each other for their own ends. Then Yukado snapped back that if that was the deal, he'd need the Illithid's help to take on the Black Dragon. Yukado shot his hand up over the table and pressed on, saying he wanted a united front, fighting side by side with him and the girls. Then the Illithid started to shake its head and flatly refused, saying it couldn't help. Yukado painted a terrifying vision of a multi-eyed goddess, and the Illithid warned them, If they move without thinking, the goddess will vanish in a blink, and those other hostile races might get curious and come hunting too. Yukata stared down the Illithid as it warned. If the other races learn about our conspiracy, disaster is coming. Saving them would be a loud, obvious move, and I can't let that happen, not ever. Yukado pressed a hand to his face, ready to offer something to the Illithid, and right when the tension started to drag, the door finally swung open. Then the two spirited ones and the octopus jolted awake, rattled by that creaking sound, while Charlotte blinked awake and rubbed the sleep from her eyes with her hands. Yukado froze in the doorway, his face set in pure seriousness, while the girls barreled up to him, bombarding him with worried questions, because they couldn't believe he was still alive. And now he stood right in front of them again, staring back with that same unshakable seriousness. Right behind the girls sat a door, and the air around Yukado felt ominous. They listened to him with their hearts pounding, because an Illithid stood beside him, and Yukado looked them in the eye to announce it. He decided to team up with the Illithid. Yukado's news hit the girls like a sudden storm. Fear and shock locked them in place, and Charlotte snapped up her hand, begging Yukado to say it again. The Illithid morphed into a human body and snapped that it was finally time to leave the boys alone. So Yukado shot it a quick glance while Charlotte frowned, watching the monsters move again. The Illithid stared at Yukado with that unsettling, vacant gaze, then hooked a hand onto Yukado's shoulder and promised he'd pray for his luck in the fight. Yukado only shot him a sideways look and said nothing. Yukado Barda was locked in on a book, while the girls stood on either side of him, and in that hallway packed with doors, they watched the Illithid drift away like it was slipping out of reach. Charlotte slid her hand into Yukado's palm and blurted, trembling, that he was dead set on his choice. Maybe he'd rethink it before it was too late. Yukata stared at the book's picture and notes on the Illithid, convinced they were lawful evil, cold as stone, ready to crush human life like it meant nothing. But if they wanted a way to survive that direct hit, they'd still have to count on them. Yukata stared at the book's pages, stone-faced, and decided he'd exploit the weakness in his own offer. Because if anyone thought he'd stop as a munchkin, he'd do anything to reach his goal. The boys stared at the Illithids retreating back, leaving in pity, while Charlotte's face fell as she looked at Yukado. Then he snapped the book shut and insisted everything was fine, telling the girls they had nothing to worry about. Yukado's brows knit as he watched the Illithid stride off, and he realized the only thing driving it was one mission, saving Sen, so he swore he'd do whatever it took to make it happen. The story kicks into the city of Orbita, where the guys hit the bustling shopping district, stacked houses, swaying lanterns, and shop signs plastered across every facade, and Yukado, right on the spot, fires off questions to a local man about a magic item shop. Next to Yukado, the man in the apron jabbed a finger to the side and said the store sat behind the intersection, right on the sign, where Contemplator was carved in stone. Yukado, wrapped in his cloak, followed the point, looked that way, and gratefully thanked him. Yukado studied the man the moment he stopped, and when he cupped his face and admitted that the magic shop's wares were top-notch but the shopkeeper acted a little off, Yukado practically couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yukado strode down a tight cobblestone street, where countless signs and lanterns burned bright, and a swarm of people filled the alley behind him. Then he snapped his head toward the open window. Yukado halted at the doorway, stairs climbing toward gorgeous doors, and the creepy sign hit him, an open-mouthed monster plastered with tons of eyes and paws. So Yukado figured he'd finally found the shop. Yukado swung the door open and slipped inside. This room was massive, crammed with bizarre treasures. A wild mix of weapons, stacks of books, and strange bottles lined up in the cabinet right by the entrance. Yukado strode to the entrance cabinet, snatched a tiny bottle from the shelf, and stared in disbelief. This store was packed with things he'd never even seen before. Yukado raised that weird bottle and the dust spiraled up into the water. Then he clapped one hand over his mouth, sneezes hitting hard, and muttered, "Yeah, this shop is totally legit." Yukado spotted a weird star with an enemy trapped inside, snatched up the book, and started reading about the sword shield. One weapon that can defend and strike at the same time. Sure, it sounds perfect, but using it is brutally hard. Yukado hurried past a stand stacked with cloaks, stopped dead at one book, and dug in. Because the cloak in front of him was a chameleon cloak, boosting his camouflage and letting him fire the invisibility spell once a day. Yukito strode up to the stand packed with weapons, but a sword with multiple blades yanked his attention. When he gripped it in his hands, he couldn't help thinking he was holding something truly wild. Yukata triggered the spinning blade, and the sword's blades started swirling like they had a mind of their own. Pure shock and fear hit him at once. That's the spinning blade. It grants one extra bonus. Yukado jolted forward, blade spinning at the tip, yelling that he had no clue how to shut it down. And then, out of nowhere, someone was closing in on him fast. The man snatched Yukado's spinning blade out of his hands, slammed it back into the pile of weapons, and barked that he had no clue what Yukado was even trying to do. Yukado faced an elderly man who stared him down and clicked his round glasses with pure annoyance. And right then, Yukado blurted out an apology for what he'd done. Yukado threw his arms wide and announced he'd come to the shop for magic items, but the shopkeeper glared at him in pure annoyance. Then his expression contorted even more, and Yukado's stomach dipped with a sharp dose of fear. Yukado froze as an older man with glasses scrutinized him from head to toe. Then the man opened his mouth, and a pale cloud of smoke spilled out. The old man swung his hand in front of Yukado, spun around, and barked that this was a shop packed with magic items and weapons. Like a kid like Yukado could ever afford a single thing. Yet Yukado only smirked as the words hit. Yuka hurried up to the old man behind the counter, and Yukado yanked his bag up, flipped it upside down, coins and precious stones spilled onto the table, and the bespectacled old man stared in shock. Yukado yanked every last thing out of his bag, then shot the older man a sly grin, only for the guy's serious stare to snap into place as he adjusted his glasses. An older man loomed behind the counter, while Yukado drifted along the shelves, scanning every odd item like she was hunting for something, slow, focused, and deadly curious. Yukado leaned over the shelf, talking into a small bottle while his eyes devoured the notes in his book, convinced every pick he'd grabbed would come in clutch. Then the old man snapped a weird look and spun back to him. Yukado stood by the shelves, clutching a book in one hand and a handful of bottles in the other, surrounded by baskets stuffed with stuff. And the old man warned him that he wasn't loading up too much for himself to buy. Yukado gripped the book tight and stared the man down. Then the guy kept pushing, saying that if Yukado really was heading for the dungeon, he wouldn't need all that stuff, or that Yukado was gearing up to start a war, and then the man erupted into laughter. A lamp blazed on the table beside Yukado as he yanked a flask from the shelf and tossed it into the basket with the rest. He glanced at his book and muttered that the man was right, and when the guy stared in shock, he looked away. The man slid into the chair behind the counter, turned his back on Yukado, and started talking, claiming he'd been appraising magic items for years, so he could judge exactly how strong an adventurer really was. The man stared at Yukado without so much as a glance, saying Yukado looked like a mage, yet he just couldn't pull off fire-breathing heat, and Yukado kept his eyes on the book as the old man's words washed over him. Yukado showed everyone this power in action, then insisted that once you master this spell, you level up into a real, full-on magic user, and it's a third-level spell that reaches up to 6 meters. The older man slammed his hands on the counter and stared like he meant it, while Yukado slid another bottle into his basket. Then the man straightened up, crossed the room, and yanked his gaze to the wall where the sword hung, while Yukado kept scanning the shelves of every strange item in sight. A lone man faced a sword with a jagged edge, standing frozen in front of it. Then he shattered the silence and started talking, admitting he used to be an adventurer too. The man's eyes lit up as he remembered every wild stop he'd taken inside the chest of gold. Then he leaned in and said, "Not far from here, there's a dungeon I explored with my friends. Yeah, we scored treasures in there, but nothing compared to what Yukado brought back." What? He stared straight ahead and said, through the pain, that every single one of his squad had died in that same dungeon. The man snapped his speech shut, locked eyes on Yukado, then strode over to him. Yukado just stood by the shelves, staring at the stuff. And as he closed the distance, he told Yukado he needed to stop this reckless idea. Yukado stared at the shelves in front of him, totally unbothered, while the man threw his arms wide and bragged that with Yukado's fortune, anyone could live easy. No reason at all to go courting danger. The man went stone-cold silent, staring hard at the book Yukado was holding, eyes grim, while Yukado didn't even look at him, not a bit. Without even glancing at the man, Yukado snapped that death was terrifying beyond words, then clenched his fist and spun toward him. Yukado stared the man down and told him he had to follow the plan, no hesitation. The man's mood flipped in an instant, shocked that Yukado was saying that, even though part of him still couldn't shake the thought that this sounded like it came from a man already ready to die. The man replayed every kind of customer who'd ever stepped into his shop, remembering a parade of reckless adventurers who'd risk it all for deadly dungeons. But then Yukado walked in, and everything felt different. Yukado stared straight at him. Seeing Yukado's hard, serious attitude, he realized the truth. Those eyes screamed that Yukado would survive no matter the cost. He let out a heavy sigh, dropped his head, and figured there was no way he could stop Yukado. Then he snapped his gaze back up at him and demanded, "So, what's your name?" Yukado locked eyes with the man and blurted out his name, and the shock hit him so hard he crumpled to the floor, stunned beyond words. Yukado couldn't believe it either, because the older man stared back with his mouth hanging open, fear blazing in his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but the word died in his throat. So he snapped his head down and clenched his teeth hard, while the old man sat there wearing a ring right on his ring finger. The man shot up from his seat, strode to the counter, and told the clerk that Yukado's name was wildly unusual. Then demanded Yukado follow him. Yukado did, and the older man slipped behind the counter, hunting through the shelves of bottles like he was looking for something specific. Then the man slammed a row of bottles filled with liquid onto the counter in front of Yukado, and Yukado couldn't believe his eyes. Yukado stared at the vials, ready to speak, but the man cut him off. "I'm handing all of these to you for free," he said, and insisted that a few healing potions could never hurt. The man grabbed the vials and thrust them at Yukado, then erupted, telling him to just take them for himself because they weren't even that pricey. While Yukado fumbled forward with shaky hands, too nervous to refuse. The old man dragged his hand across his nose and said this only shows up once every 10 years, and Yukado cradled every bottle in his arms, staring at him like he was completely out of his mind. Dark clouds rolled over the city streets, and an elderly man stepped outside to send Yukado off. Before leaving, Yukado locked eyes with him and nodded, then took off down the road. The man clasped his hands tight, stared as Yukado turned and walked off, and his face stayed locked in a serious, unreadable mood. After a while, he kept his hands clasped, then flashed a smile and started asking how many years had gone by since he last spoke with someone from that world. The man snapped back to the moment he'd been dragged into this world, clutching a bag in his hands, dressed in a suit, while weirdly dressed strangers stared in terror, and it all began 39 years ago when he was summoned here. Then he pictured that armored fighter battling goblins, still sitting down to study book after book. While the old man realized in that exact moment he knew nothing at all and was clinging to desperation, searching for a way back to his home world. He yanked open his scribbled diary, stared at a photo of his family, and tears just started pouring. He yanked off his glasses and pressed his hand to his face, begging his heart to get back to his family. But now he couldn't even scrape up enough willpower to try. The man couldn't forget Yukado's stern face, and he realized this lung man wasn't here to talk, he meant to fight. It wasn't that Yukado feared dying, he'd already accepted it. Then the man shoved open the door of his shop and strode inside. The old man strode up to the jagged sword, stared at the blade like it was a curse, then pressed his hand to it, his desperate eyes flickering across the steel as a terrifying thought hit him. Had he already turned into an NPC? He shoved his hands into the hay, slumped low, and stopped caring whether he'd land the hit or not. Because the second a protagonist throws in the towel, they don't get a heroic ending, they get turned into just another NPC. A huge window loomed beside him as his eyes burned with tears, and all he could think was when he'd finally thrown in the towel, Yukata turning away as he just watched her walk off. Meanwhile, in the backyard the whole place went deathly quiet. Charlotte planted herself in a fighting stance, blades ready, with boards stacked upright all around her as obstacles, her sword gripped tight by the hilt. Charlotte yanked her sword free and hacked through the stacked logs, slicing them down so each one thudded to the ground one by one. Then she slid her blade back into its sheath. Charlotte strutted in a fancy outfit, broadsword gleaming at her side, lifted her namu like it was nothing, and declared her uniform was the perfect fit, built to keep her moving with effortless speed. Charlotte shut her eyes, bowed low, and clasped her hands to her chest as she knelt and prayed. "Lord Lurie, please forgive me for becoming a warrior." Charlotte dropped to her knees, hands clasped tight, and stared at Lumilia as she hooked the bowstring with a face set in pure focus. Then Lumilia leveled an arrow straight at a huge, wide tree trunk. Leaves started to rain from the treetops, and Lumilia snapped her focus into place, then loosed an arrow straight for the mark. It was all powered by her precision shot skill. The arrow drove straight through every fox that had tumbled from the crown, pinning each one deep into the tree trunk. Lumilia gripped her bow tight, then told everyone she finally got it. This is what it feels like to level up. When Lumilia heard Charlotte's excited voice, she snapped her head around, lifted a hand, clasped her hands together, and grinned, saying Lumilia was an amazing girl. An octopus plummeted out of the treetops, and the girls froze, staring at it in shock. The door swung open to the yard, and there waiting was a woman in an apron. She blurted that she'd finally found the girls, and the girls just stared at her, still clutching an octopus in their hands. The woman planted her hands on her hips, shot Yukado's companions a look full of disgust, and snapped, "Hey, can you girls come with me for a minute?" The girls snapped their heads toward the woman, eyes wide with pure shock. The girls got shoved onto a packed street, and Yukado stood right in front of them like trouble waiting to strike. Vumilia clutched an octopus in her hands. Charlotte stared at Yukado in pure panic and snapped that they had zero money left to stay at the hotel, while Yukado just stood there with his head bowed low. Yukado gripped his backpack tight and kept his eyes down, saying he'd burned every last coin just to get the gear ready, and Charlotte shot her hands up in worry. "So tell me, did Yukado really have zero gold left?" Charlotte didn't even turn around. She shot a nervous glance over her shoulder at the disgruntled woman hovering behind her with hands pressed under her chest, and the woman snapped that if the guys couldn't cough up rent money, then they were idiots for not packing up and leaving right away. Charlotte shot her hand out toward the slammed door, nerves screaming as she stared straight ahead, while Amiglia and Yukado loomed behind her, and Charlotte kept looking at Yukado like she expected the worst. Yukado shot his hand up and cheered that everything was fine, then suggested the girls bunk down in the stable, while Lumilia clutched the octopus in dead silence, and Charlotte let out a nervous, weird little sound she couldn't even explain. Yukado grinned with menace, cracked open his book, and told everyone this. If they crash in the stable, their tired bodies won't heal, but their spells and skills will snap back. Yukado's expression sank even lower as he kept his eyes locked on the book, saying that if they used paladin skills, they'd get the exact same fatigue recovery you feel from sleeping in an inn. Yukado shot his hand up, turned to the girl, and said they could kick back together with Rocinante, while she could stay close to Charlotte too. Charlotte pressed a hand to her cheek, eyes narrowing as she admitted Yukado's idea wasn't half bad. Then Lamilia and the octopus stared right back at her, hanging on her every word. Night swallowed the city, and while it did, the boys huddled inside the stable dreaming, while the girls curled up together in a tight embrace with Rocinante. Yukado snoozed nearby in the corner, and even the octopus sprawled in its barrel of water like it owned the place. It all kicks off in the city of Orbita, where a huge gate looms, brick walls towering around it, while a girl stands there gripping a horse like she's about to charge in. A long-haired girl halted before the shut gate, tenderly stroking her horse's muzzle, while a short man stood right beside her watching. Charlotte ran her fingers over her horse's muzzle, grinned, and told it straight up. The finish line is miles away, but they're betting everything on Racinate. Charlotte glanced sideways, gently stroking the horse as she asked Yukito, "Are you really okay?" And he gave her a clear, positive answer. Yukado hunkered in the bag, staring out through the opening and reading with total focus, while Charlotte kept her eyes locked on him the whole time. Because that bag wasn't just any bag, it was a storage one that can haul up to 230 kilograms yet mysteriously always weighs 2 kilograms. Yukata peered out from the bag slung on the horse, muttering that he had to reach the Temple of Evil as fast as humanly possible. Then Charlotte shot back, "You look like a demon, but if you're comfy in that bag, stay put." Yukado glared at the book and snapped that the rules didn't say a word about how to use it. Then Charlotte pinched her forehead and thought, "Yeah, it really is fine." Yukata stared at the book. Like the moment he didn't even open his eyes, he already knew that map on the pages meant they had 6 days left before the Moon of Disaster ritual kicked off. The map laid out the mountains in the black fog, there, right where the Temple of Evil lurked, beside Orbia, and the arrow zeroed in on a weird, out-of-place sign. Yukado just hoped that if their luck didn't hit rock bottom, they could press closer tomorrow. Yukado barked at the girl that they had to move, serious, no jokes. Next, they launched on horseback, the girls perched in the saddles, Charlotte gripping the reins, while Yukado stayed hunched inside the bag. The boys rode out on horseback, charging toward the forests and looming mountains ahead, while Yukata stared at it all, convinced they were headed straight for the Black Mist Mountains. Charlotte and Lumilia charged across the land on horseback, their hair whipping through the wind, while Yukado clung inside a bag like it was the last lifeline, shaking with fear. Meanwhile, the boys thundered across the field on their own mounts as white clouds drifted over the mountains beside them. Night swallowed the sky above the treetops as Lumilia sat on the ground with an octopus at her side. Charlotte hovered nearby, gently stroking the horse's muzzle, and Yukado sat with his back turned to the girls. Lumelia gripped a stack of branches in one hand, then snapped them into a neat pile with the other to spark a fire, while the octopus lounged in a tiny container, its tentacles already cradling branches of its own. That happy horse crunched carrots like it owned the place, and Charlotte clutched a basket of fresh veggies. She grinned at the chewing beast and praised Rocinante, saying, "Good job, now you've got to eat well too." A rustle popped from the bushes by the boys, and Rocinante's rage flared, so hard that a hunk of carrot even tumbled from her mouth. The girls shot worried looks toward the shadows where the noise was coming from. Yukado knelt in front of the girls, clinging to a tree with both hands, and Charlotte shot her hands up to ask if he was okay. Yukado's face was soaked in sweat. He spun around, wiped his brow, and tried to tell everyone he was fine, but that rogue's got the gift to read trouble in parallel, and Yukado couldn't even finish his sentence. Nausea hit like a wave, and he clapped both hands over his mouth. Yukado felt sick, turned away from the girls, and headed back to the tree. Then Charlotte slid up behind him and laid a hand on his shoulder, her eyes shutting tight as she realized Yukado was seriously not okay. After a bit, Yukado and the girls sat across from each other, heat roaring in the space between them, and Yukado shot his hand forward to cast his spell. Charlotte clasped her hands in front of her face, grinning as she watched Yukado work, while Lumilia and the octopus stared at the pot in stunned awe, because this spell was cooking their food. Yukado rubbed his chin, admitting the feast looked huge but didn't hit the stomach, and he just wanted something warm and delicious. Meanwhile, Lumilia rose from her knees, Stela stacked behind her, bow in hand, ready to strike. The boys watched Lumilia slip into the forest thicket, vanish for a moment, and then come right back. When she returned, she stepped toward them with a rabbit clutched in her hands, claiming she'd caught them some food, and the boys nearly burst with happy shock. Yukado rolled up his sleeves, grinned, and declared it was finally time to flex his skills, then told the girls to back him up, too. Charlotte clutched her chest, practically vibrating with impatience as she waited for cooking to kick off, and Nelia stood right beside her. Lamilia, an octopus draped over her shoulder, dropped down beside the fire where a rabbit carcass hissed in the pot. Yukata leaned in and tasted the steaming broth with a spoon, and beside her Charlotte struggled, drenched in sweat as she peeled vegetables, while Yukata watched her with trembling worry. Fresh food was spread right on the ground fruits, a rabbit carcass, bread, buns, and steaming bowls, and Yukata with the girls dug in hard, then bright happiness and pure bliss lit up their faces. The boys huddled together as food sat right in front of them, stuffing their faces while Lumilia cradled an octopus that whipped its tentacles around, and after a while Charlotte's horse stood nearby too, then empty bowls clattered onto the ground. Lumilia clutched an octopus to her chest as Charlotte, and she stared at Yukata with stone-faced seriousness. While he sat there gripping a book, declaring that now that they were done eating, it was time to call a strategy meeting. Yukata stared at the girls and blurted, "To hit the evil temple, you need level 6. But their joy was only averaging a measly 3, so they couldn't jump in yet. Yukata and Charlotte were stuck at level 3, and Lumilia was even lower at level 2. Yukata flipped the book open to the dragon page and tugged the girls over to see it. Then the girls leaned in, studying every detail like it mattered. On the book's page, a black dragon spread its wings in ink, and the moment you looked, you could see every detail of its deadly traits. Yukata dropped the book on the ground in front of the girls, then warned them, this dragon might be young, but it's still a monster. And Yukata just wanted to save Sana and Serena without getting tangled up with it. Yukata couldn't shake the memory of his first run-in with the dragon, and wondered if this time they'd get the same luck as last time, when they finally slipped away from its claws. Yukata slapped his hand to his face and raced through a new plan to save the girls. Charlotte and Lamiglia leaned in, listening hard, but Lamiglia suddenly snapped her gaze away as she spotted something lurking in the bushes. Yukata and Charlotte stared at Lamiglia in sheer terror as she spun around, half-sitting, and yanked the bowstring back like she was about to unleash hell. Milia kept her hand locked on her arrow, eyes fixed on the bushes where that rustling sound came from. She didn't blink, didn't flinch, just waited to strike, while the boys spotted the little bushes hidden between the trees ahead. Lumilia sat half up, drew back, and aimed an arrow straight at the noise, while Charlotte and Yukata tightened their stance to strike. Right beside the boys, fire hissed to life, a horse snapped its head warily toward the sound, and an octopus clutched a stack of arrows ready for Lumilia. Lumilia yanked the bowstring taut and snapped her gaze toward the commotion. Behind her, Yukettle and Charlotte stayed on edge as a figure pushed through the bushes, stalking straight toward the guys. Armed orcs pushed through the bushes straight toward the boys, and Yukata clocked them instantly. Barbaric predators, not genius brains but deadly hands on their weapons. The girl shot to her feet. Lumilia never lowered her bow, it stayed locked on the oncoming orcs, and Charlotte yanked her sword free from its sheath. Yukata ducked behind a tree, peeking out at the girls with nerves on edge, and realizing too late that the orcs were way faster than he'd ever guessed. The orcs started drooling and barking orders, screaming that the girls should toss their weapons, because they meant to capture them. Then the orcs surged forward to strike and got slammed instantly by a storm of arrows. The orcs marching ahead crumpled to the ground. Lamilia's arrows tore into them. With one hand gripping her bow, she yanked fresh arrows from her back with the other, then unleashed her quickshot skill in a blur. The last orc surged forward to smash the girls, and Lumilia and Charlotte snapped into combat stances to shove them back with everything they had. An orc leapt up, charged straight at Lumilia, hurling insults as he swung his axe too bad because an octopus was perched right on her hand. He swung hard, but it missed. The blade buried itself in the ground, and Lumilia dodged in a flash, then sprang to the side. Lumilia thrust her hand forward, octopus and all, and barked the order to strike. Then the beast obeyed, blasting ink straight into the orc's face. The octopus latched onto Lumilia's waist, and she snapped off an arrow straight at the orc, still soaked in ink. Right beside Lumilia, Charlotte stood her ground with her blade up, then an orc with rotten, razor-sharp fangs charged in, screaming. Charlotte whipped her sword to parry as the orc's axe swung for her, and the brute towered over her, jaws clenched and teeth grinding with rage. Charlotte barely dodged as the orc's strike came crashing down, and he towered over her, roaring that he'd end her himself. Then burning coals seared the ground at her feet. Without a second thought, she lashed out and kicked the stub straight at his face, and the impact made him drop his axe and stagger off defeated. The orc clutched his scorched face with both hands and erupted in a scream of agony. Then Charlotte shrieked, barreled forward, and launched an attack. Charlotte whipped her sword across the orcs' backs. One fell hard to the ground, screaming in agony. Then she slammed her skill into the moment, dealing extra damage with every brutal hit. As she stood over the fallen body, a second orc surged forward above her, maces raised and ready to crush. Charlotte suddenly felt a strike coming from behind and whipped around right as another orc barreled at her, roaring that he'd take care of her. And at the same moment, she heard footsteps pounding toward her. Charlotte's horse burst in beside her, swung maces at the orc, and Charlotte froze, terrified and stunned all at once. The horse started stomping down on the fallen orc, and the rest of the orcs just gawked with wide-open mouths. They stood frozen, trembling like they couldn't breathe. Charlotte grinned, thrust her sword out, and reached back to pat the horse with her free hand. An orc blared that a warhorse was loose, and the others scrambled for arrows to strike it, while Charlotte threw herself over the beast, right as a bunch of crossbows leveled in on them, and she stared forward, already plotting her next move. Yukado stood among the trees, staring down the orcs as they boxed in Charlotte and her horse, and before anyone could blink, he shot his hand forward and blasted a protective spell into the air. Charlotte flinched and clapped her hand over her face as an arrow screamed toward her, but it smashed to pieces against the magical shield Yukado threw up, just a first-level spell, yet it slammed back the enemy's attack like a wall. Charlotte thrust her hand up, and a shimmering magical shield snapped into place as the orcs' arrows shattered against it. So the orcs panicked, spun in every direction, and screamed that they had to find the magic source. The orcs peered into the forest and spotted Yukado stretching his hand out ahead of him. Then one of them yanked up a crossbow and leveled it at his face. And Yukado, without even flinching, blurted that he'd activate the item's power in just a day. A cold void opened in the exact spot where Yukado stood, then he was gone. He'd used his invisibility splash. The orcs surged toward the bushes where they last saw him and kept hunting, eyes locked on every shadow. Yukado crouched low beside the orcs, wrapped in a chameleon cloak that cranked his camouflage up to max, 1 use per day, and though the brutes stood right in front of him, they never once noticed him. Then a brutal blow smashed into the orcs from behind. Lumilia whirled and smashed forward, bow in hand, while an octopus clung to her back and snatched a whole stack of arrows. Then the orcs gawked at their fallen comrade, crumpled on the ground with an arrow jutting from his back. A pack of orcs bared sharp smiles and stared down the girls, but the girls and their animals stood dead serious, ready to shove back any attack that dared to come. Yukado, cloaked in invisibility, stared into the distance and counted 4 orcs still standing. Then he realized his squad was set to wipe them out. Lumilia knocked another arrow and started lining it up. Charlotte yanked her sword free and charged straight into the fight. Suddenly, the wind snatched the girls and their animals right off the ground, then slammed them back down hard. Yukado, hidden in an invisibility cloak, staggered in and leaned against a tree, absolutely stunned by the chaos. Yukado snapped her gaze forward and saw a chain dangling 2 spiked balls, ready to strike, while Lumilia and Charlotte sat on the ground right by the horse's hooves. 2 armed orcs bolted into the darkness, and Charlotte stared in shock as they fled. Yukado leaned in and warned the girl from the bushes to be more careful, while Lumilia just slumped on the ground and stared at him. A hulking orc towered into view, chains rattling with spiked balls swinging in his grip, and he stomped straight toward the girls. This was a combat-class orc, built to fight. An aggressive combat-class orc stepped in front of the girls, gripping a spiked ball target and waving the deadly weapon like it was about to explode. The war orc erupted into a savage scream and whipped his chain, then he hurled his weapon straight at the girls. Charlotte gripped her sword with both hands while Lumilia stood right behind her, bow drawn and ready. That war orc cracked Charlotte across the face with his chain, then it snapped around her sword, and Charlotte froze in total shock. The war orc yanked the chain toward himself, and Charlotte, blade gripped tight, sprinted into its path, but her sword started to slip, and she crashed to the ground right in front of the orcs as the war orc wound up to whip the chain overhead. Charlotte crumpled onto the ground, staring at the orcs in pure terror. Then one of them lunged with a spiked weapon and slammed it into her, ripping open her mouth with a jolt of pain. The war orc started hacking his weapon as Lumilia braced. Then a brutal swing slammed into the tree and it snapped. Yukado, wrapped in an invisibility cloak, gaped in terror as Lumilia bolted for her life. And that spiked combat orc weapon came crashing in behind her. Or barely avoided it, spiked metal swiped past and missed as Lumilia hurled herself into the air, then loosed an arrow straight at the battle orc. It slammed into the iron chain, shattered it clean, and left Lumilia stunned. The war orc clenched his teeth and started slamming the chain high over his head, while the Lumilia still hung in the air. The little orcs erupted into cheers, screaming that the fighting orc had to crush the elf. Yukado knelt face-to-face with the orcs, hidden in an invisibility cloak that made him vanish into thin air. Lumilius wore a wary stare, and Yukado watched the combat orcs back like it was a ticking clock. This was his one shot, no room for error, and he inched forward ready to strike. Yukado stared ahead and clocked a nasty opening on the back of the combat orc, then used his surveillance skill to pinpoint the weakness and strike it right where it hurt. The battle orc snapped into action, roaring and slamming his chain at Lumilia, while Yukado yanked out his knife and charged straight for him. Yukado drove his knife into the combat orc's weak spot, slipping in a rogue sneak attack, and the damage shot up based on the attacker's class level. A war orc let out a blood-curdling scream, and Yukado drove a knife into its back, then flashed a grin as he yanked the blade free and drew it back behind the orc. The war orc wheeled toward him, and Yukado clenched his teeth, thrusting the knife out in front like he was ready to strike again. Yukado faced off against the war orc, and the other orc stared in shock at her sudden arrival. While the war orc's rage flared, his teeth clenched as he grabbed the chain in his paw. That war orc swung his weapon and roared like thunder, lunging toward Yukado. Lumilia shrieked her name in panic, and Yukata's instincts flared as she realized the spiked chain was deadly, but it just wasn't built for close-quarters combat. Yukata lunged forward and slipped right behind a combat orc, spiked chain clutched in its paws, and then a tiny ball flickered into existence in his hands. Yukata hurled the ball right at his own feet, pure smoke in his wake. The battle orc jerked his paw up, shocked, because this trick wasn't just smoke, it could lift up 4 places. The evil-faced orc snapped his paw through the smoky air, scattering the mist, clutching a target in both hands, while he and the other orcs went utterly clueless, because they had no idea where Yukata and the girls had vanished to. Night swallowed the world as Charlotte lay tangled among the trees, fighting for air while her hands shook like they had a mind of their own. Then a nasty scratch across her face kept bleeding, one terrifying drip at a time. Charlotte pressed a hand to her chest and unleashed a healing spell. Instantly, her whole body lit up with a bright glow, ready to heal anyone the paladin touches, and she can fire this ability off again and again all day long. Charlotte sprang to her feet, clutched her stomach, and snapped that she couldn't find her holy sword. Then she whipped her gaze to the side where Yukato's bag sat. Charlotte tore into her bag and snatched out a spear, remembering Yukato's words. This wasn't just any blade, it was a holy spear, and it could be thrown as a weapon too. Charlotte still remembered how she gripped the spear up to Yukata's face. Yukata swore this was the very weapon Lord Rigdar used. Yet Charlotte couldn't shake the doubt that it had ever fit a paladin, and bitterness clawed at her hands the whole time. The war orc and the rest of the orcs crowded the clearing, weapons clenched in their fists, while the war orc gripped a chain and scanned the area. Then their search for Yukata snapped into focus as something caught their eye. Charlotte thundered forward on horseback toward the orcs, spear gripped tight, screaming at the top of her lungs. Charlotte spurred her horse deeper into the woods when a war orc roared and swung a spiked weapon, and those blades whistled through the shadows around him. The war orc started growling and thrusting his spiked weapon at Charlotte. Then it whooshed past her and her horse. Charlotte snapped out of the way at the last second, and the spiked balls slammed into the ground as she and her horse leaped clear to the side. An orc warrior slammed his jaws shut and yanked the chain toward himself, and as Charlotte's scream tore through the air, she came charging in with her spear. Charlotte hurled her spear and clamped it into a combat orc that was gripping a chain. Then she fired off her skill, Raid, slicing 2 points off its armor while cranking up its attack and damage by 2 more. The orc's chain of spikes crashed to the ground as Charlotte rode in and jammed her spear straight into its body. Then, just a heartbeat later, her strike tore a huge hole right through it. The war orcs keeled over as smoke poured from them, their deaths watched by his kin, and Charlotte snapped her mouth wide, screaming in pure shock when the spear suddenly exploded. Charlotte sat on her horse, spear gripped tight, watching the war orc crawl up from the ground. He braced himself on his feet, jaw clenched, trying to rise while his chest still gaped from Charlotte's hit. Charlotte gripped a charred stick, glaring at the orc, and when he finally rose, he stared straight at the hole in his chest, spitting out weird, choking sounds. Behind the war orcs, one regular orc clutched a weapon in both hands, trembling like he was about to break. His breathing came in harsh bursts as he spun to his fellow kinsmen and begged, "Give me your weapon." The orc snapped a step back and hurled his weapon up in the air. The battle orc lunged to grab it but came up empty, and Charlotte's eyes widened in shock, while that enraged fighter stared forward like he wanted to tear the world apart. Yukata, gripping an axe, swung down over the combat orc, and blood sprayed into the air. And right before that, Yukata had warned him he couldn't even count how many comrades he still had left. Yukata replayed the moment in his head. The second he flung up that smoke screen, he snapped into an orc, and right after, he hurled the bag at Charlotte before transforming again. The other orcs finally clocked what Yukata had done, and terror snapped through them as they screamed and grabbed their heads. Then, right on cue, the arrows started slamming into the orcs. Lemilia launched her attack, she slipped behind Yukata, raised her aim, and let the orcs have it, while the octopus hovered right beside her. A handful of orcs crumpled on the ground, Lumilia's arrows still lodged in their bodies, and one lone orc just stared at his fallen kin in pure terror. Then he bolted, and Lumilia snapped her bow up, zeroing in on the last one. The last orc slammed into the horse, crashed to the ground, and stared in terror as the horse reared up, hooves rising right toward him, while he just sat there wide-eyed with his mouth hanging open. Yukata sprinted up behind the horse, yelling for it to stop. He needed to interrogate the orc who'd called a halt in the first place, while Charlotte sat on its back, gently stroking its neck to calm it down. Charlotte leapt off her horse, locked eyes with Yukata, then strode right up and thrust his bag into the air. Yukata stretched his hands forward to grab it. Charlotte held up a burnt stick where the spear used to be, and she stammered that Yukato's spear had blown up mid-attack, only for Yukata to shrug his bag onto his shoulder and reveal he'd tied an explosive potion to it on purpose. Charlotte clutched her chest and burst out, panicked and furious, yelling that she hated how Yukata had put her to use such a cowardly weapon, like she wasn't a paladin even if she wasn't anymore. While this stood nearby and soaked up every word the guys were saying. Yukata locked onto the men's faces, lifted a finger, and declared that he'd bless the temple explosives, making them sacred. Charlotte pressed a finger to her face and murmured that if those explosives were truly holy, then she was on board. While Yukado planted himself in front of her with his finger raised, and Lumilia and the others hovered nearby, staring at the boys. Yukado yanked the last orc into restraints while the girls stood right behind him, and all around them lay the rest of the orcs, Lumilia's arrows sticking out of their bodies. Then the girls demanded, "Did you see this orc attack coming?" What? Yukado yanked the orcs' hands together with a rope and flashed a clear yes to the girls' question, while they stood trapped on all sides, swallowed by trees and thick bushes. Yukado remembered the same skill he'd used before to talk to a girl and a man, then told how back in Orbia City he'd gathered intel about the evil temple earlier. Yukado pictured the mountain where this evil temple sat, then swore it was hidden deep in the Black Fog Peaks, its name only being carved out 2 years ago, when before that these mountains were called Zelaguhia. Charlotte and Lumilia tested the mountain's old name in hushed voices, and the words hit like a curse, an evil Avar god of darkness worshipped by orcs and goblins. And the second they heard it, both girls pictured a hairy nightmare. A goat skull, horns blazing on its head. Yukado shot his hand up and declared that with the Black Dragon's power, the believers had seized this very temple. So yeah, the goblin king the guys crushed was probably one of its priests once. Yukado staggered up to the goblin with an arrow still sticking in his chest and declared that the goblins had surrendered, teamed up with the temple invaders, and that the other students had bolted, hiding in the forest or below ground, while the girl stood right beside the goblin liaison who was slumped on the earth. Yukado tore into the fallen orc's pocket, snatched a medallion on a chain and marched up to the tied-up goblin, then demanded what it meant. Charlotte gasped, stunned she'd spotted a deity's amulet. Yukado clutched a skull pendant on a chain, horns and all, while the tied-up orc shot him a nasty glare, then snapped his head away. Yukado raised the amulet right over the orc. Yukado gripped the amulet in both hands, shut his eyes, and swore that in the end they couldn't reclaim the temple. So they turned in the bad bandits who prey on adventurers, and the tied-up orc immediately snapped, raging and hurling insults at Yukado. Without a single second of hesitation, Yukado snatched the knife and aimed it at the tied-up orc, face set like stone. The orc went dead silent, eyes locked on the blade. Yukado didn't move, just stared, holding the moment. Yukado pressed the knife up to the orc's face and demanded, through fierce words, that the orc guide them to the base, so Yukado could speak to the leader, while the girls nearby stared in shock. Then Charlotte lunged over, voice shaking as she shouted Yukado's name. Without even lowering the blade, Yukado stared down Charlotte and declared the Temple of Evil was their shared enemy, then promised that if the talks with the orcs worked, they'd finally join forces. Charlotte swallowed hard and snapped back that uniting with Evil's followers was impossible. Yukado relived those brutal talks with the Illithid, then locked eyes with Charlotte and said he'd take whatever opening came because they'd already teamed up with them. Charlotte started to protest, but the words died in her throat as she went still and stared at Lumilia. Yukado crouched over the tied-up orc, knife still pressed right to its muzzle, and told himself he had to get answers about the Temple of Evil. Then he snapped a question to the orc, asking if it would cooperate, and the orc stared back at him, thinking hard. After a moment's hesitation, the orc swiped some spit into his mouth, then blasted it straight into Yukado's face. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. The tied-up orc erupted in laughter, taunting that Yukado really thought he'd start talking. Yukado raised the knife, staring down at him as her thoughts churned. Yukado yanked the orc by the mouth and slammed him to the ground, pinning him with one hand while clutching a paper bundle in the other. He wiped his face with his sleeve and grinned, saying he was certain the orc would want to make contact immediately. Yukado grabbed the orc's muzzle and fired off a spell to conjure food out of thin air. Charlotte and Lumilia just stared, stunned. Yukado sat perched on the orc as it kicked its legs every which way, slamming the ground like it couldn't stand still. Then Yukado demanded, "So what are you doing next to make contact?" And the orc's eyes flooded with tears while vegetables spilled from its mouth. Yukito stared straight at the orc, tears spilling fast, and choked out that this was just too heartbreaking. Then the loud cry blasted through the trees and birds erupted from the treetops, while Yukito kept repeating his spells to conjure food. A heavy, choking fog rolled into the thick forest thicket, and deep in the shadows, a towering castle with countless windows rose out of the darkness. On a street corner, pressed against the castle wall, stood a wooden door that opened into a set of steps. Then the whole place tightened into a winding cave, shrinking deeper and deeper until, at the bottom, another passage spilled you into a room lit by a tiny torch. Fire vats lined the room, steps crawled up the wall to a chair, dark fabrics clung to everything. A stranger sat there like they owned the night, and guards waited at the entrance, ready to shut the door on whoever came next. A goblin clutched a tray like it was treasure, gripping a carved cup as he strode up to a man slumped in a chair by the wall, face hidden from view. And when the stranger in armed gauntlets took the cup, he flashed a grin. The stranger hurled a carved cup, spilling its drink across the floor, and the armed guards froze in panic as he started roaring that he hated how the servants of the Temple of Evil looked. The stranger rose to his feet, still hiding his face, then thrust out his hand and erupted into a shout, claiming the minions of the Temple of Evil weren't going to scare him, before clenching his fist like a promise. The stranger grabbed his head, snapped his teeth at him, and then, right on the spot, revealed the black dragon and screamed that it was the one behind everything. Turns out the stranger was Lady Ravenna all along, and the orc guards rushed in to calm her, even as the orc gripping a hammer dropped to one knee. A grim, gray-bearded orc with a weapon hissed that a pack of his kind had dragged several adventurers out in the forest, and Rivera, lurking in the dim half-light, shot back, "Then why didn't you just deal with them yourselves and leave us out of it?" What? The old man snapped his head up and stared ahead, then he swore he thought they'd already beheaded one of the men. In their minds, a pack of orcs ringed the girls, crouched on the ground. The two of them stared at the girls and grinned. The old man dragged out two girls with their hands chained tight, a heavy collar of steel biting their necks, and he bragged that his squad had just nabbed two stunning beauties, one a noblewoman, the other an elf. Raverna clapped her hands together, cackled like a villain, then dropped into her chair right against the wall. Raverna lifted a hand to her face, grinned, and basically said, "Sell those girls to a slave trader and their chests, gold, baby." Then she leaned in like a threat. Could they really squeeze a ransom out of that noblewoman? Raverna thrust her hand out in front of her and snapped that she was ready to check the girls. She needed them brought to her now. The older man stayed on his knees, head bowed, and nodded as he agreed to carry out her command. A tiny girl perched on a massive chair, rocking a creepy lace dress and a bow at her throat, and an evil grin lit her face. Ravenna, the mistress and priestess of darkness. Lady Rivera's servants marched in two breathtaking girls, and there they stood right in front of her, with iron collars cinching their necks, linked together by a thick chain. Mistress Ravenna flashed a wicked, satisfied grin, tapped her chin like she was plotting something, hummed thoughtfully, then purred that the girls were absolutely gorgeous. She flashed a huge smile and pretended not to look back. Lady Ravenna called it perfect, promised a reward for Urud, and demanded they bring him in at once, but the servant broke the news. Urud had grabbed some of his men and rode off to plunder the village. Mistress Ravenna shut her eyes and flashed a grin, clocking just how fiercely into his work he was. Then she snorted that the orcs were nothing but wild idiots, even while admitting they were deadly good fighters. Suddenly her eyes caught something, and her whole face went stone-cold serious as she narrowed her gaze and frowned with suspicion. Dr. Verna immediately asked what it was. Behind those beautiful girls an orc loomed, holding a massive prize in his hands, wrapped tight in a white kerchief, while the noble woman and the elf spun around, eyes locking onto him with instant curiosity. With a grin so wide it looked sinful, the orc leaned in and told the lady this was a gift for the priestess of darkness. Then he yanked the white napkin from beneath it. That orc just kept grinning like nothing happened. Then he flicked the napkin aside, and there beneath it sat Yukido's bloody head, blood leaking from his lips as the ruined handkerchief soaked in red. The stunning girls in chains behind him snapped their heads away with disgust and terror, clamped their eyes shut, and crinkled their brows tight. The orcs beside them burst into cheerful laughter at the incredible gift, and the servant with his wild, lush beard and thick mustache chuckled too, then snapped his eyes shut. Mistress Ravenna stared at what the orcs brought before her, then let out a quiet sigh. Right after that, the girl spoke up calmly, even a little proud, and declared the adventurers were stupid, then asked them straight if they'd packed their gear. Yukido snapped his eyes open out of nowhere, flashed a grin, and stared daggers at Lady Ravenna. Then he asked her, cool as ice, which one of them was actually stupid. Out of nowhere, the scarf slipped right off, and Yukido shot up from underneath it. Then he thrust his hand toward Lady Ravenna. Her brain froze, she yanked herself to her feet, eyes bulging, staring at him like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. He charged straight at her, his face twisted with brutal rage, and Lady Ravenna swung her fist hard for his face, her anger screaming in every line, yet she just stared back at him with a wicked grin. In a single burst of motion, Yukido was already behind Lady Ravenna, his expression calm but his will razor-sharp. Then he pressed his blade straight to her neck, leaving the girl stunned at how effortlessly he reached her. After that, Lady Ravenna bared her teeth, snarled with sheer fury, and fixed her evil stare on Yukido's blade, suddenly on edge, completely unsure of her next move. She locked onto the fire in his eyes, and boom, she knew it was charm personality at work. B, C, and M with ruby powder and cat hair, over a 9-meter radius for one whole hour, pulling in any humanoid it reaches so the target treats him like a close friend. The other orcs clutched their weapons tight, charged straight at them, and shoved their urgency in their faces. Ravenna had to be saved no matter what. That stunning noblewoman, bitter in her eyes yet burning with confidence, snapped her shackles off with zero effort, and the elf followed suit just as easily, wearing the same sharp, embittered glare. The noblewoman snapped her leg out with pure force and clocked an orc right as it lunged to defend its mistress, and the elf, slick as lightning, whipped his blade into the next one, driving it straight through its neck. The girls locked into a fighting stance, faces blazing with confident fury, while a ring of brutal orcs surrounded them, weapons raised, itching to strike the second the moment hit. Lady Ravenna's other servants sprinted in fast to shield the Priestess of Darkness, baring their teeth and snarling with raw fury. Then Yukito blasted out a booming, serious command, "Don't move." The orcs froze instantly, stuck in stunned silence. With a stone-cold, confident stare, he announced that this blade was soaked in deadly poison. Then Lady Ravenna shot him an angry look, totally motionless. The man snapped his hand out, and it halted the orcs mid-rampage, rage still blazing in their eyes, but they couldn't strike again. Yukito shot a look at Riverna, and the thought hit him like a punch. Yeah, he'd known it. Everyone here truly treasured this Priestess of Darkness. Ms. Riverna's evil grin died on her lips, yet she kept staring at Yukito, confused, intrigued. And then her eyes snapped downward like something hit her, staring hard at her own hand. Yukito pulled out the Zoa and the Gyuhea amulet, held it up to the Priestess of Darkness, and asked, cool as ice, if this was exactly what she wanted. The moment the girl saw it in his hand, shock hit her so hard she just froze, staring in stunned silence. She dug shallow scratches into her own thigh with her claws, then snapped at him, furious and loud, demanding when he'd pulled off something like that. Yukito pressed the amulet right against his chest, then leaned in and told her flat out. Since she was from the religious class, she wasn't getting a single spell off without it. Lady Riverna's rage flared at the moment this strange young man spoke, and her servants, standing nearby, immediately demanded whether he was tied to the Temple of Evil. The young man shot back with total confidence, insisting she had it wrong and that the truth was flipped on its head, while Lady Rivera's servants bared their fangs and clenched their teeth in fury. Yukito locked eyes with Lady Riverna and boldly announced he'd come to talk alliance. Then the Priestess of Darkness stared him down with a furious, angry grin, her brow tightening on the young stranger. Riverna the Dark Ray Sturger, a dark cleric and priestess of the dark god Zoa Hai, used to be a princess in a tiny underground death realm, then threw her whole life to Zoa Gyuhai and fled her kingdom, took refuge in a hidden cave, but the Temple of Evil's forces crushed her and drove her into an abandoned castle. Yukito clutched a blade soaked all the way through with poison, pressed it to Lady Ravenna's throat, and demanded she talk about an alliance. While Ravenna and the elf squared up in blood-ready stances, holding the orcs back and buying Yukito the time he needed. Mistress Ravenna sized up the young man with a sly, mocking grin, taunting him about whether he was really thinking after everything that went down here. Then, at last, she nodded and accepted his proposal. Yukito stared at her with full seriousness and told her straight up. He didn't think she'd have let him sit at the negotiating table unless he'd made the move first. After he spoke, the girl dropped her gaze, her face falling, like her hope flickered out for a second as she sat there, quietly troubled, overthinking everything. Right then, Lady Ravenna snapped an order, everything stop. Her servants froze in shock, tried to argue, and before a single word could land, she cut them off with a calm, it's all fine. The girl lifted her hand high, grinning with pure confidence, and warned that if they tried to end her, they'd never walk out of here alive, while Yukito just stared back, stone-cold serious. Then he swung his gaze to Lady Ravenna's servants and jabbed a poisoned blade at someone, so tainted with poison it looked like doom. A man with a ridiculously lush beard and mustache froze up instantly, eyes narrowing as he stared at the young guy in silence. Then the same man snapped his hand up to stop the warriors from rushing Yukito, while the Priestess of Darkness's servants seized the orc stripped of his personality charm and yanked him away, and Yukito kept the blade pressed to the mistress's throat. After a while, every warrior and that man with the thick, luscious beard and mustache had already lined up behind the door, and they all stared at their mistress Ravenna, faces tight with worry and sadness, while the door let out a long, painful creak. The door slammed shut with a thunderclap, yet those gorgeous girls in the center didn't break their battle stance for a beat, while the young man and Mistress Rivera just stood there, frozen and deadly still. As the door slammed shut and the room went dead silent, the noblewoman and the elf dropped to the floor together, shoulders pressed, leaning on each other, wrecked but finally safe. Yukito let out a breath of pure relief, finally relaxing. Then Lady Rivera crossed her arms and stared at the young man hovering behind her, asking with zero enthusiasm if everything was fine. Yukito nodded and said, yeah, it is. She narrowed her eyes and shot a hard stare at the stranger, because the same evil stench crawling out of him hit her nose just like before, while the pretty girls grabbed the bag and whispered something to Yukito. The young man couldn't even meet her eyes, and Lady Rivera couldn't stop thinking about it. This guy was really about to face the Temple of Evil, and the burning question wouldn't let her breathe. Who was he, asterisk, for real? Then she snapped her eyes to the blade still pressed at her throat, fresh poison oozing down it. While Lady Rivera leaned in and told Yuki to the same thing, the young man said he had zero ties to the evil temple. Yukito stared at her with zero emotion, then calmly admitted it. Yeah, they were enemies, and Lady Ravenna's base got snatched by them, so he asked if she really thought they could team up and crush their shared enemy. The girl glanced aside, hesitated, and frowned hard as her thoughts churned. Then Mistress Ravenna broke into a grin and let out a soft, quiet laugh. She shut her eyes and pressed him again with that same mocking tone, like she already knew what he was too scared to admit, that the three of them were about to burn the Temple of Evil to the ground. Then Raverna leaned in and demanded, "Do you even know a black dragon is lurking in the Black Fog Mountains?" What? The young man didn't even flinch. He just said loud and sure that the three of them had already beaten the Goblin King, a temple of evil devotee, and yeah, that made him their enemy. Lady Ravenna snapped toward Yukito in pure shock, and just then a soft knock rattled the door. The girl shot the question loud and clear, "Are you talking about Shimezu?" Then she threw her hands up and insisted it was impossible. On his palm sat a tiny symbol ring, and Yukito's voice stayed cool as he revealed it was a dwarven ring. One meant for the Goblin King they'd already crushed, packing +1 defense. The young man gently pressed the ring into Lady Rivera's palm and told her he was bringing it back. But when she stared at it, the girl didn't even bother to speak. She clutched the ring in her hands, convinced it was the key to her royal bloodline, until the underground temple crumbled and the evil temple rose, and Shemeza snatched it straight from her. The girl clutched the ring in both palms, shoved it to her chest, and tears of pure joy spilled down her cheek, while Raverna bowed her head low, hiding her eyes from view. She spun away from the young man, eyes still locked on the floor, wiping fresh tears with her finger, looking heartbreakingly pitiful, yet somehow a spark of happiness had slipped in. Then she lifted her head proud, steady, and shut her eyes like she owned the moment. Lady Rivera had promised them, "If you're just here to talk, I'll listen, no doubt." Even the noble woman and Yukito stared at her, caught off guard. The young man leaned in and told her, dead serious, that even if it hit him out of nowhere, there was one thing he was dying to see and he wanted her to show him. Mistress Ravenna stared, confused for a second, then her curiosity flared. Before long, they were already barreling down a set of big, wide stairs, Lady Ravenna sprinting ahead, Elf scanning the surroundings, while the noblewoman clutched a lamp that only coughed up a weak, trembling glow. Yukito, lurking behind Lady Ravenna, pressed a poisoned blade right against the back of her head. So soaked in venom it dripped off the metal like a warning. After a while, they finally hit a door, and all that surrounded it glowed only because the noblewoman kept the lamp blazing in her hands. Mrs. Rivera cracked the door open with a stern, responsible stare and leaned in as if she already knew what was coming, while the young guy stared at that half-open gap, hanging on every second with pure curiosity and anticipation. The four of them stumbled into this massive room, statues looming everywhere, shelves packed tight with books of every kind, while the noblewoman lifted a lamp high and the whole place erupted in light. The noblewoman's gaze snapped to a strange statue, her surprise hit so hard her eyes nearly popped, while the elf hurried up to the giant creature's skull, staring at it with a wary glance at the thing perched on her shoulder. Yukito watched the noblewoman step deeper into the room, press her hand to her chest, and warn him that an evil aura soaked the air. Then, with unnerving calm, he told her it felt like everything in here would suddenly shine the moment they used evil detection. Ms. Rivera strode to the shelves, yanked out a rolled-up paper, and Yukito stood right behind her, staring. Then they crossed to a small table and she set those rolled papers down with purpose. When she unfolded one of the papers, a building sketch sprang out, so Lady Rivera snapped, "It's a map of the Zoha Gyuhai Temple." The young guy snatched it up, and the moment he laid eyes on it, pure shock hit. Yukito lit up, saying this was exactly what they needed, because the dungeon layouts weren't logged in the Book of the World. And then he grinned that the old-school way of making maps could only be used to hunt dumb creatures. Ms. Rivera snatched up a scrap of paper, flashed a confident grin, and told the guy straight up that this map wouldn't be worth a thing. The girl crossed her arms tight over her chest, stared down with a fierce glare, and warned that the followers of the Temple of Evil could tweak Zella and Gyuhai however they wanted, but they could also reposition the traps. Yukito kept staring at the map, admitting it was depressing, but saying it still helped them picture the layout, roughly at least, and these gorgeous girls leaned in, eyes locked on the map in his hands. The noblewoman stabbed a spot on the map and told him the dungeon's end opens into an underground lake, and the young man only nodded, like he'd already guessed a black dragon's lair would be waiting there. The elf stared at the young man and demanded to know where the prisoners might be, and Yukito clamped a hand on his chin, squinted at the map, and begged her for a moment to think. Two gorgeous girls and a young guy leaned over a map, talking like they'd uncovered something huge, while Lady Rivera sat nearby in silence, barely even listening. Ravenna snapped her head toward them with wide, stunned eyes like, "Wait, are you really about to take on the Temple of Evil?" The young man sat stone-faced, pouring every ounce of focus into that map like it was life or death, while she couldn't stop wondering, is he really about to take them on, and what the heck is he trying to pull off? She kept staring at them, stunned as they whispered and argued in hushed tones, until finally she tore her gaze away, sadness creeping in like a bruise. Lady Raverna and the elf jumped right into the debate, and Lady Raverna calmly thought, "Of course, if they're her enemy, they're my friend." Then the hope crashed as she shut her eyes, bowed her head, and pressed her lips together in pure, crushing disappointment. She couldn't shake the sinister goblins from her mind, and suddenly she wasn't sure she could ever trust them. She glanced at her ring again, and for a second it hit her. No matter what happened, he still came back and handed it to her. Then she looked again at the young guy, watching him light up with excitement as he chatted up the girls. Lady Rivera cradled the ring in her palms, hauled it to her chest, and sealed her lips shut like she was holding back a storm. Her cheeks flared red, her heart started pounding, and confusion sparked in her eyes. Then her eyes went wide as it clicked, and she snapped her head up. All she could think was, no, I can't feel this, because she was the princess of the underground depths, and he was a monster who was cruel enough to do anything. She still remembered the night he pressed a poison blade to her throat and the fury that burned in her as she realized what he'd done. When she looked at the young man again, Yukido suddenly snapped his gaze to her, and the girl just froze, unable to understand why he was staring. Lady Ravenna snapped, blasting, "What do you want from me, you moron?" And Yukido just stayed calm, shooting back, asking if the black dragon was the one who pulled the evil temple together. Lady Riverna finally cooled them off and told the truth. The black dragon is their god who watches over them, but the elf druid is the one calling the shots among her followers. When Lady Ravenna revealed that his name was Jaraza, the elf snapped back, stunned and furious, demanding answers all over again. The noble woman shot her a baffled look and demanded to know what was wrong, and Yukido, torn between worry and steel, pressed her, asking if she truly knew him. Lumilia looked shaken as she scooted against the noblewoman and stared at the young man, then blurted out everything about Juras. With the image of that jar still fresh in her mind, she finally told them, slightly shakier than she wanted, that the man was her older brother. Meanwhile, deep inside the Temple of El, the underground temple, an earth-shaking roar ripped through the halls, and every cloaked figure with a hooded head rushed toward the same terrifying destination. Near a huge table in one of the rooms, a tall man with long hair stood there gripping a staff in both hands. Sinister growls ripped from the creature's mouth as it bared razor-sharp teeth. The long-haired stranger was Jaraza all along. He barely blinked as he stared up at whatever waited above, murmuring that the moment was nearly here and that the goddess of darkness would soon come down on them. Behind Jaraz loomed a massive, sinister wolf, its eyes locked on him like daggers, its mouth drooling as it growled and snarled nonstop. While Jaraz stayed ice calm, turned to it and called it Monogorum, asking if it was really bothering anyone. Candles rained warm light across the room, and the soft crackle of flames licked at every wick. Then you realize you're not alone. Long hair spilled across the table, and an iron handcuff was chained to the hand. She lay on the table, motionless like she'd passed out, eyes shut, wearing barely anything, while chains bit down on her hands and feet. Lumilia's brow tightened as she dipped her head, and with a heavy little sigh she told them, Jaraza was basically her older brother and Serena's too. Lumilia's mind suddenly snapped back to when she was just 5, and with wide, blazing curiosity in her eyes, she leaned toward her brother Joraz and demanded to know what book he was reading. Back then, Jaraza was just 12, sitting on the ground with a book in his hands, staring at Lumilia in shock. Then his face lit up with a gentle smile as he told her he was studying magic, and that once he mastered it, he could become a druid. Little Lumilia's curiosity went into overdrive, and she fired off another question, demanding to know exactly what magic could let him do. Suddenly, Serena slipped up behind her, just 8 years old, and fixed Lumilia with a stern glare, snapping that she needed to be quieter and absolutely not disturb her brother while he was studying. Jaraza lifted the tiny flowers on his magic, smiling at Serena like everything was perfect, even though he was clearly just trying to buy himself a break. Then he turned to Lumilia and asked, straight up, if she'd lend him her flowers. He shut his eyes tight, flicked his hands with tiny, frantic motions, and admitted this was all he had left to do. Jaraza stared at the flowers, raised his magic, and watched sparks flicker around them as his hair fluttered in the breeze. Then the blooms trembled and whispered softly under his spell. After a little while, a delicate, gorgeous wreath was already sitting on Lumilia's head, and Sirena wore an equally stunning flower necklace around her neck. Both girls froze in surprise, then lit up because they really loved the new look, while Jaraza smiled like everything was exactly right. They bounced on their feet in pure joy, yelling that Jaraza was awesome, like seriously, an amazing guy, while a few aunties and an archer nearby just smiled at them like they'd witnessed greatness. The archer folded his arms over his chest, grinned so wide it almost hurt, and told Juraz he was an amazingly beautiful kid, exactly what you'd expect from a forest genius. Juraza, blushing and a little unsure, shot back that it just wasn't like that. Out of nowhere, an auntie gripping a little child's hand called to him, saying she needed help and asking him to come by their house later. Jaraza immediately agreed. Lamilia's brother was pure kindness. At just 12, he taught himself magic by getting lost in stacks of books, and after that they crowned him the forest genius because the whole village leaned on him. Lumilia's eyes lit up as she thought of her brother. She said Jaraza kept leveling up his magic nonstop. With those bright, happy faces still in her mind, she said, because of Jaraz, hunting got way easier. His magic lets him spot where the animals are. Then she leaned in and added, and he can even find the grass we need. That's why he's so damn useful. She remembered Juraz grinning at her with a book in hand, telling her that soon enough he'd rise into elderhood. Then one day, merchants rolled into their village with towering bulls, and Serena and Lamilia practically went wide-eyed as they stared at the goods. Until, right in the middle of all the brand new treasures, they spotted something no one had ever seen before, and Lamilia leaned in with full-on curiosity. It turned out to be a sinister book from the shadows, its cover worn and grim, and her brother couldn't look away. He stared at the pages with eyes bulging like they might pop. Lumilia stared at her brother, totally stunned. She couldn't make out a single word in that book because the print was way too tiny, but the moment her brother read it, he burst into laughter and a wicked grin snapped across his face. One of those hooded merchants stared straight at Juraz and snapped that the book was too ancient for anyone to touch, then said, "Since you're so hung up on it, it's yours." Juraz froze on the spot, stunned, mouth hanging open as the words hit. That day flipped everything. Lumelia's brother shut himself in his room and stopped facing anyone at all. Ever since that day, he slipped into the forest at night, and Lumilia and Sirena couldn't breathe, standing at the window, staring at their brother with terror burning in their eyes. People spotted Juraz deep in the forest and watched exactly what he was doing, and the look on their faces screamed fear and total confusion. With Juraz's sly, terrifying grin burned into their minds, they said he was muttering to himself and bursting into creepy laughter. Before long, the whole village caught wind of the bizarre changes rocking Juraz, while every single animal in the forest vanished without a trace. And as they watched him roam, panic started to creep into the villagers' hearts. The villagers huddled up and followed Lumilia's brother into the forest, desperate to uncover what he was up to. They spotted Juraz lurking in the forest, crazy eyes blazing, grin sharp, and his face smeared with something dark. He shouted for Serena and Lamilia first, then called out to everyone and finally demanded, "So what happened?" A wild, dangerous creature loomed right beside him, and Juraz only grinned, sliding his hands onto it like it was nothing. Then he turned to the group and demanded why they'd all shown up in the forest at a time like this. Everyone froze in shock and fear. His sisters blurted questions so loud and messy they barely made sense, and their brother, grinning like nothing happened, just asked if this was exactly what they'd been talking about. He told them he made it by mixing different animals, got wrecked at first. Then somehow it came to life, and he beamed, practically bursting, asking if that wasn't the most amazing thing they'd ever seen. He slammed the words into them, shouting that they were staring at his precious creation. Then he cupped his face in his hands, grinning like a kid, eyes sparkling with pure admiration. He let out a satisfied sigh and basically said, "This book is incredible, it makes my magic grow, and the results keep getting more and more amazing." What? With fear and pure rage blazing in her eyes, Lamilia snapped at him that killing forest animals just to make something that horrifying was a direct violation of the village rules. The rest of the villagers snapped, agreeing word for word with Wumilia, then fired back in outrage. How could he even understand what he'd unleashed by building that monster? Jiraza sagged, and the smile on his lips vanished. Jiraza's eyes flared with rage, cold and terrifying. He narrowed his brow and demanded, "So you seriously call this incredible creature a monster?" Then he snapped back that they were all stubborn and that they clearly didn't understand a thing. He threw his arms wide and boldly declared he wanted to send every rule straight to hell because he was about to rewrite them all. Everyone went speechless at his audacity. He blasted his voice across the village, promising that every bit of magic he mastered would lift them higher. No more hunting, no more mind-numbing herb gathering, and if they just listened to him, they'd finally live the easy life. His eyes went wild and his presence felt downright terrifying. Then he blasted out that he'd be an elder from now on, mocked everyone as fools, and snapped, loud and aggressive if they even understood him. The moment he spotted the arrows storming toward his created being, worry flooded his eyes. Then he clenched his jaw, spun, and sprinted straight to the thing that had crumpled to the ground. Lumilia stared at her brother, worry crawling up her chest. Then a tall man stormed in, glaring at Juraz with brutal seriousness. Turns out it was the elder everyone instantly bowed and greeted. Soon enough, Juraz's hands were yanked and bound with a rope. Then he was shoved straight into a cage, and the shock hit him so hard his eyes screamed, "What just happened?" Juraz knitted his brows tight, then bellowed for them to let him go, shouting at full volume, "Why me?" While his cage sat locked inside a cart and the villagers swarmed in around it, even the elder in the middle. Jiraza shot everyone a furious glare and demanded why they were just standing there, staring and doing nothing. Then he barked at them to hurry up and jump in to help him, but the elder and the villagers only stared back with frowns. With a deathly serious look, the elder snapped that Jiraza had broken the law. Jiraza just stood there in total shock. Then the elder slammed the verdict home. He'd be banished from the elven village. Jiraza's eyes snapped wide, and with a shaky voice he pressed him again, asking if he'd really get expelled for real. After a while, the cart finally lurched forward with a thunderous roar, driven by two elves, and the Joreza was stuck in the cage, completely empty until he hissed. He scowled, then screamed that this wasn't the end. that if they kicked him out, he'd make them all regret it. And even as the cart rolled farther and farther away, the villagers just watched Jaraz get carried out of the village. Serena wrapped her arms around Lumilia, and both of them broke down in tears over everything they'd just survived. Then, bit by bit, the world slowly started to feel normal again. He discovered tons of books stained with animal blood in his brother's room, but that torn, tattered, dark book was nowhere to be found. Yukito, the noblewoman, and Ravenna leaned in as Lumilia stood by the table with a bitter, aching face, telling them how her brother was kicked out of the elf village and never came back. The creature perched on Lamilia's shoulder let out a faint, sad little sound. Then her eyes snapped wide, palms slammed onto the table, and her trembling hands screamed the truth. This couldn't be happening. With terror blazing in her eyes, she snapped that the one who spilled the elven village's location to the evil temple's forces was none other than Jaraz. Then she couldn't finish the sentence. After what felt like ages, they were still trapped in that same room. Lumilia curled on the floor, hugging her knees tight, while her creature stared at her with heartbreaking sadness and let out shaky little sounds. A noble woman shot Lumilia a worried look, then called out to her. Lumilia sat on the floor nearby, while Yukito narrowed his eyes, clutching a book, and told her to give him some space for a while. Yukito tore his gaze away and got stuck on Lamlia's older brother. He thumbed through the book, fighting a wave of guilt for her, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change a thing. He halted on a page showing a gorgeous elf girl beside a wolf, and Yukito told him that Jaraz's class was all about becoming druids. Druids master the wild power of nature, blasting magic from the earth and sharing the bond with animal companions. Then when the fight turns deadly, they shift into bears or wolves and tear through the enemy. He frowned as he stared at the book, and the young man realized, if this class isn't examined and countermeasures aren't built, they'll grow into dangerous opponents. Yukito's specialization window sat blank, and he stewed on the idea that he didn't want to cage himself, so he left the special skill slot empty on purpose. Yukito kept staring at the book, wrestling with the temptation to grab an extra HP, but he decided to hold off for now. Lady Riverna drove the razor tip of her weapon into the floor with a violent slam. Riverna demanded to know what he was reading. Yukito snapped his head toward her, fear flickering in his eyes. He shoved the book onto the table, shut it tight, and shot back, asking what she meant. Mistress Ravenna lifted her weapon with a wicked grin and swore it was the underworld's legendary *** giant's hammer ***, and the dwarven warhammer boosted strength by *+2**. The young man let out a sharp breath of surprise and blurted, "So you'll fight with us?" Lady Raverna snapped her gaze to him. She shut her eyes and with a proud little spark, started telling him they'd also been thinking about that looming attack on the Temple of Evil. And since they really did wipe out those goblins, maybe they weren't so crazy about teaming up with them after all. She blurted it out fast, and Yukito's heart surged with joy. Yukito wore a blazing grin, and it hit me. Handing her that ring didn't just return it, it somehow earned me way more trust than I ever expected. Like he was still thinking about the moment I gave it back to her. He thrust his hand toward Lady Ravenna and declared, "We're allies now." And Lady Ravenna stared at that offered palm with a flash of disbelief. Yukito narrowed his eyes and pushed, "Let's work together." And Lady Rivera's face flushed hard as she stared at the young man, all nerves and shaking confidence. She spun around fast, cheeks burning, and snapped at him to at least have the decency to be grateful, while Yukito just grinned nervously, staring at Lady Ravenna like, "Wait, did I miss something?" Out of nowhere, a voice rang out. Yukito spun around, wondering why he'd been called, and there stood a noble woman beside Lumilia. Lumilia wore pure confidence on her face, and she declared she was going to rescue her older sister, Serena. Then the noble woman slid her hand to her waist. Lumilia scowled and said, loud and certain, that even if their enemy was her own brother, she wouldn't budge an inch. He jabbed his finger at the map, where Winter Haven sat like a ghost town on the page, then slammed the truth down. That deserted desert city had turned into the evil temple's hideout, so first, they'd sneak inside and steal the intel. Then he stared Lady Raverna down and demanded to know how many subordinates she commanded, while Raverna fixed her gaze on Yukito, dead serious. She told him she had around 20 orcs, nothing but thick-headed savages, yet shockingly useful, and then she drove the point home. Every single one was a first-level orc warrior, which meant they might slip out, wreck the whole plan, or even turn on them at the very last moment. Then she beamed and bragged that she had 4 elite dwarf fighters, totally loyal to her, their princess, while Yukito stroked his chin and calmly said those guys were 2nd or 3rd-level warriors. He snapped the book shut and thought, a rogue would have been perfect, but this'll do. Then he told Raverna he wanted the dwarves to break up the orcs and use them as a decoy, only for Raverna to fire back, a distraction how. Yukito shot up a finger and demanded they hit multiple villages near the evil temple. Because once the Zaju's high followers attacked the bases, the temple would be forced to tear apart its main forces to survive. Lady Rivera snapped her gaze aside, grabbed her chin and pressed, "So you'll really split your strength?" Yukito tightened his expression and answered, "Yeah, we have to. They're not a foe we can take head-on and win." After that, Yukito demanded to know why Raverna hadn't reclaimed their temple yet, especially since she claimed she could break them in a straight-on fight, and that question hit Raverna like a punch. Her frown deepened as she stared back at Yukito. He lifted his head, shut his eyes, and smirked. If numbers mattered that much, they'd just hire adventurers instead. Mystery SS Raverna dipped her head, unsettled, and admitted he was right. Then she snapped her head up, spun around, and swore she'd go explain everything to the old people. Yukito cracked the book open again and locked his eyes on it, knowing one careless move could spell disaster for them. He imagined the whole showdown in his head. If they rushed the Black Dragon and got wiped out in one shot, they just handed a big, juicy boost of experience. Mistress Ravenna was laying down orders to her subordinates when, out of nowhere, one of them stared at Yukito with icy seriousness, frowned hard, and snapped his hands up to cover his face. After a while, their plan finally clicked. Dwarven warriors would march in with 2 squads of orcs and smash the villages that the evil temple had turned into bases, hitting each one over and over, then slipping away when the temple sent reinforcements, using cunning hidden-run tactics to vanish before anyone could stop them. Yukito kept studying that book, even as he knew it wouldn't be a weapon against the evil temple, because ignoring it wasn't an option. A cold grin spread across his face as he realized they'd have to slash their forces just to deal with it. The girl hovered behind Yukito as Lady Raverna quietly warned, "He's a little scary." The noblewoman said nothing after that, just let the silence hang, then she fixed her eyes on Lumilia, who was frowning hard, because Lady Raverna's look was ice-cold, confident, and deadly serious. Lumilia stood her ground and never once looked away from Mistress Ravenna, 2 sets of eyes locked in a fierce, angry stare that felt like a challenge. Then Lady Ravenna flashed a wicked grin and teased, asking if it felt sad. Before she kept going, talking about the dark priest paladin until the noble woman's brows knit, staring at Ravenna like he was already an ex. Lumilia narrowed her eyes and never once looked away, while Ravenna kept pushing forward like nothing could stop her, 2 natural enemies, dwarves and elves, finally closing ranks. Lumilia stayed right where she was, grinning as she said that if saving Serena meant anything, then she didn't care who she had to team up with. Yet Lady Raverna just wouldn't reply, keeping her eyes locked on Lumilia in ruthless silence. Tension snapped between the girls like a live wire, and nobody dared breathe. Then the noble woman shut her eyes, leaned in, and grabbed the girls' hands, telling them that even if joining forces with evil for the sake of good isn't allowed, the Temple of Evil is their shared enemy. She clasped their hands and confidently pushed them to team up, promising that if they worked together, they'd crush their goals. She snapped her eyes to Lady Rivera and said it felt just like the legend of the War of the Ring. The old legend says that ages ago, when the world was still young, humans, elves, dwarves, and even a tiny hidden race banded together to take down a terrifying, unstoppable enemy. Lady Ravenna, Lemilia, the noblewoman, and Yukito stood by the horse, and the young man along with 2 stunning girls stared at Ravenna like she held the key. She snapped her hand to her waist and promised she'd guide them straight to Winter Haven, because she knew this land inside and out. As the noblewoman soothed the horse, Yukito leaned in and told Raverna he agreed with her, thanking her for the help, and Raverna just turned her gaze aside while he stared at the book, where everything about Lady Raverna was written. Yukito couldn't help thinking that every time he pictures a priest in an RPG, he always imagines a rear guard, fully built for healing. Then he figured it out. The priestess world is a stubborn vanguard, rocking half-dresses and swinging blunt weapons, and the Ling are no different. Yukito stared at the book with zero emotion, but his mind raced. So many healing spells were useless unless he touched someone, and he realized you couldn't be a healer without stepping straight into the vanguard. Studying every special skill a warrior could learn, Raverna zeroed in on a hammer, right there in the weapon mastery and weapon knowledge listings, stamped as a helmet crusher. Yukito shut the book thinking, so Rivera's a 3rd-level priest, and honestly, a healer like that can make any party feel unstoppable. The young man claimed Mistress Ravenna would become the new vanguard healer, so Ravenna pointed at herself, eyes wide, and grilled him again, demanding to know what he meant. She told him, half lost and half apologetic, that she couldn't use healing magic at all. Then Yukito just froze in a daze, smiling nervously as a shaky chuckle escaped him like he couldn't quite believe it. Lady Ravenna flashed a wicked grin and snapped that it was all because she served a dark priest. After a while, they marched down the forest road and Yukito plowed ahead with his nose in a book. He finally admitted, a little shaky, that Raverna was right. The girls stared at Yukito with barely a flicker of emotion, because when he glanced at the book, it hit him hard. He still didn't have all the traits of a dark priest. They swap healing for spells of harm. Then when those cruel spells start scorching every living thing, they somehow flip on the undead like pure healing. Yukito's stomach dropped. He had no clue what to do, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the priest and that title were totally useless. Yukito stared at Lady Ravenna, bothered and unsure, and begged her to at least teach him the standard healing spells. only for Ravenna to smirk and tell him it was impossible. Yukito snapped his gaze away and clutched his chin, deep in thought. Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed Rivera by the shoulders with a deadly serious look, and Rivera went completely stunned. Mistress Rivera's cheeks burned as she asked, voice shaky, what he planned to do to her. Yukito leaned in and demanded Raverna listen, face dead serious. And when she snapped a deep frown, her lips tightened like she didn't like what she was hearing. The young man yanked an open book into Lady Rivera's hands, and fear flickered across her face. Then he pointed to a page with a god and asked if she'd worship Rondris, the god of order and goodness from now on, while an evil grin spread across his face. He blurted out that calling on Ruandris would supercharge her healing spells every single day, unlock Detect Evil too, and when she leveled up she'd even unleash a holy beam straight from her eyes. Raverna snapped at him, saying she had no clue what holy beam he meant, and that she'd never, ever do something like that. Yukito got the message and still insisted in his head, because his class skill, persuasion, had completely failed. Lady Rivera and Yukito clutched a side bag as a noblewoman, and Lumilia thundered their horse across the land, galloping like the road itself was on fire. Two gorgeous girls stared straight ahead, perfectly calm, until Rivera's wild, ear-splitting screams tore through the air and left them stunned, like they couldn't possibly be real. She shrieked in panic and demanded, Yukito, why me? I'm the princess of the underground depths. While Yukito just sat there, face shoved deep into his bag. Yukito's face looked wrecked as he stared at Rivern, and when Tylo said he couldn't help, he pointed out the hard truth. A horse can't haul more than two people. Yukito glanced over his bag and muttered that it felt like she didn't even care about all this shaking, and Raverna, surprised for a second, snapped back that humans were pretty weak, then burst into a giggle. Lady Rivera curled her lip and told Yukito that his build was a joke to the doer, because her racial stat pumped her with +8 stamina. Yukito shot back that he envied them, then clapped a hand over his mouth and let out a rough cough. After a while, they were suddenly somewhere totally different, new grass, new trees everywhere. They leapt off the horse and trekked on foot, and Yukito marched with his head bowed, like the weight on him wouldn't budge. Ravenna snapped her eyes shut and in a voice sharp as steel said she couldn't believe how brazen he was, and that the way he treated her, the princess, was downright unthinkable. Raverna lifted her hand to her face and with a heavy, sad look, told Yukito that her precious armor of evil still reeked. Then Yukito clapped a hand over his mouth and snapped back that he'd already apologized, yet he still felt nauseous as Lumilia's creature rubbed his back. The young man stared at Mistress Rivera and demanded to know where the so-called gates of the Doom Mine were. And when she lifted his chin with slow, careful fingers and glanced to the side, she pushed the bushes aside, saying she was certain the mine was right around here somewhere. A noble woman scanned the area with pure suspicion, and the moment she did, the fog started to swarm around them, thicker, closer, meaner. She snapped to Yukito that it was getting worse by the second. Yukito's gut agreed. He went just as wary and told her she was right. They marched forward as a team, scanning every shadow, and Yukito told them to keep moving without dropping their guard, while Lady Rivera pushed ahead, leading the way. After a while, they finally reached the foot of Black Mist Mountain, and if they want Winterhaven, the evil temple's base, they've got to push through this fog-choked forest first. Not only will the jagged forest terrain slow them down, but every step could trigger some brutal random encounter. Ravenna's map is stuffed with all kinds of creatures. Still, she's got one ace up her sleeve. A hidden passage through a long-abandoned mine that slips them straight into Winterhaven. Suddenly, after a stretch of time, Lady Ravenna froze dead in her tracks, and Yukito's stomach dropped at the sudden silence. He stepped closer, leaned in, and stared at her, demanding to know what had happened. Then he snapped his head up and stared ahead. Right in front of them loomed a massive rock wall, straight up like it was carved from the sky, and all of them slammed on the brakes while the young guy shot, "Is this the end of the road?" Lady Rivera panicked, then started stalling, insisting there had to be a hidden entrance somewhere, while Yukito pressed that somewhere hard, sounding just a little disappointed. Suddenly, Lumilia and her creature snapped their heads around, both staring with sharp suspicion, brows pinched tight. Lumilia even raised her bow and swore she could feel it thanks to her +6 insight, and the noble woman went just as tense, eyeing the exact same spot. Something massive was lumbering through the trees, way bigger than them, and in Yukito, the girls locked their eyes on every shift of that mystery creature's path. Lumilia already yanked her arrow back, tense and ready to strike the second it revealed itself. Two chicken bear monsters burst out in front of them, chaotic neutral, built like a tank with 42 health and a 9-meter speed. And a nasty strike special skill, pure temper, absolutely ferocious, and they charge at both animals and people with no mercy. Yukito froze in shock and blurted, "So is it a chicken bear?" The others went silent, eyes wide, surprised out of their minds and weirdly scared too. Yukito froze, mouth hanging open at what he'd just seen, while his mind zeroed in on the wild encounter table, because not one monster on it had a threat level above 4. The bear chickens clocked them and squinted, looking downright terrifying. Then one of them blasted its mouth open and charged with a deafening roar, and panic hit the group like a wave. Yukito snapped a step back, lifting his head, while Lumilia tightened her grip and got ready to fire. The chicken bear slammed the noble woman with its massive paw, but its hit clanged off the girl's sword. She skidded backward, eyes blazing with fury and suspicion. Those monsters surged back in, ready to strike the girl with the sword again, pure merciless aggression. The noblewoman cowered on the ground, scrambling to dodge the next blow, while Lumilia snapped into action, covering her and yanking her arrow free, dead serious as she prepared to unleash the attack. She loosed an arrow into those vile monsters. When they flinched back, they didn't stay scared for long, their eyes burned fierce. Lumilia clenched her teeth, dread crawling in as she stared them down. The chicken bears barreled at them again, faster, meaner, and relentless, while the girls scrambled, totally out of options. The kid snapped into action, yanked out a paper scroll, screamed the spell, web, and the monsters froze dead in their tracks as one of them reared up on its hind legs. They got yanked into a massive web. Yeah, a whole second-level spell, snagging them within a 15-meter reach, lasting just a minute, and forcing them to fight it with dexterity or strength saves. Once it hits, it vomits out thick webbing at a spot you choose inside 6 meters, trapping anyone caught in the sticky nightmare. These monsters thrashed in the trap, twitching their heads again and again, trying to break free, but it was hopeless. They jerked their beaks open and let out a deafening scream, still twitching, trapped, and helpless. Yukito whirled toward Charlotte and Lamiglia, bellowing for them to lock into an attack formation against the massive monsters. Then his frown deepened as confidence surged through him. Charlotte snatched her weapon and rose from the ground, telling him she finally understood, while Lamiglia pressed her lips tight and her eyes sharpened with unwavering confidence. Lady Raverna didn't get a single word about that formation. She just stared, stunned as the gorgeous girl snapped into place in a heartbeat. Lumilia skidded back a little, and then every one of them yanked their weapons up, ready to strike. The young man thrust his hand toward the girls, bellowed the spell increase. And the instant the loud blast hit, those terrifying monsters froze, staring in shocked disbelief at what happened. Yukito stayed totally calm, but Lady Raverna's eyes went huge, and her mouth hung open as a massive shadow crashed down over them. The girls shot up in size, bigger, taller, and downright terrifying, while their eyes stayed locked on those monsters without blinking. They cast Enlargement Asterisk, a second-tier transformation spell. It hits everything in the caster's line of sight within a asterisk 6-meter range asterisk, lasts asterisk 1 round asterisk, and it forces the targets to grow heavier and larger while the caster keeps their focus locked in. Charlotte roared and slashed forward, sprinting straight at the monsters as her screams tore through the air. She smashed them with a brutal strike, and the chicken bears shrieked from the impact while Charlotte stared them down with pure, menacing fury. One of those chicken bears shoved a paw toward them, then the air snapped with sudden noises, and Lamiglia jerked her arrow up, eyes narrowing with pure fury. The arrow ripped straight through the air while the monsters were still clawing free of the web trap. Crack. It slammed into one right in the neck, and agony flooded its eyes, while the second monster stared at the wounded one, trembling with pure fear. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion tears through the air as explosive arrow. A special shot loaded with an alchemical fire potion at its tip slams into the target and detonates with extra fire damage. The second monster's stare burned even fiercer, and she shrank back, boiling with rage. The chicken bear jerked hard, trying to tear free of the web, while Lamiglia watched, fear flickering in her eyes, but her fighting stance held steady. Yukito stayed ice calm, but Rivera's jaw dropped in shock as the manual laid out tactical playbooks for different kinds of monsters, and Charlotte clenched her teeth and sprinted straight at Lamiglia. She slammed the monsters again. This time, he fired a web spell to freeze the enemy in place, then boosted Charlotte with an enlargement spell so she could smash them half to death with a long weapon, safely kept out of the web's danger zone. When Yukito skimmed those words in the book, a smug grin spread across his face. This trick absolutely wrecks huge monsters that can only fight with brute force melee. Charlotte and Lumilia kept hammering those terrifying monsters, full force, while Yukito and Lady Rivera hung back and watched. Lady Rivera's brow tightened as she replayed how casually they'd wiped out that ferocious chicken bear. After a brutal stretch, these monsters finally went down. Lumilia tore off their skin, wiped her brow, and let out a shaky breath, insisting that even forest monsters shouldn't throw their lives away for nothing. Yukito and Charlotte stared in awe, while Rivera was left completely stunned. And right now, they're staring down this massive barrier again. Lady Ravenna just called it the Gate of the Mine of Doom. Yukito rubbed his chin, pressing Raverna for answers. Was it really true there was nothing here at all? Raverna didn't flinch, saying the Doom mines were a total secret, and the entrance simply couldn't be found the normal way. Lady Ravenna thrust her hand forward, shut her eyes tight, and declared, confident as thunder, that she, the kingdom's rightful ruler, would open the gates to the kingdom of darkness. Right before their eyes, towering magical doors erupted into existence. Everyone stared at what was happening, frozen in shock, their heads tilted up in total confusion. Yet Rivera didn't look surprised one bit. Then the walls started sliding apart, carving out a passage for them to rush through. A massive, pitch-black tunnel gaped open ahead of them, like something waiting to swallow the world. Yukido's eyes sharpened with steel determination, Charlotte still frozen in shock, and Lady Rivera spun back toward Yukido, studying him. She smirked like she'd already won, and then her eyebrows snapped together with suspicion. Then she shot her arms wide, stared back into that pitch-black tunnel and pointed out the stairs plunging downward, Raverna saying, "We've slipped into the underground depths." Yukido strode forward with full confidence, urging everyone to move already, but Charlotte snapped with worry and begged him to stop. Then she wrapped her arms around her horse, telling it that Rocinante was way too big to fit in, and Rocinante stared back with a heartbreaking, gloomy look, so much like Charlotte. Yukido rubbed his chin thoughtfully, eyeing the horse. He toyed with a shrink spell to make her tiny, but the effect would have vanished too fast, and his scrolls were nearly gone. Then out of nowhere, a wild idea hit him, and he cracked his mouth as if about to unleash it. After a little while, they were already heading for the caves, where sharp stone spikes hung from the ceiling and water dripped down in slow, chilling taps. Yukido clutched a lamp in his hands, its weak glow barely cutting through the dark as they trailed along the rails and rolled past the mine carts. As the boys marched through the mine, skulls of strange creatures stared up from the ground, and when Raverna lifted her hand, she warned them there were no dangerous monsters in here, just deep, suffocating darkness, so they'd better watch every step. Charlotte, trailing right behind him, started twitching violently out of nowhere. Yukido spun around, locked eyes with her, and blurted, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, sweat poured down Charlotte's face. She forced a shaky little smile and insisted she was totally fine. Charlotte braced her hands on her knees, sagging as she stared at the young man. "No matter what, this horse has got some weight, and the head is sticking out of the bag right there." Yukido's shoulders sagged as he stared down, hit by the thought that the storage bag didn't care about what was inside. But it sure wouldn't help with what was outside. Even with all his strength, he couldn't haul a horse's head that weighed about 60 kilograms. Annoyance flickered in his voice as he told Charlotte to warn him the moment she got tired, and that they'd stop right then. Lady Ravenna spun around, locked eyes with them, and grinned wide. She said she already knew the perfect spot a little farther down the road. They reached the edge of a giant body of water, and Mistress Rivera grinned wide, telling them, "This is the underground lake of the Mine of Doom." The whole group stared in stunned silence, mouths hanging open. Mistress Raverna flicked her hand, shut her eyes, and smiled like she'd come home. This was her favorite spot, the place she used to play in all the time when she was little. And right then Lumelia dropped into a squat and stretched her hand toward the water. She plunged her fingers into the water, dragged them to her lips, and licked them clean, then smiled and said it was crystal clean, packed with insane minerals. And Yukido watched her, stunned for a beat. Then the young guy slapped his hands on his waist and told everyone to take a quick break. Right as Mistress Rivera shot up her hand and demanded a bath, and Charlotte totally face-planted in shock. Lady Ravenna stared down the young man with pure disgust, arms crossed tight, and snapped that it was all his fault. Because of someone she'd been forced to scrub and clean her own armor. Yukido gave a shaky, nervous smile, glancing back at the girl. Soon, Lady Ravenna waltzed into the water to bathe, and huge splashes tore through the surface. Yukido immediately stood watch, while Charlotte soothed her horse with pats, thanking him. Rivera hauled himself out of the water onto dry land, but the waves kept splattering and crashing on the shore like they refused to let go. They dumped all their stuff and weapons by the rocks, lantern and all. Then the girls stripped down and plunged into the lake, while the horse slid in too, swimming close by, just not too far. Mistress Raverna let out a slow, easy breath and grinned at them, saying she finally felt alive again. She was practically submerged. Both hands braced on the shore, her head resting there too. Suddenly, Lumelia, still floating in the water, snapped her eyes to Mrs. Ravenna, then extended her hand toward her. Lumelia gave Rivera a light poke, her eyes sparkling as she checked her over. And the second she did, Lady Rivera shot off a loud scream, her cheeks flooding with a rosy blush. Mistress Rivera clutched her chest and spun toward Lumelia, asking with a shy, shaky voice what on earth happened. Only for Lumelia to shrug it off deadpan and tell her she had really nice skin. Raverna lifted her hand to her chin and declared with unshakable pride that it was only natural, because she was a princess from the underground depths, while Lamelia pressed a finger to her chin, staring at Raverna with sharp, curious interest. When Lumelia started rambling about a strange smell, Mistress Ravenna shot her hands up in panic, sniffed like crazy, and demanded, "Do you still smell it?" A faint blush crept over Lumelia's cheeks as she shot her hand toward Rivera, insisting that wasn't true. Then smiling, she said she smelled amazing. Lumelia then smirked and said, "I smell like flowers," and Ms. Rivera blinked in surprise, eyebrows lifting as she asked, "Flowers?" Then she spun around, snatched something from the shore, and declared, "This is it." The girls stared at the item Mistress Rivera had shown them, stunned with pure admiration. It ended up being a gorgeous flower-shaped soap, and Mrs. Rivera practically beamed as she told the girls it was the best kind, one brought all the way from the West. Lumelia fixed her with those adorable puppy eyes and told her straight up that it was wildly interesting. Raverna lifted her chin with pride, shut her eyes, and pressed the soap into the girl's hand, telling her that if she wanted it that badly, she should try it in her mind, and Lumilia took it, thanking Raverna with real gratitude. Lamelia stared at the soap resting in her palms, stunned, because it reminded her of the sweet treats she'd devoured in the elven village. Right after that, the beautiful girl bit straight into the soap. Then Mistress Rivera shot her hand out in panic and snapped, loud as thunder, "That's not food." Charlotte strode up to Lumilia, asking if she was all right, but before the worry could fade, Lumilia admitted it was awful. And then the whole group screamed as a giant wave barreled straight toward them. While the girls splashed and swam, a young guy crouched on the shore, eyes locked on something on his paper. Then thunderous sounds erupted from behind the stones in the water. Scrolls and random gear were scattered everywhere around Yukido, and as he caught a quick rest, he started thinking about re-prepping his spells, because when the party rests, it's for at least 2 hours. The young man figured, right after Lady Raverna's word, that this mine had 0 dangerous monsters, so he ditched sleep and skipped the magic bolt, and stared at the stack of scrolls thinking, while they're still untouched, I'm going to dig back in. What? Lumilia's being pressed a scroll into Yukido's hands, and he shot back a grateful nod. Then his mind raced as he pictured how he always tucks the scrolls he relies on into the holder on his cloak, ready to grab them in an instant. Yukido shoved the scrolls into the little pockets of his cloak and thought hard. Most of what he'd bought were just Tier 1 or Tier 2 spells, but Tier 3 and up were within reach. If only he met the knowledge requirements to make their success actually happen. He pictured the worst-case scenario. What if he couldn't use it when it mattered most? What if he flubbed the knowledge check and that scroll exploded right in his face? That young man tightened his lips, telling himself the random fire didn't do much damage, until he remembered he only had 1 health left and he felt the end of his life creeping in. Staring at the scrolls, he realized those high-level magic ones didn't come cheap, but he still grabbed a few just to be safe. With the bag finally shut, Yukido declared, "I'll finish this here," and Lumilia's creature snapped its tentacles shut like it was proud of the work. Then Yukido's eyes drifted to the girls, because now it was their turn to climb out of the water. Suddenly, those bone-jarring screams tore through the air. He snapped awake, bared his teeth, and knit his brows like fury, while Lumilia's creature lifted its tentacles, ready to throw down. Mistress Rivera's eyes brimmed with tears as she clung to Charlotte's side, staring at something perched on her shoulder, and in pure terror she demanded, "What is that?" Charlotte looked back at her, half scared and half stunned. Lumilia said with a calm that didn't match the panic, "It's fine, this leech just latched onto me." Then she yanked the leech off Mistress Raverna's shoulder and flung it away while Raverna shook in terror. Charlotte pressed a finger to her lips, smirked, and murmured that it was almost sweet how scared she got over little trifles. Then Rivera shot up on her feet, rage blazing as she clenched her fists. Rivera huffed, folded her arms, and snapped at the girls that she had her own stuff she didn't like. And just then Yukido came sprinting over, panicked and asking if everything was okay. When he realized the girls were in the water totally naked, Yukido froze, gaping with his mouth hanging open like he'd forgotten how to breathe. While the girls blinked in shock at seeing him there, and Shirota clapped a hand over her mouth, stunned. Mrs. Riverna clapped her hands over her body, cheeks flaming red, embarrassment and outrage crashing into her all at once. The young man got so embarrassed he couldn't stand it. He shook his hands and blurted apologies, while Mistress Rivera stared at him with furious rage, teeth clenched, and tears spilling from her eyes. She let out a thunderous scream and demanded, through rage, why Yukido had the nerve to act so impudent, then snatched up her soap and heaved it with everything she had, smack into his forehead. The impact shoved Yukido backward while the soap ricocheted off to the side. Charlotte and Lumilia stared at Yukido with wide, worried eyes. Then Lumilia's creature shot forward and lashed out its tentacles toward him. The boy's body lay there, cold and lifeless on the surface, like it couldn't even hurt anyone, barely different from a tossed piece of soap. Raverna's eyes shimmered with tears as rage burned in her gaze at the young man, and even so, the throw still got boosted by the thrower's full strength. While the girls dragged Yukido down, his eyes gone blank and his mouth hanging slightly open. Ravenna's throw landed, then he dropped motionless, and suddenly it wasn't just a move, it was a critical hit that shattered the rules. Yukido's health was down to 0. In total pitch-black water, some mystery shellfish drifted through the dark, while a sea creature sat in a chair and sipped its drink from a cup like it owned the night. Suddenly, the cup cracked with a thunderous snap, and the creature stared at it in shock as the drink seeped through the splits, dripping straight onto the floor. Then he set the cup back on the saucer, already wondering what on earth had just happened. The second creature stared at what just happened, totally frozen in confusion, then lifted its head and acted like it was nothing at all. After what felt like forever, the young guy drifted into a void of pitch-black darkness that stretched on like it would never end. He snapped his eyes open and instantly wondered where he'd landed, because this chilling déjà vu felt exactly like before, the same way he remembered the moment his life was supposed to end, staring down at his hands like nothing had changed. He kept staring at his hands, stunned beyond belief, and blurted out that it couldn't possibly be true, then demanded whether he really ended his life because of soap. Yukito spun around, jaw clenched, and the boy started yelling Charlotte, then Lumilia, then Rivera. But the darkness swallowed every word, leaving him drifting alone in pitch-black, endless nothing. The young guy's panic hit first, fear blared across his face, so he snapped, "You've got to be kidding." Then he ripped into Charlotte and Lumilia's names again, shouting at the top of his lungs, but nothing answered. Yukito bared his teeth and snapped his gaze toward the noise. Then a giant hand lunged out of the dark, snatching him up without warning. Yukito just froze in stunned disbelief, having no clue what was happening. Someone claimed she'd finally found him, then she clamped the guy in her fist tight. Yukito stared at that hand, rage spiking through him as he ground his teeth. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the girls kept shouting Yukito's name nonstop, panic eating at their hearts, but he just lay there completely still on the ground. Charlotte seethed, swearing this couldn't be happening, and snatched her hand onto Yukito, while Lady Rivera stared at him, totally lost, arms crossed hard over her chest. Riverna leaned in on Yukito and went straight for the drama queen, then claimed she only touched the soap, while Lumilia stood beside them with her head hanging low. Out of nowhere, Mrs. Rivera snapped loudly that he ended his own life, right after she pressed her palms to his cheeks. She darted from side to side, panicking so hard she couldn't even think, only repeating over and over that they had to do something right now before it was too late. Lumilia leaned in close, pressed her ear to the young man's chest, and listened so hard, until it hit her something was off. When someone hits 0 health, they drop into unconsciousness, like their life is already halfway over. They don't just end everything on the spot, they're stuck in that terrifying, almost gone state. If you're brought below 0, every single turn you've got to roll a DC 10 save. Miss it and you end your own life, pass it and you stay down, unconscious just like before. If his health bounces back by the start of the next cycle, consciousness snaps back into him. But if it drops under what the endurance gauge allows, he'll just take his own life on the spot, with no chance to make a saving throw. Yukito nailed his endurance save, and somehow kept his life from slipping away by the thinnest thread. Charlotte clasped her hands and shouted to the holy light, begging the righteous god to pour blessings through her, while Lady Ravenna and Lumilia stared at Yukito's body with uneasy, deadly serious eyes. A thunderous crack rang out, and Charlotte snapped her palm close to Yukito's skin, then unleashed the spell with a scorching touch, when his hair whipped in the wind and his eyes locked in with rock-solid confidence. Suddenly she jolted, mouth gaping and eyes bulging wide as she snapped her head up Charlotte. A hulking creature lurking in the water grabbed her by the leg, and she stared at it in pure terror just like the other girls. Slippery tentacles clamped onto Charlotte's shin, and the girls blurted out confused questions. Then, out of the water, a nasty-sounding creature hauled itself up. Riverna, shaking with nerves, asked if it was a gelatinous cube, then admitted the truth. It's a giant, translucent slime beast with a brutal punch, a special grab, a swallow, and a grab bag of other powers, but it's got 0 intelligence. Mistress Riverna snapped in confusion and fury, demanding why a monster was there. Because monsters had no business showing up, not in their world, while the girls stiffened, stared it down, and radiated pure anger. Charlotte crumpled on the ground, heart hammering as filthy tentacles wrapped around her leg, and Lumilia sprinted straight toward the girls. Weapons crammed in both hands, she yelled that she brought them, then shoved every single one into their arms. Charlotte's sword slid halfway out as rage flashed in her eyes. Then Lumilia's creature grabbed her hand and wrenched it away from her control. The next second, Charlotte was yanked off screen, screaming, while the creature couldn't stop the pull and got dragged along with her. Lumilia lunged toward her with worry, but Charlotte screamed, "Run!" because the slime creature was swallowing her inch by inch until only Charlotte's palm hung outside. Charlotte was already swallowed up by that slime, drifting along with Lumilia's creature and the rest of the junk floating around them. Eyes squeezed shut, mouth stretched wide. Her sword slipped from her grip and floated right beside her as the other girls yelled for them. Suddenly the horse surged forward, charging straight at the slime cube. Then the creature lunged, yanked his leg, and in a blink he got pulled inside, trapped and unable to move as the slime swallowed him whole. Now trapped inside the slime, Charlotte isn't alone anymore because her horse Lady Ravenna is here too, sitting beside the young man and Lumilia. And when Lady Ravenna sees it, shock hits so hard that she yanks her weapon up, gets to her feet, and bares her teeth. Lumilia knocked an arrow, snapped her voice loud, and declared to Ravenna that Yukito was hers to claim as she left. Yet Lady Ravenna froze, staring at her in pure, baffled wariness. But then she yanked Yukito close, looping his arm around her neck and dragged him out of there, while telling Lumilia, "I get you." Lumilia launched her arrow straight into that slimy monstrosity, and the moment it pierced its flesh, it started to get slowly eaten away from the inside. Lumilia was left speechless by what just happened, frozen in place as she slowly spread her arms to the sides, clueless about what she was supposed to do next. Then she clenched her teeth and snapped that her weapon couldn't scratch him, so Lumilia lunged back into an attack stance, but the monster suddenly clamped down on her hand, and she stared at those filthy tentacles with fury and pure terror. The creature whipped its tentacle and hurled Lamilia straight into the rocks, smashing her in the stomach. Her bow clattered to the ground. Near the cold stone, the girl curled up with her eyes shut as arrows clattered from her shoulders. And those vile tentacles tightened from her legs all the way up to her chest, while Lamilia groaned weakly, drained to the core. After a while, Lumilia got trapped inside that massive slime cube, while Lady Rivera crouched behind a little rock, barely peeking out, and Yukito sat right beside her, leaning back against the stone. Ms. Rivera ripped open Yukito's bag on the spot, started rummaging like she was on a timer, and demanded where those healing potions had gone, until her fingers finally snagged several vials, and her face lit up like she'd just struck gold. Lady Rivera frantically shoved the potions into Yukito's mouth, desperate for him to swallow fast only for him to stay completely lifeless as the bitter liquid spilled back out, running from his lips and splattering onto the ground. Mistress Raverna sank into total despair, staring at the young man with sharp disappointment as she realized it still wasn't working. She chewed her lower lip, eyes burning with regret, convinced it was all her fault. Then reality hit and she couldn't believe how far it had spiraled. She was falling apart, not knowing what to do next. Lady Rivera kept staring at Yukito's lifeless body, potions spilling from his lips, until her brow snapped into a sharp frown, and confidence surged into her eyes. She bit her lip hard, stared at the potion vials, and couldn't believe any creature would dare poison a human like this. Then she flipped the vials over and started chugging straight from them. Lady Rivera yanked Yukito's hair by the top of his head and clamped it tight in her fist. Then a hot blush rushed up her cheeks as she hesitantly slid a hand to her neck. After that, she finally snapped to a decision, pressed her lips to the young man's and slid her hand onto his shoulder. Then the potions passed mouth to mouth until all hope crumbled and despair swallowed her whole. Meanwhile, Yukito was trapped in a giant hand, swallowed by pitch-black nothingness as the darkness pressed in, and some ominous voice warned him she was a goddess, and she ruled the realm of death. She crushed Yukito in her grip until his eyes bulged and he let out a blood-curdling scream, and then she leaned in and warned him, dead certain. His soul was in her hands. Yukito clenched his teeth, staring at that massive, brutal hand, fury burning hot. And then he couldn't stop wondering if this was really how his life was going to end. This goddess refused to let the young man slip away. She promised that once his life ended, the book of the world would finally fall back into her hands, and Yukito slowly lowered his head. Suddenly, the pitch-black ceiling above him started splitting with a thunderous boom. Yukito's confusion spiked as he looked up, and then a voice snapped, "For heaven's sake, open it." In the glowing light, Yukito caught sight of Charlotte, Lumilia, and Lady Rivera. Then his smile vanished as he saw his sister Sana, staring back at him with sparkling, shining eyes. Yukito froze on the spot, mouth hanging open at what he was seeing. He didn't even move, just started to speak, and the goddess holding him snapped where the second his words finally came out. Teeth clenched with fury, the young man snapped into a furious scowl and roared that he'd never let himself die in a place like this, especially over something as ridiculous as soap. Yukito jerked side to side, fighting tooth and nail against that monstrous hand, but no matter how hard he strained, it wouldn't budge. The goddess warned him it was hopeless because death had already sunk its fangs into his soul. Suddenly, the young man chomped down on the hand, holding him with everything he had hard enough to make it shake. So Yukito ripped free and bolted to safety. With all his might, he shot his hand upward, hope blazing in his eyes, fear tightening his breath, gritting his teeth as he clawed toward the cracks where that blinding light was spilling through. The goddess lunged for him again, hurling curses and name after ugly name, but the young man didn't back off. He thrust both hands upward, fighting through his fear until it finally slipped away and he kept reaching for the top. But the cracks kept multiplying and light started flooding Yukito. Then that black curtain shattered, and a blazing white glow swallowed everything as the goddess was forced back, while the guy kept going, arms straining higher and higher. Meanwhile, Lady Ravenna got brutally hurled into the stone by that nightmare creature. Then she snapped her eyes shut and clutched her face in shock. She shoved herself to her feet, drained to the bone, and let out a hard, shaking breath as the creature lunged toward her. Tentacles snaking out, Lady Ravenna clenched her teeth and spun around, hunting for any sign that Yukito had finally woken. Suddenly, the creature snapped onto Mrs. Rivera's leg with those nasty, slippery tentacles, and terror hit her. She panicked, screamed, and begged it to stop right now. Then whoosh, the air exploded with blaring magic bolts, and one attack streaked past Lady Rivera, slicing straight through the tentacles that had been trapping her. Riverna crumpled to the ground, staring at the severed tentacle in disbelief. Her eyes went wide as she blurted, "What is that?" But before she could finish, she snapped around. Yukito stood right behind her, reached out his hand, and flashed a confident grin that practically said, "Yeah, there'll be trouble." Then he glanced at Lady Ravenna and smiled like he'd already won. A dark-haired guy stands before a tiny wall, staring it down, then fires off a question about a gelatinous cube, while a girl sits on the floor right beside him, watching. Unlike the games, these slimes in this world aren't cute at all. They swallow, absorb, and dissolve anything they touch, and some of them hit way harder than the demon lords. She pops to her feet and sprints straight at the guy, yelling that he finally woke up, weapon clutched in her hands. Then out of nowhere, someone screams at the top of their lungs, "Watch out." The moment her long hair swings, terror floods her face. The monster lunges out of nowhere and smashes her to the ground, and when she scrambles back up, pain twists her face. She winces, squints one eye, and snaps, "Who do you think I am?" This long-haired girl rises, hoists her staff onto her head, and roars at the evil god of darkness, Zoa Gyuhai, demanding, right to his face, that he hand over the gift of his shadow. The tall girl springs into the air and starts shrieking, whipping her staff at the monster that struck them, while Raverna slams in a hit meant to crack a helmet wide open. The girl whips her staff and slices the monster clean in two asterisk clack, but it knits itself back together in a blink. The boy and girl, still staring ahead with hope, realize this thing can regenerate anything. He can't stop thinking about Raverna's hammer, sure, it's magical and meant to smash magical creatures, but the monster that attacked them can shrug off both piercing and blunt hits, so the whole weapon suddenly feels pointless. Some magical creatures lurking nearby, and no matter what mind control magic won't touch it. This guy's got a whistle that blasts a fire-type spell, but Charlotte and the rest are still trapped inside that creature. He realizes the slime is dragging its feet and they could have busted out ages ago, but if they stay gone too long, their friends will get dissolved completely. So he even pictures the bones that'll be left behind. He freezes in place, completely lost, staring at the sword jammed in the ground just a few steps away, and then bam, his mind clicks and his eyes blow wide. The monster starts to move and Rivera snatches a stone from her pocket, then charges right up to it and drives it in, ready to clash again. The girl shouts the wound summoning spell and snaps it into place with a sharp gesture. Bam, it hits instantly at point-blank range, and the monster's eyes go wide with shock. Inflict wounds blasts negative energy and hammers every creature with heavy damage. Then if it hits the undead, it snaps them back to full health. Meanwhile, the girl plants her feet, arm thrust forward, gripping a stone like she's ready to strike. Suddenly, Rivera rockets backward and swings her staff like a shield, fighting for her life against the monster, while the girl beside the guy screams that it's all pointless. Yukito stands right there, unmoving like he's waiting for something to happen. The boy begs Raverna to hear him out, then fires the question, can a dark priest use necromancy? Raverna nods and says every priest has already mastered it. The dark-haired boy tilts in toward Rivera's face and sends her straight into embarrassment. And as they whisper in low voices, Yukito has to bend down because he towers over her. Finally, she brushes her face, shuts her eyes, and nods like, yeah, his plan actually works. He doesn't move, still planted where he stands, one arm shot straight out in front of him. He slings a shadow spell and bam, phantom clones pop into existence, and when the monster strikes, it randomly decides whether the hit lands on him or one of his copies, while all those clones stand shoulder to shoulder in front of the beast. Right then, the magical creature starts moving and roaring, and every one of Yukito's clones, him included, launches upward in a huge leap to slam in a devastating attack. The monster slams into every clone, striking right between them, so Yukito's clones scatter in every direction, scrambling to dodge the hits. Yukito suddenly slams to a stop. Then a monster's attack smashes into him and he bursts out laughing, saying, man, that was way too close. The guy stands with his head bowed and eyes fixed ahead, and Yukito's worry spikes. He blurts out, turn around now, hurry. Raverna slides in behind them. With her eyes shut tight, she mutters a spell and summons the dead, calling up the souls of the damned to rise under the brutal power of her darkness, then pledging them as her cursed soldiers. Inside the monster, something squelches and shifts, then suddenly sharp clicking erupts from within. The dead man's skull starts snapping louder and louder, and right beside it lie the rest of his shattered remains. The dead man's limbs jerk to life. His skull cracks open and growls, then smoke rolls in near Raverna. She snaps her magic into place, animating the undead and dragging it up to her height so it can follow her simple commands. The animated skeleton, sword clutched tight, slashes the magical creature straight down the middle, splitting it in two, while Ravenna and Yukito cheer, grinning at his flawless win. A skeleton grips Charlotte's sword, blade made to cut down the slimes, then freezes in place as the slime oozes across the ground. The skeleton crouches behind a towering wall of slime, gripping a sword and keeping it hidden behind its back, while tiny slime bits twitch and squirm on the ground, right near piles of bodies half swallowed by the slime of the thing it just defeated. A new girl drops onto the ground, slick with slime that slowly slides off her skin, and Rivera, right behind the boy, snaps that the slime didn't toss them out to save them. It shoved them away because it cared about regenerating itself, not about the prey. Raverna and Yukito close in on the two girls, and before anyone can blink, they wrap them up in a hug, yet the girls stay completely out cold. The slime bunches up and starts to swarm, and the skeleton is moving like it's alive, while the girl stays right there, gripping her sword and desperately trying to hack her way out of it. Raverna snarls that this monster is so stubborn it won't stop trying to recover, and the guy fires back that it's never getting that chance as long as he's still alive. A tiny open vial smacks the magical creature. Its liquid bursts out and starts burning the ground it hits, and the monster lets out eerie, unsettling noises. The boy and the girl stare at it, wide-eyed with shock, and the girl's mouth drops open like she can't believe what she's seeing. The same bottle shows up in the dark-haired guy's hands, and the young man snaps. It's an oil potion. Ravenna explodes into screams because it all clicks for her. If you coat each slime piece in a layer of fat, they can't merge back together again. Yukito braces himself before a mountain of slime, where the skeleton the girl revived is trapped and writhing beneath the goo. He thrusts a roll of paper forward and screams for it to torch his enemies to ashes. Then boom, 3 blazing fire magic clots tear into the air, yet Yukito remains right where he stands. The kid calls down scorching rain, then hurls scorching fiery rays from it, each one smashing hard with serious damage, and the more powerful he gets, the more rays he unleashes. Every creature, slime and skeleton alike, erupts into flame, and Ravenna rushes in to steady one of the girls who's still not coming to. Meanwhile, Yukito stays planted, arm stretched forward with his hand out. Yukito swings a bottle of water up to one of the girl's mouths, right after he just pulled her from danger. She pops her mouth open and starts chugging, just a little water spills down her chin. This girl inches her eyes open, slow as a breath. Then boom, she jerks upright, eyes wide, shouting that Yukito really came back to life, while the guy beside her just lets out a quick little sound to confirm it. Yukito snaps his head up and locks eyes with Ravenna, arms crossed tight as she stands there, and he blurts that she's the reason he's back from the dead. Yukito shoves his hand behind his head and scratches hard at the back. Then the awkward guy just gives a shaky smile, saying he's stuck between life and death, but somehow he can still hear someone's voice. Rivera finally reveals she used a healing potion on Yukito, then just stands there with her arms still locked across her chest, like nothing happened, while Yukito's memories slam into the girl as she remembers Rivera brushing her lips with his, and her face lights up with pure shock. Ravenna stands beside Yukito and glares at him with pure disdain. She can't stand that he just spilled everything. Ravenna snaps at Yukito, saying this mess is partly his fault too, then jabs her finger at him, furious and heartbroken that someone could lose their life over something as dumb as soap. The girl whips around and slips off to the side, grumbling under her breath, and the horse immediately snaps its attention to her. Yukito replayed it in his head and finally realized he almost paid for that stupid mistake with his life. Yukito gets snatched up in a huge hand, and when he realizes he can't waste a second, he drops beside the girl, clenching up as he spots the skull, his throat tightening with dread. You can prep and plan forever, but if you drop your life, you're gone all the same. Yet Yukito still carries Nephilia's blessing. Yukito gets it. If he wants to survive, he has to think smart and grind new skills nonstop, because those extra health points might shrug off little stuff like soap, but one fatal hit from an enemy can still end everything. Yukito grips a book in both hands and flips through the pages like it's his last lifeline, even though he's desperately trying to dodge this outcome. The boy stumbled into an elder lick, an undead monstrosity ripped from a powerful mage's downfall, its body vile to the eye, and it tore the air apart with vicious evil spells and deadly techniques. High-level mages can turn into liches, shrugging off physical blows that used to ruin them, while even undead kings still need magical artifacts to patch their lingering cracks. Yukito shuts the book and starts thinking about what comes next. Yukito's eyes snap straight ahead, tension tightens across his face, and he looks deadly serious. That guy's hunting the dream of becoming the richest lick, stacking up a ton of rare, insanely expensive treasures. Then, after a while, everyone ends up packed inside this massive cave, where huge stalactites hang from the ceiling like living traps. A graceful girl struts down a straight path with total confidence, her weapon locked at her hips as one hand grips it tight. The tall girl snaps out an apology for the delay and asks if they can keep going, and Yukito says yes. Only first, he needs to handle something crucial. Yukito fires off detection magic in the cave, lighting up every magical object in sight, then snatches them up fast, urging everyone else to do the same because he needs loot to rise up as a rich lick. A towering girl drops to her knees in front of what's left of a man who's already gone. Charlotte clamps her hands together and shuts her eyes, praying that Luria will guide the man who just lost his life. Ravenna stands nearby, staring at her hands like they're about to reveal a secret. Then, out of nowhere, she starts praying, and black smoke erupts from her as the girl who was sitting there immediately freaks out, fear flashing across her face. Charlotte suddenly snaps and screams at Ravenna to stop. She's going to mix up the souls of the dead. Ravenna can't even wrap her head around it. Meanwhile, Yukito keeps crouching and grabbing something off the ground. Suddenly, the young man spots a tiny chunk of a gelatinous cube, and a grin bursts across his face as he lets out a quick, amused laugh. Yukito scoops it up and seals it in a tiny bottle, and the kid is already praying he'll finally get to use it someday. The crew keeps pushing deeper into the massive cave, and everyone stays shoulder to shoulder, while Yukito's light slices through the dark, guiding the whole pack forward. The The team screeched to a halt, and Rivera jabbed forward toward the pitch black ahead. Yukito leans in and locks his eyes on exactly where his friend is pointing. On a cozy bridge inside the cave, the whole team heads straight to where Rivera pointed, while the young man keeps striking sparks to light the path. The guy and the three girls cross together, and even a calm horse trails behind them like it belongs there. Yukito is stunned. This cave has a bridge of all things, and Raverna tells him it's the behemoth corridor forged by dwarves around 600 years ago. Yukito leans in and demands Raverna tell him, are the same deadly monsters waiting down there like last time? Raverna snapped up in shock and stared at the guy, then spun around and stammered that nothing like that could possibly be waiting for them, while the girl stood there looking just as uncomfortable, sweat streaming down her face. The short-haired girl with the long, pointed ears stared it down and thought. She said first they got jumped by a chicken bear in the forest, and then a gelatinous cube came crawling in. Lumilia snaps that these monsters aren't from nature at all. These magical abominations were cooked up by forbidden spells. Yakido shoots her a suspicious glance and demands to know if she thinks Jiraza is already tangled up in all of this. Lumilia dips her head and admits she has no idea. Meanwhile, right behind her back, a whole wall of arrows peeks out, and those are her weapons. Charlotte suddenly spots something off to the side, and she whips her head over. Pure shock hits her face. The girl jabs a finger downward and blurts, something's down there. Yukito dips the lamp down and demands answers about the city of stone, but the weak light only scratches the room, leaving just a tiny corner in view. Raverna grins as she boasts about Galdora back when it was the biggest settlement with over 800 people, until Yukito cuts in and snaps, no, that was a village, not a kingdom. Ravenna steps right in front of the boy and demands to know what he just blurted out. Then he thrusts his hand forward and stammers that he didn't say a thing. A squad of 3 girls and 1 guy drops in, and it's going to hit hard. Yukito and the crew light their way and march straight for the massive gates guarding the Doom Mine, staring up in awe at that jaw-dropping fortress. Suddenly, the eyes etched into the gate snap open, and Yukito plus the 2 girls yank back with terror burning in their chests. That sealed gate declares Yukito won't pass until he proves he's worthy, and the moment the words hit him, rage flares in the boy's eyes. The whole team faces a sick-looking gate, and Charlotte snaps her hands into a lock, staring up at the towering barrier like, what is this? Rivera answers with a grim voice, this is a sealed door that keeps the massive deep dungeons locked away from the rest of the world. A glowing ring ignites in Rivera's hand, and she snaps a black glove on, lifts her chin, and when she announces herself as the Princess of the Dark Realm, she demands the doors unlock and they obey. The 4 team members and their horse face the massive gates in dead silence, just staring like they're waiting for something to happen. Then the tall girl with long hair blurts, so what's going on? Rivera steps forward and locks onto the gates, studying them like every detail matters. Suddenly the gates blare that this girl gets no entry, and that she's not worthy of a single step through. Yukito blurts what's happening, and Rivera snaps that she has no clue, then she swears the door forgot her name. That gate keeps insisting it's a sealed door, one that'll never budge for anyone who isn't worthy. Rivera stares at it, jaw clenched, pure displeasure burning in his eyes. Suddenly, Rivera's rage flares. She swings her leg and kicks the gate hard, then snaps, what the hell is wrong with this stupid door? Raverna stands with her back to the rest of the team, shoulders slightly hunched, and making strange, unsettling sounds. Yukito stares at the girls retreating back, then clamps down on his words and says nothing. Yukito strides up to the girl and thrusts out his hand, and he figures Raverna's escape must have triggered a lock change, so he leans in ready to help, while Raverna stays on the floor, seething with anger, and the girl nods along with his guess. Charlotte fires off the question, so what do we do now? And when Yukito points at the gate, Charlotte hammers the truth. If they don't go through here, they'll have to backtrack, skipping the forest, and that detour will eat way more time. Yukito studies the gate and nods. She's got him convinced. Out of nowhere, a bow materializes right behind Yukito. Lumilia braces herself with her bowstring pulled tight, nails the stance, and waits to unleash the shot. Lumilia snaps the bowstring, her arrow rockets past and nearly kisses Yukito. The guy just freezes in shock at what she pulled, and right on cue, the arrow shoots straight into the talking gate. Then boom, an enormous explosion rips the air and the whole team whips their heads toward it, totally stunned, while Yukito, Riverna, and Charlotte spin around with fear blazing in their faces. They rush straight to Lumilia and the crowd swarms her, shouting her name, demanding to know what she just pulled off. When the smoke from Lumilia's arrow explosions finally thinned, Yukito stared at the gate as he marched past, still buzzing with what he'd just seen. Yukito stares at the gate in shock, no scratch, not a dent, and the realization hits him hard. This thing isn't getting broken through. Suddenly, the gate's voice booms, calling the team fools, mocking their brute force as pointless, and promising it'll only open for the smart. Yukito stares at the gate in shock and demands again about the smart ones. While behind the guy, a tall, long-haired girl leans in and snaps at Lumilia that you don't fire at anything you don't recognize. A blinding grid of glowing squares bursts to life under the guy's feet, and right inside it stand Lumilia, Charlotte, and even Yukito himself, while Rivera freezes at the edge, staring in shock. The girl gasps, her hair whipping through the wind, while Yukito stands before the gate with a riddle in hand, solving it like it's nothing because those dungeon crosswords came roaring back. The door swivels toward the guy and demands he solve a riddle. Yukito snaps his head up, glaring forward. The gates start whispering a riddle, something buried deeper than the Izon Valley, a presence tougher than the Iron Mountain Dragon, burning like lava yet cutting like a blade's edge, so tell me, who is it? Yukito tilts his gaze up with a flash of fear. He doesn't get the riddle at all, so he blurts out what it could possibly mean. The dark-haired boy whips around to Rivera and demands, got any guesses? Rivera just smiles, then tells him, I've got zero, not a single one. Then the young man whips around to the two girls standing just behind him and asks, so, you got any guesses? The girls blink, completely thrown off, and he instantly realizes they've got nothing either. Yukito stares at the riddle, then realizes. He has no clue what any of it means because this world is totally foreign to him. He lifts his head and it hits him. The intelligence potion will sharpen his thoughts, not hand him the answer. The guy grips the book of this world like it just chose him. This book is nothing but a rundown of how this world works, but it won't even crack Yukito's riddles for him. Yukito starts replaying parts of the riddle he just asked again and again, while his face stays deadly serious, eyes locked in deep, intense thought. The whole team quickly started chewing on that riddle they'd just been handed. Their expressions are so thoughtful they feel heavy with secrets. In the book Yukito's clutching, there's a sketch that matches the gate they're staring at right now, almost like it's been copied straight from the future. Yukito hooked a finger to his cheek and leaned in, studying the page like it might explode with secrets. His face turns serious, and then it hits him. He finally spots something that grabs his full attention. In a book written in a specific language, it claims this. Health 100, resistance 100, and it dishes out 50 points of physical magic damage. The whole team whips around at Yukito's booming shout, and you can see the shock on their faces. They definitely didn't expect him to start yelling like that. Yukito slammed the book shut so hard it rattled, stared straight ahead, and then, like it all finally clicked, said he understood everything. Yukito rushes up to Raverna and blurts out, asking to borrow her hammer. She agrees instantly, then shoots back why he wants it and what he's planning to do with it. A dark-haired guy strides toward the gate, his face etched into it like a warning. Suddenly, Yukito whips around and swings the hammer he borrowed from Raverna. Yukito unleashes one earth-shaking punch straight at the magical gate, and his face twists in raw fury and rage. Charlotte stands beside her horse, staring at this like she can't believe her eyes. Lumilia is completely thrown by what this guy just does. Raverna stands beside the girls, eyes wide with shock, and you can practically feel it. Nobody saw Yukito making that move coming. Yukito grabs the hammer he borrowed from the girl, then realizes this door isn't just tough, it's going to take real work to crack. He clamps down on the hammer handle with way more force than before. Yukito starts pounding the magical gates over and over again, and the second the three girls see it, they sprint up to him, shouting his name and demanding to know what he's doing. These gates scream that it's all meaningless, and they slap the titled traveler on the guy, but they only open for the smart ones. Yukito launches attack after attack with zero breaks, and a stone-cold seriousness settles on his face. The door watched every move the guy made and called Yukito's behavior straight-up reckless, with him still standing on two shaking legs, breathing hard, and clinging to that hammer he'd borrowed from Rivera. Suddenly, the boy erupted into loud screams and sprinted as hard as he could, then swung the borrowed hammer again. Yukito slams another brutal hit into the magic gate snap, and a little chip rips off the cheek of it as a sign flashes. The gate's health has dropped by 1. Ravenna, Charlotte, and Lamiglia, standing just a bit behind, gawk in shock at what that guy pulled, stunned to the bone. The magic gate's eyes flared wider too, because the guy was still finding ways to hurt them. Yukito looms by the gate, breathing like it's tearing his chest apart, and he still grips the hammer he borrowed from Raverna with white-knuckle force. He tilts his head up just a little and studies that magical gate from beneath narrowed eyes, and a weak grin crawls across his face like, yep, this is exactly what I figured. The attacker's punch dents the gate, and he instantly knows it's the kind of door with 50 defense points that practically refuses to break. Yet one critical hit can still slice its durability down by a whole point. Sweat pours down his face as a wide grin cracks his lips, his brows still clenched. Then he pushes forward again. The door straight up warns it'll loop and spit the same insult again. Yukito's a stupid, cold traveler. The door demands Yukito prove his wisdom by cracking the dungeon master's riddle first. The boy charges back to the gate, hand ready to strike, and shouts to Rivern that a little damage is nothing. The dark-haired boy slams on the brakes, spins around, and faces Rivera where he stands. Yukito hands back the hammer he borrowed from the girl and tells her, "All right, your turn to smash that magic gate." Yukito plants himself with his back to the gate, juts his thumb, and demands they keep smashing it until its health hits 0. 3 girls huddle side by side, and their eyes go wide as they stare at the guy in stunned shock. Out of nowhere, all 3 girls pounce on him, demanding to know what he meant. The magical gate snaps to life and tells Yukito to stop, because all he has to do is crack the very riddle they were given, and then the gate will finally open. Yukito whips around, bows to the magic gate, and blurts out that they've got no time for this. Yukito stands behind Raverna and tells her, "Come on, push a little harder, it'll burn off the stress." And Raverna instantly remembers that terrifying moment when the door wouldn't budge no matter how she said her own name. Suddenly, a girl with a hammer rockets sky high and swings with everything she's got, landing a nasty, heavy hit. The girl snaps that the door did it because it literally forgot her name. Raverna keeps hammering away, and the door just keeps repeating the same demand. Your team has to prove they're smarter first. The dark-haired guy steadies Raverna from the side, telling her she's doing fine and to keep going with that same fire, while Lumilia and Charlotte crowd up beside him with faces full-on trembling fear. Suddenly, another tiny chunk of the magic gate drops off and Ravenna's like, "I told you I broke this door after all." Yukito just stands to the side, claps once and grins, "That was awesome." This trick usually shatters the weapon long before the door gives up, but Rivera's magic-buffed hammers refuse to break that easily. Lumilia calls her shot, slings an arrow straight at Yukito. Then Raverna whips around to the girl and nods, backing her instantly. Charlotte awkwardly shoots her hand up, stammering that she's coming after Lumilia, and Door's eyes go wide as he realizes this team is lining up to charge her. Yukito stumbles back when all 3 girls line up before the door, and the magical thing immediately taunts her, asking if they're seriously about to attack her right now. Yukito drops down on the ground beside the little lantern he brought, and for once, he looks completely relaxed. After a while, a dark-haired guy sparks a fire beside him, when a giant white horse steps into the scene. Yukito whips around to the girls and says he'll make tea, telling them to slow down, savor this quiet moment, because they've still got a piece of chicken bear left. That last magic door stood there looking totally stunned at what was happening to it now. Then from the side, the team's voices rang out. "It's so tasty, so sweet." Suddenly, the magic door erupts into a piercing scream, demanding the whole team stop and pay attention. Right now. The door blares that the Dungeon Master's puzzle is in full swing, and you can't ignore it. Everyone has to lock in and crack it, because the moment you break the rules, you're the worst of the worst. Yukito rushes up to the magical gate, whips out his weapon, and slams it down with brutal force, leaving the enemy's face tight with pure panic. Rivera launches the next assault, swinging for all he's worth to turn that hit into something far more devastating. Yukito and Lumilia huddle by the crackling fire, digging into their food like the night can't get any warmer. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Rivera keep battering the door. Charlotte slams into it again and again, each strike thunderous, while her face stays locked in ruthless focus. 8 hours later, Yukito is posted by the fire, gripping his dungeon coins as he starts roasting them over the flames. Charlotte strides up to Yukito and demands to know what he's up to, and Yukito grins. He's warming the coins he finds over a fire, testing whether they're poisonous or if they're secretly disguised mimics. Ravenna keeps hammering the magic door with brutal power pack strikes, and when the girl lands one more hit, the door finally shatters open. Then crack by crack, the whole thing spiderwebs with fractures. Rivera stands in front of the shattered door, hammer still in hand from delivering the final crushing blow, and the rest of the team comes rushing toward her. Raverna bursts into happy shouts, screaming that they finally pulled off what they wanted, and Yukito steps in right after, nodding like, "Honestly, that's a pretty great job." The squad kicks forward, straight toward the Temple of Evil, where a jagged mountain range of black fog waits to swallow the horizon. The dark-haired guy squeezes through the hole last, and a few teammates immediately shout, "Where are they?" Then someone answers, halfway up the mountain outside the mine. Out of nowhere, Yukito slams to a halt because he hears someone cursing, his face going wide with shock. Then he looks down and realizes his boot is planted right on the broken remains of the magic gate. The magic gate snaps at the boy to turn back and crack the puzzle, warning him to stop stomping all over it. Dark-haired dude Lumilia and Charlotte stare at everything, their eyes bulging wide with shock. Yukito yells at them to bolt out of here, and as they rush away, the little bit of the gate that's still standing lunges to block their path. The team keeps pushing forward along a narrow trail on the side of a towering mountain, and beneath their feet yawns a terrifyingly deep gorge. Suddenly, a brutal gust slammed into the team, hair standing on end, and everyone threw up their hands to shield themselves from the whipping wind. He grimaces because this wind feels nasty and soaking, sticking to his skin like it won't let go, and the moment he realizes it, his face hardens with disappointment. Yukito can't forget that old moment from the past when the same wild winds slammed into him again. Rivera snaps her index finger forward and blurts, "We're here, this is the exact spot." The whole team stares at the black mist mountain range from a distance, and nobody dares to speak just faces forward, hair snapping in the wind, until someone finally whispers that those peaks are nothing less than a temple of evil. Yukito clenched his fist so hard it hurt, thinking, we finally made it the right place after all that time. The young man shuts his eyes and digs up memories of him and his sister, because he can feel it in his bones. They've survived so much together. The boy snaps his head to his sister, Sana, and begs her to hang in there, just a little longer, while Yukito stares straight ahead, jaw tight and pure tension blazing across his face. Suddenly, Charlotte pops up right beside the guy, arms wrapped around herself as she whispers that everything feels so far away, yet she still senses evil lingering in the air, and Yukito instantly goes, that's why I'm the Temple of Evil. What? On the Black Mist mountain range, Black Feather Mountain stood notorious for its typhloor. Then about 200 years ago, under King Argon's reign, the ground suddenly tore open, a giant underground hole ripped the earth apart, dark energy blasted out, and monsters surged into the world. A young man presses his eye to the telescope, locking in on something hidden from the world. He's convinced he's finally stumbled on the hidden village, where the evil temple's followers are quietly hiding in the shadows. These four spots, Horus, Handles, Kabak, and Nariko, huddle close to the village, and now evil has taken them over. It looks like everyone got dragged into cooperating with the evil temple, just like they did with Ida's village. The young man whips around to face the girls. He says they'll start exactly as planned, gather intel up close, and he's itching to figure out just how strong their enemy really is. The young man slashes through the plan and says, use this moment to break the orc packs apart, then hit every village at the same time. The Temple of Evil won't stop. Reinforcements are coming, they'll vanish without a backward glance, torch their own food stores, then dump all kinds of junk into the well to turn the water undrinkable. He explains it's a pretty simple move, so they'll clock the invasion right away, but they won't be able to do anything except strike back, and if they keep at it, they'll finally grind down the evil temple's army. Raverna wants to reach her servant and the others, but Charlotte snaps that their smoke signals will expose them. Then the dark-haired guy grins and swears he's already cracked a solution. While the team pushes deeper into the thick forest, they spot treetops soaring way above them. Then a tiny octopus shoots its tentacles into a berry bush. Lumilia grabs it with total calm, and Charlotte, right behind her, bursts into laughter. The dark-haired guy scans the room, wearing stone calm on his face, and he can't help thinking this place fits him perfectly. Yukito whips around to face Lumilia, and she stares at him like, what? But the moment hits, and she understands exactly what he wants to ask, even though he didn't say a single word. The girl presses her fingers to her mouth, tilts her chin up, and blasts a deafening whistle into the air. A sharp rustle snapped through the bushes nearby, and the guy couldn't ignore it. Charlotte spots the exact same rustling creeping through the treetops. Raverna glances back at that tiny bunch of flowers beside her, and right then, knock knock, someone at the door. Raverna's hammer snaps into her hands, and the girl whips her head around, stammering, what's happening here right now? While Raverna's face screams pure, crushing worry. The whole team snaps into position and stares around like they're searching for danger hiding in the shadows. As a ranger, your class skill lets you call animals on command. Step into the forest and any tiny critters answer your call, flocking to your side. Suddenly, a swarm of tiny animals bursts into view, and they're absolutely breathtaking. Charlotte's heart gets absolutely wrecked, in the best way, because these animals don't just impress her, they steal it. Charlotte's voice slices in from the side, calling out to some animal, and while that's happening, Lamlia slips a small bundle into Yukito's hands. Lumilia unleashed the carrier animal spell. Tiny creatures snapped to attention and hunted down whoever she picked, and even those charmed critters could ferry small items right along with them. He slowly cracks open the package he just received, like he's afraid what's inside might change everything. Yukito stares at it with burning curiosity, reads every word, then marches the tiny scrap of paper to Lumilia and demands, what is this? She smiles and says it's stacked orders, countless commands sent to all their squads. Suddenly, a tiny creature crept up to the paper and started sniffing it like it had found something huge. Out of nowhere, the animal snatched the paper and started chewing it, and Charlotte's jaw dropped in total shock. Lumilia tells everyone she sent the animals to carry their messages, so the enemy couldn't piece together what they were really planning. Charlotte stands beside the tiny animals, her eyes blazing with joy as she laughs and plays with them. Yukito grins as he plays with the tiniest creatures around him. Raverna stands there glaring with pure dissatisfaction, yet tiny animals even perch on her face, and somehow that still doesn't bring her the slightest joy. Raverna snaps with rage, charges over and scares every little animal away, growling that she's not a tree, while Yukito laughs and insists the critters are adorable, telling them they could just sit on her. Suddenly, Rivera snapped her head around and a little blush flared across her cheeks, so the big question hit. Did Yukito really call her cute? Ravenna's grin widened fast. She lifted her hands to her face and promised that she'd let the animals settle right on her. After a bit, Rivera shoots him a worried look and asks if this is really smart, because if the animals get snagged, their enemy will see the whole plan. Yukito grins and says he's already got a solution lined up for that exact problem. 9 out of 10 of these notes are pure fakes, because if the enemy somehow catches the animals, the lies will blow right past their path, and Yukito himself makes it crystal clear. A tiny bird perches on Charlotte's shoulder, and when she locks eyes with it, she snaps, asking how her troops will tell real notes from fake ones. Yukito tells them he's already locked their orders inside a cipher only their allies can crack. Each squad leader just needs their own copy of the Zolagu High Book, because if you open it to the right page, the whole truth hits you all at once. Lumilia thrusts one hand forward. She whispers to the tiny bird perched on her hand, telling it, and every one of its kind, to spread its wings and fly. With a thunder of wings, tons of birds shot off the ground and blasted forward at full speed to the spot they were commanded, while the team stayed rooted, staring up at them. Lumilia keeps staring at the birds as they zip farther and farther into the sky, already disappearing from view. Suddenly, a squish splash cuts through the air beside her. She whips around and spots a tiny octopus staring back. This octopus kicks its legs, scrambling to rise up and chase the birds that already vanished into the sky, until Lamlia snaps and tells it to stay right there. The two-legged wolves armed to the teeth hear footsteps closing in, and they pounce on the motionless man without hesitating. Rudy's yanks a glowing sword from the air, lighting up his grim face, then charges in and blasts the attacking creatures with a fearless strike. Smite evil. As the man whips around, more and more people crowd in behind him, and right beside his feet the magical creature he just crushed lies there, frozen in defeat. That man is Ruda's Cavern, a level 5 paladin, and he doesn't flinch. He plants his stance and stares ahead, wary and ready for whatever comes next. Ruda's insists there was never any mistake. Right here, right in this spot, they truly uncovered the head of some secret sect. Landau can't believe how massive the underground tunnels under the black fog really are. And when Chase mentions that more women have vanished down here lately, Ramira snaps everyone to move, right now. Rudy spins away from everyone and stares ahead, asking, could Madame Charlotte really be hiding in a place like this? Chase claims the first sighting of a girl who looks just like the Duke's daughter happened in Orbita. She even got her horse by putting it up as collateral. And Ruddy's still stuck on the gut feeling that Charlotte wouldn't pull the same move with Rocinante. Landau says they caught sight of her in Ada, then again in Alda, right there with a boy and an elf. And Ramira swears their path was drilling straight toward the Black Mist Mountain. That tiny man leaned in and flat out told him he'd heard the locals were about to stage a sacrificial ritual, right in the next few days. Rudy's plants his foot forward and barks that no matter what hits them next, they've got to sprint right now. Rudy's barrels ahead of everyone, shouting that their mission is simple. Find Mrs. Charlotte and drag her back to the Brownia house. Rudy's goes on, saying that after the Duke ordered them to find Charlotte, he's terrified. If anything horrible happened to her, he doesn't know how he'll face the Duke. Lando closes in on the man and asks about his injury. Rudy snaps back that he's totally fine, claiming the cobalt caused 0 problems. Lando offers to heal Rudas, but the man refuses. Still, they've got a long road ahead, so Lando pushes him to conserve his spells. Rudas agrees, and Lando quickly suggests they switch to potions. A middle-aged man demands, so these potions actually heal or what? Ramira stands right there, ear locked in, soaking up every word the two men trade. Landau swears it's an acid resistance potion, like armor you can drink. They say a black dragon in the mountains spits acid, and the only potion that keeps you safe lasts just 1 hour. So the whole team wastes no time and decides to grab it. After a while, the team pressed forward, marching into a dark corridor. Then a tiny ball zipped ahead and burst into light, lighting their path. Chase bolted ahead of everyone and started scanning his surroundings like he was hunting answers. This guy slipped behind the wall, peered out from the shadows, and started scouting what was on the other side. He locked onto the door like it was about to change everything. Rue vanishes beside a tiny short man and tells him straight up, all they've got are kobolds, and yeah, they're pretty weak. Chase claims he heard that packs of orcs have been ransacking the local villages near the temple, so he thinks they just dumped every last force there to hold them down. Landau says this is pure luck, like Luria's divine grace personally opened the door for him. Wando and Ruddy clasp their hands over their chests, eyes shut with bright smiles. Then Chase whips around, presses his index finger to his lips and hisses at the team, cutting them off instantly. Chase slams into the doorframe, stunned as his jaw drops. The party bursts into the room and instantly spots the open, unlocked door. Then they lock on to the terrifying thought of kobolds lurking inside. Right by the entrance, a sign flashes their successful rumor check like it was waiting for them. Rudy's leads the team with tense faces, weapons leveled forward as they brace for whatever strike the enemies throw at them. Rudy shuts his eyes tight and lets out a heavy exhale. Rudy snaps his eyes open in an instant and locks his gaze straight ahead. A middle-aged man barks that it's time to go, rockets ahead, and a bunch of bizarre magical creatures with odd bodies and heads stare in wide-eyed amazement as they make weird little sounds. Rudis crashes into the magical creatures, landing punishing hits. Then bam, one slips in from behind and strikes him, and even though he spots it, there's no time to dodge. Lando slips in behind Rudy's, slams over his teammate, and shields the nearest magical creature from the blast. Chase locks eyes with the monsters and blasts them down with his weapon. His arrows tore through the darkness, and a bunch of those monsters got caught before they could even show themselves. One of those magical creatures stares at it all with a terrified face. Then, out of nowhere, the monsters start backing off, and one of them growls out sounds no one else can understand. Landau clocks what's happening. Those magical creatures are grabbing their weapons, so Ruda snaps, "Not on my watch." Out of nowhere, a sharp female voice cuts in from behind the two men, telling them to just wait, right there for a moment. Ramara thrusts a hand forward, shuts her eyes tight, and prays for flames to rip her enemies apart into tiny pieces. She focuses hard, summoning a blazing flame hovering over her hand, then blasts a fireball that detonates with a thunderous roar, smashing every enemy within 6 meters, unless they pull off a successful dexterity saving throw to blunt the impact. Ramira keeps one arm stretched out ahead of her, and when Chase turns back, he grins and tells her it's an absolute pleasure doing business with her. The crew pushes ahead and one of them glances around. This place is basically our old warehouse, isn't it? Lando steps forward and tells Mr. Rudy's there's a passage up ahead that goes even deeper, and the middle-aged man immediately offers to take a look. Chase surges forward, grabs the moment, and tells Rudis to hold up. Chase's face turns grim as he makes the request, and the whole team clusters by the entrance to a tiny tunnel. Then Chase leans in and says it reeks of fish. Chase dug into his pack and yanked out a 10-meter wooden pole, stepped into position, and started swinging it hard, tapping the walls like a hunter to sniff out any traps. Suddenly, blindingly fast arrows erupted from the walls, slammed into the far side with a brutal thud, and stuck there like they'd been shot straight into stone. Chase strides ahead, then whips around and freezes, because those harmless arrows were poisoned, and one wrong step could have doomed them all. Ruddy, trailing right behind Chase, warns him to watch his step, and Chase grins like it's all under control, claiming everything's fine and there's nothing to fear. Chase swears he can see through every trick like a veteran adventurer, and not a single trap is going to stop him. Then he strides ahead of the whole group. He keeps scanning the ground without ever watching his own feet. Then one of Chase's feet slams onto the trap, and Chase's eyes suddenly go wide. Chase is totally lost, he panics, screams in pure fear. And then, with no warning, his feet lift off the ground as he rockets straight forward. Romero clocks the gelatinous cube and can't believe what he's seeing, while Chase dives straight into it and stretches his hand, desperate to grab the team members. Rudis rockets forward to help his teammate, and then it clicks. This poisoned arrow is a decoy, thrown to yank their attention away from the real trap, lurking just a little farther ahead. Ramira stays put and bellows for Rudis, and the whole team whips their heads around, only to spot black-cloaked watchers up on the crates, silently studying them. One teammate blurts out, "This is an ambush, they knew we were coming." And every member freezes in tense battle stances, ready to snap into action the second those intruders move. The black-robed men shoved their hands forward, and Ramira snapped, telling her crew to fall in behind her. Then a fireball streaked out and blasted toward the team, while Ramira stayed planted in the front. The fireball magic slams into the team, and they burst into flames, screaming at the top of their lungs as agony burns through them, while those unknown onlookers just stand there, unmoving, watching it happen. Rudy starts crawling through the burning flames, yelling for someone to wait, and the man's face twists with pure fear. Then right from behind the fire, Ramira's hand shoots into view. Rudy spots it, whirls around, and Ramira calls the man by name. Ruddy drops hard to the floor face first, and as he lies there, the man recalls the faces of everyone who was still alive moments ago: Ramira, Chase, and Lando. Suddenly, laughter bursts out and Rudis jerks his head up, still alive. The stranger looks shocked, realizing his own strength went too far, and admits he pulled them into a trap, convinced he was nothing but a coward. Lando stands in front of Ruddy's, and a blazing fire roars behind him like a warning, while Ruddy's eyes widen in shock at the sight of a kid daring to stand there. Landau glares down at Rudis and sneers, saying he's still alive only because while everyone else was chugging drinks, buying acid resistance, and popping potions, Rudis swallowed a fire resistance potion instead. And now the boy's standing there, leaving Rudis staring in shock. Landau suddenly remembers, reveals a tiny pendant, and declares he won't need it anymore. The exact one the guy tossed aside clatters onto the ground right in front of Ruddy, and the middle-aged man stares at it in stunned disbelief. Rudis jerks his head up and erupts in a furious scream, calling Lando a slimy piece of crap. Landau snaps his head back and erupts into loud laughter, insisting Ruddy needs to see his face, right now. A middle-aged man can't believe his ears. Master Lando is one of Brownia's biggest names, and he's a solid priest too, worshipping the divine light of Loria just like he does. Rudy snaps his head up, blasts Lando as a scumbag, and demands to know who the hell he really is. Lando's grin blooms so wide it's unreal, and he lifts one of my hands right up to his face, like he's trying to vanish behind it. Rudolph swivels toward the guy with wide-eyed shock, blurting that this can't be. Then a man with dark hair steps into the spot where Lando stood just moments ago, and Rudolph immediately clocks him as a shapeshifter. The shapeshifter cackles, swearing he relishes the chance to murder anyone who dares to push his buttons. No punishment, no fear. And then the man collapses, blood gushing from his mouth. Suddenly, the changeling pops in and a book hovers above his palm. He bursts out laughing, swearing that everything written in it turned out insanely useful. The little book spills world stats, while the shapeshifter stands with one foot on a middle-aged man, fire roaring around them, ruddies blazing, and a barely alive voice pleads for forgiveness to Mrs. Charlotte. Meanwhile, Yukido's team marches deeper into the forest, and not a single one of them has the slightest clue that something is about to go wrong. Charlotte keeps pace beside them, her face tight with pure tension. Deep under the Temple of Evil at the underground altar, a man in black stands there, until someone whispers that he's the great goddess of death, Nephilia, and that the cup of blood is about to run over. Out of nowhere, a human skull pops into speech and blurts out, "Mr. High Priest." But before it can finish, the High Priest slams him shut with an interruption. The skull keeps insisting, "It's me, Shemeza, your master, the goblin shaman of Fortamog," and it's demanding to finally speak with the man. The pointy-eared man whips around to the skull and fires off a question about Shemeza, then frowns hard over the dead silence coming from Fort Amig. He scratches his wolf like he's thinking, murmurs "excellent," and strides out. This guy stepped into a room packed with mirrors and zeroed in on his reflection, closing the distance like he meant to uncover something. The man thrusts one hand forward while gripping his staff with the other. Then the mirror erupts in blinding light, yet he stays planted, refusing to budge. A goblin suddenly crawls out of the mirror, staring straight ahead like it's hunting for something. The goblin throws himself into a heartfelt apology for the late report and almost reverently calls this man Lord High Priest. The man snaps at the goblin to swallow that apology and then demands why he hasn't heard from him at all. The goblin starts spilling the truth. His fort got hit out of nowhere by a tiny gang of adventurers. The kidnapping of local women has drawn way too much attention now. The Lord High Priest keeps a razor-sharp eye on the goblin and demands to know, "Did you crush those adventurers with zero mercy?" The goblins finally admit the truth. Terrible losses crushed them, so they had to bail on the fort, because if they stayed, they'd risk losing every single terrorist hostage they'd already snatched. The High Priest shrugs off the fort like it's nothing, then declares the real truth. Once the ritual finishes, every corner of the kingdom gets swallowed by death and ruin. The High Priest snaps his head back to the goblin and demands the truth about the sacrifices. Can they really get him a person in time, because time is slipping away fast? The goblin swears he'll get there on time, and his troops are already stomping through the Black Fog Mountains. By the full moon, the victims will be counted. The priest shoots back that if he slips up, the goblin's head is the one that's coming off. The goblin swears he finally gets the High Priest. Then it hits him, something big. He blurts out that he needs the priest to know the kingdom of Renaval has slipped rat spies into his entourage. Suddenly, the High Priest snaps his eyes open and locks onto the goblin like he's about to tear the darkness apart. The goblin snaps on, saying that during the torture of the adventurers who stormed their fort, one of them managed to speak. The goblin keeps insisting it looks like he had no clue who it was. But beneath the words, it's terrified the rat might be stalking and targeting the High Priest's life. The goblin starts fading out in the mirror and shoves out a desperate warning for the master to be insanely careful, while the High Priest just stands there staring, his beast companion planted beside him the whole time. The High Priest can't stop replaying what the goblin said, rats, the kingdom, and all those hidden details. Then it hits him hard. Spies are moving around in their ranks. The High Priest stares down his wolf as a low growl rumbles in its throat. Then he calmly starts to pet it, saying he'd already turned every suspect into dog food. Right then, wham! A stranger's leg snaps onto the High Priest's back, clad in all sorts of iron armor, and out of nowhere a shapeshifter steps into the fray. He grins and claims he chased off Brownie's dogs that kept prowling around. Then boom, Rudy's head pops up in the shapeshifter's hands as he grips it by the hair. The shapeshifter blurts that these guys are way tougher than he ever expected, and for a second panic almost rips through him. Then he snaps his gaze to the head and insists they need to slam through this ritual fast before it turns into a disaster. The changeling leans in and asks if the High Priest has ever heard of this goblin, because it's only a blink away before the kingdom's spies send someone to chase it down. The High Priest coldly says he's already got it handled, and he doesn't need guidance from that worthless shapeshifter trash. Meanwhile, the goblin keeps crouched in front of the mirror, staring into its own reflection like it's waiting for something to happen. Turns out Yukido's team planned all of this. Charlotte grips a huge cloth printed with brick walls, while Lumilia aims a mirror and blasts smoke straight at Yukido. Yukido finally shifts into his real form, and the shock hits. He's just been talking face-to-face with the High Priest of the evil temple. Night has swallowed everything, and the whole team keeps pushing deeper into the suffocating, pitch-black forest, with barely any moonlight breaking through the treetops. Yukito races to update the High Priest info in the Book of Peace. And then boom, Jerez, Lumilia's brother, is revealed as a ruthless evil druid and the evil temple's ruthless leader. The dark-haired guy swears ordinary druids can master nature's power, but Jerez is the exception. He's got a fallen priest archetype that makes him dangerously special. Even though the fallen priest gives up some of the druid's powers, it instantly turns the tide. Now he can corrupt the earth and raise animal corpses to do his bidding instead, basically necromancy, just with a wild twist. Lumelia's brother is level 6, nearly double everybody else's level. He's an elf, so his natural health runs low, but don't let that fool you, because he's still stronger than the rest when it comes to pure power. In this endless world, even one tiny level can flip your entire fate. Because if someone's just one level above you, you might as well be facing a whole different species. The only reason they could beat Lang, who is one level higher, was pure shock value. They caught him off guard and baited him into the fight, and that one level gap might be survivable, but once you're 3 levels apart or more, tricks alone just won't cut it. Charlotte strides up to the dark-haired guy, twists her face toward him, and demands he answer her question. The girl presses for answers about the kingdom's spies sneaking into your evil temple, and Charlotte can't stop herself from asking how Yukito already knew. Raverna froze at Charlotte's question, snapped her head toward the guy and said, "Since you brought it up, how do you even know about it?" The young man jerks his head up deadpan and snaps that he totally made it all up, while the other guy stays unnervingly perfectly calm. The girls freeze at Yukito's answer. He basically says dictators run on paranoia, so the bosses of those groups never trust anyone and eye everyone like they're a threat. By clawing their way to power with lies and betrayal, they start thinking everyone else plays dirty too. Then, little by little, they cut down even capable subordinates because anyone competent threatens their throne. Even one tiny seed of doubt, no matter what the proof says, will take root in their mind, and before long he'll start questioning everyone around him. Raverna nods and says, yeah, that checks out, because she's heard the truth, he slaughtered more than a few of his own men. Yukito then reveals he slipped even more clues into his organization, hiding signs of betrayal inside those scattered fake instructions. Yukito can't promise how well it'll work, but even if it only takes one comment, one spark of betrayal to throw our enemies into chaos, he's ready to bet everything and try. Yukito flat out swears it's only a countdown from now before they realize the Goblin King has already taken his own life. Charlotte slams everyone to a halt and brings La Miglia down from the brink, and Yukito turns to her apologizing fast because it clicks in his head. The priest is her brother. Raverna snaps that the info she's gotten is way too thin, and she can't figure out why Yukito hasn't learned more. He tells her straight up, if they dug too deep, it could have exposed who they really are. Then Yukito leans in and insists the Black Dragon has no clear weak spots. He totally gets what she's saying. He'd love to dig into Sana's details, but doing it outright would look way too suspicious. So the whole team keeps moving, pushing deeper and deeper into that dense, pitch-dark forest. She suddenly sees something off, freezes mid-step with her eyes bulging and her mouth hanging open, and someone from the team blurts that they've already cleared the forest. Then the dark-haired guy steps in, lifts his lantern out in front of her, and stares back in shock. Every single team member stands right at the cemetery gate, and Charlotte can't help asking if it's supposed to feel this creepy. Because the air is thick with the black mountain cat's mises. Yukito himself steps in and warns them, don't linger here. Suddenly, the entire team freezes, muscles tight and eyes sharp, ready to strike and guard as one, and then someone blurts, get ready, something's coming. A little farther from the team, the ground splits open and the dead start crawling up. One of them stares in shock like, wait, those aren't corpses, they're the living dead. The team stumbled into a swarm of zombies. Yukito tells everyone the zombies are all stuck on the first level, at least that's what he sees. Because there are only 6 of them, and he's convinced they've got this. A little farther off, a huge towering black shadow creeps into view. Yukito instantly recognizes the monster, and 3 members of the team snap their heads up, stunned and terrified, staring straight ahead. The dark-haired guy spots the monster and realizes it's a lick, but the thing keeps surging forward, while terror locks him in place. The team freezes in place as the people who already died come closing in, and Yukito jerks upright, staring ahead with pure fear, swearing his greatest enemy isn't the lick. Some folks whisper, it's a necromancer, a mage-turn curse that commands the undead, haunting burial mounds and cemeteries while driving a horde of weaker undead by its side. Yukito realizes the 4th-level undead are terrifying, but nowhere near the lick's nightmare. Yet he can't breathe easy, because the zombies snap into attack and unleash those creepy, bone-chilling sounds. Charlotte launches one brutal attack, wipes out the undead, and triggers class skill, War Cleave. If she lands the kill, it might instantly dump the same freak on the nearest enemy too. Lumelia looses her bow and lands shot after shot right through a bunch of dead people. Yet they don't drop, They yank themselves backward like her arrows just rewound them. The dark-haired guy snaps that normal arrows barely scratch the undead. Then Rivera rushes up and tells everyone to back off, because this is her job, and priests usually have the upper hand against them. A boy snaps at a female priestess for not controlling the undead, and that stings her hard. Then the dead lurch in from behind, and Yukito blurts a warning to her. The girl whirls around and shouts, "Turn undead," and Raverna's face lights up like she just pulled off a perfect move. The girl started swinging wild blow after blow, carving through every undead monster that closed in on her, and in the end she walked out on top. The girl planted her feet on the ground, braced her weapon, and declared that this is exactly how undead get driven out, like an evil priest's very own ritual. Right when the main monster starts singing, the whole team's attention snaps to it, and then the ground rips open, dead creatures surging up as they unleash eerie, bone-chilling roar-like screams. Charlotte's jaw drops when she realizes the main monster has called up even more undead. Rivera snaps that this nightmare won't stop, so only one thing works: the leader has to be destroyed. Yukito realizes something is seriously off in this place, and Charlotte stares ahead, completely baffled. Then the guy suddenly erupts, shouting for everyone to get out of the affected area right now. Suddenly, out of that pack of monsters standing in front of them, they erupted into bone-chilling screams. A little ways from the team, a terrifying aura suddenly crawls into the air. The whole team starts shaking with pure fear. Then the horse yanks itself free, fails its saving throw, and bolts straight into the forest. Charlotte shouts after it, her heart sinking because she can't believe this is really happening. Lumelia plops on the floor and clutches her head, and the young man starts thinking about how animals are hit hardest by panic. Charlotte, lurking right behind the boy, snaps his name, because Yukito knows if they don't move right now, something horrific is about to happen. The squad plants itself in the clearing as the monsters close in, because if they hesitate, their entire force will come crashing down. The squad keeps its ground in a tiny clearing, hemmed in by the exact same undead that just clawed their way up from the earth. Yukito realizes panic only runs for 1 to 6 rounds, and now their squad has already lost a heavy tank, flipping the whole situation upside down. Charlotte stays pressed beside the elven girl, insisting everything's okay, while Lumilia herself trembles nonstop, terrified out of her mind. Charlotte taps into Hero M's aura, and paladins can rake in a +4 faith boost to every save versus fear. Then, with a single action, they blast all allies within 1.5 meters out of the frightened state and into full healing. Suddenly, the elf halts mid-rise, peels her hands away from her face and snaps fully upright. Ravenna strides forward, beckons everyone closer, and summons the evil king, demanding divine darkness as a blessing that empowers every nearby ally with a +1 boost to attacks, damage, and saving throws. Yukito's relieved they actually used the blessing, because it's supposed to juice everyone up with a bonus, like a saving throw against fear. Suddenly, Charlotte erupts into a blood-curdling scream. An evil curse is crawling for her. Charlotte starts clawing at her own arms and body in sheer terror, then crumples and rolls across the ground like she can't escape the panic. Yukito strides up to Charlotte and tells her, "It's fine, blessings don't turn evil just because an evil mage grabs them. The effect stays exactly the same, no matter whose deity the caster worships." Charlotte finally settles her nerves and demands, "So is that really true?" The guy whirls around and snaps that the same undead is already on their tails. Then Charlotte with dark hair slams into view, throwing herself in front of him to shield him. Charlotte shuts her eyes and pleads with Lurius, the god of justice and mercy, to forgive her for taking the blessing from someone who worships evil. With dark hair falling over his face, the boy digs through his bag and barks the elf's name. Lumilia's eyes snap to him. Then out of nowhere, Yukito yanks a whistle free, hurls it like a weapon at Lumilia, and demands she blow it. Lumilia raises her whistle, unleashes brutal fetters, and orders them to seize anyone who dares to pollute her land. The thorny magic blooms into choking ivy that latches onto whoever it touches, and every soul in the area has to make a dexterity save or get trapped in the vines, while Yukito grits his teeth and barrels straight at the lick, eyes locked on the fight. The rest of the team, still on their feet, stare in shock at the guy and shout his name, while he keeps sprinting straight ahead, hell-bent on the plan he just made. Yukito stares as the thorn plants swallow the undead, and the truth hits him hard. This spell doesn't just kill, it threatens everyone within the blast radius. Then, out of nowhere, a vine hooks his leg and yanks him off balance. Even with those dark, slick chains clamped around him, the dark-haired guy yanked himself free and sprinted off, leaving his boot behind. Because with the rogue class backing him up, his agility and acrobatics are insane, so his saving throws are exactly a problem. Yukito realized the monster wasn't just attacking, it was draining levels right in front of him. In this endless world, monsters don't just fight, they unleash chaos. Poisoning, paralysis, confusion, sleep, petrification, instant death, and even that disintegration ray. And the rarest of the rare, those brutal metal corrosion attacks. Undead level drain is a nightmare for any adventurer. If you fail the save, your levels get stripped away, and once you hit 0, the hero doesn't just fall, they're gone forever. The dark-haired guy snaps out of the way of the lick's attacks, because one normal hit would have erased him instantly, but the level-draining strike gives him a sliver of hope, as long as he lands the save. Yukito hits the 3rd level, and suddenly survival is possible even after 2 failures. Then the black lick snatches him with the glove. Charlotte gets trapped and yells for help, and the young man finally snaps into action. The boy slips free, drives a blade into the lich, then drops to the ground, while the lich stumbles back, lets out eerie cries, and sounds like it's calling up undead. The lick keeps spitting out eerie noises, and Yukito studies it with sharp eyes, sensing it isn't some undead summoning at all, it's something darker. Then it hits him. The lick sees them as pawns for the Temple of Evil, and it's already promising revenge. The lick snarls at everyone there, calling them disgusting temple minions of evil, and curses them for good, swearing he'll never forgive them. While Yukito's shocked he can understand every word, thanks to the terrible goddess's faith bonus. Zombies and skeletons can't make sense of speech because their brains are too dull. Yet this lick thinks clearly, and now the guy finally understands exactly who he's up against. That same vile lick roars back again, sneering, calling everyone pathetic pawns of the Temple of Evil, then commands them to throw their lives away. Yukito thrusts one hand forward and orders the lick to freeze for a moment and wait, and the monster practically recoils in shock at the audacity of it. Yukito finally snaps into it. He realizes the lick didn't just hurt him, it understood him too, and somehow this brutal bonus of faith feels like it's worth something after all. The young man's mouth floods with drool, and he knows it. This is either doom or total loss, so he forces out the lick's language and declares, "We're enemies of the Temple of Evil." The lich shrieks in rage at the youth's words, blasting accusations of lies into the air. Then its scream only gets louder as it barks for the undead to tear into the group as they finally arrive. The dark-haired guy realizes it's all pointless. This lick's rage toward the Temple of Evil is way too fierce. While Yukito can't wrap his head around one thing, why the lick keeps healing, because he hates that temple with his whole soul. The dark-haired guy suddenly starts to understand. Turns out every one of them once got their lives snatched away by the minions of the Temple of Evil, and the young man is stunned, eyes going wide and eyebrows shooting up. Behind him, Charlotte erupts into screaming, yelling his name again and again, while that trapped girl still can't break free. Yukito pulls out a book and starts reading, completely ignoring everything happening around him. The boy spots the book shifting in front of him, his pulse spiking. He freezes, eyes locked on a brand new page, wondering if it's tied to that lick's conversation. But when he reads the refreshed page of the dead, his fear skyrockets and the lick's roar seems to get even louder. The ones who'd already died still march toward the squad. Yukito locks his gaze ahead, brow knotted with rage. He yells Magenagel at the lick, and the monster instantly goes still, like the life got shut off mid-step. The boy squares up to the lick with his whole team at his back, and zombies trapped nearby start squirming. The lick spits out Yukito's name like it doesn't believe it, then demands how it knows him. Yukito jerks himself upright and declares that, of all people, only he truly understands Velik's hatred. Yet the monster just keeps standing there, barely budging. The guy freezes with his hands stretched out, claiming he's on the lick's side and begging not to fight. Then a tiny sign pops up beside him, Persuasion roll +7 success. Charlotte covers her face, stunned that Yukito actually plans to talk to the lick, and the girls nearby gasp right along with her as Yukito nods, promising he's hunting for something valuable about that evil temple. Charlotte warns that talking to the undead is a death wish, and Lumilia snaps that she'll never be trusted. Then, out of nowhere, a tiny bottle of liquid materializes in the black-gloved guy's hands. He realizes zombies are fueled by pure, insane rage at the Temple of Evil, and that's why both sides mirror each other so closely. When they both want the same thing, negotiations basically become inevitable. The young man insists they could never link up with that curse. Then the other guy starts piecing together flashes from that meeting, like how they managed to unite somehow, while Yukito grins and says he'll figure out a way. Charlotte agrees, but she snaps that they can't just leave even one Yukito behind. She seals the deal that they're going with him. Then the dark-haired guy growls that there's nothing he can do here. Yukito won't listen if he's treated like an escort. They need a real one-on-one talk right now. Yukito tries to steady Riverna, promising her it'll all be okay, but her mood won't budge. Then she whirls around and stalks off, leaving him standing there while Charlotte and Lumilia stare in shock. Yukito stalks off, then storms back to the lick, hurrying out an apology for the wait, only for the lick to stare in silence and lift a single finger at him. Yukito goes stone still, frozen in place. The lick smirks, saying he'll end Yukito's life, and Yukito fires back with total confidence that the lick has zero chance. Then the lick's eyes widen, surprise hits, and the tension snaps tighter by the second. The boy jerks his gaze away and fires back. Why burn your last shot on that evil temple? Then he rips open his cloak, flashes something crucial, and swears he's got a plan, leaving the lick stunned, yet locked in, watching him like a hawk. Yukito's pocket is stuffed with tiny bottles of liquid and nails lashed down with ropes. Then he squares his shoulders, grins, and readies explosive potions that hit a 3-meter radius, drops his head, and declares that liches and the undead aren't immortal. The lich just freezes with bulging eyes, staring at the dark-haired boy in pure shock. Then the boy asks how the lich will feel when he gets blown to pieces, and the lich's grin snaps wide, dead teeth flashing as he cackles like pure evil. The lich freezes in place, thrusts one hand toward the young man and says, right through the air, that Yukito is the one the undead lich has been waiting for all this time.